Humanity is on the brink of extinction, all because of the evil god Windrake, who suddenly appeared in the sky. And along with him, many different monsters also appeared. All of them, of course, caused chaos on Earth. They destroyed settlements, killed peaceful citizens, and ruined cities. However, things were not so simple for them either, because humanity still had one last hope. These were the most powerful magicians of humanity, who fought against the evil god. The monsters noticed the people who had appeared and immediately began to attack them. The leader of the wizards immediately ordered everyone to prepare their spells. After that, the order was given to cast fire, and the spells took effect. Soon, only the evil god Windreik remained. The mages quickly finished off all the evil creatures. Now it was necessary to combine the spell. All 6 magical attributes had to be combined and fired simultaneously. The wizards did so, and a combined elemental explosion flew toward the evil god. One of the mages asked Setsuna for help. After that, everyone unquestioningly struck with their spells, combining their attacks. Then they froze in anticipation. Had they managed to kill this creature? When the dust from the explosion settled a little, they saw that nothing had worked. The evil god Windreik had not been seriously injured, and simply stood where he had been standing. Those present couldn't believe it. They decided they needed to strike him harder once more. So, gathering together, they attacked again. But the main character asked them to stop and look at him. A large number of magical attacks flew at the evil god, but they did not achieve their goal because they were destroyed as if by some kind of shield. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Was the magic simply being cancelled out? After a long silence, the god asked, "Are these really the best of them humans?" He was not just an insect crawling and rotting in the garden. They were stupid and pathetic creatures. The girl found it incredible that their magic did not work against him at all. The red-haired guy even asked Setsuna what they should do. In fact, the main character himself did not know what to do, but he thought that there must be something else they could do. These assumptions were in his head until he heard that a member of his squad was being attacked. It turned out that new monsters had arrived and managed to wound the red-haired wizard. Seeing what had happened, the girl reported with horror that her mana was already depleted. It was then that all the mages began to be attacked one by one. Some were killed immediately, while others begged Setsuna to save them. The monsters devoured his companions and the main character right before his eyes, and the guy couldn't do anything about it, only watching and then what happened. Soon he decided to use his magic to stop this villain and put an end to it. But when he turned his attention to other creatures, the evil god attacked him. Of course, the guy felt this attack, but there was nothing he could do about it. As a result, after receiving a powerful blow, his body lay on the ground. Although he had serious injuries, surprisingly, he was even able to get up. But what he saw before him made his blood run cold. The settlement near them was completely destroyed, and monsters were eating the remains of the victims. It seemed to the young man that this was the end, that humanity was on the verge of extinction, and that it was a complete defeat. The evil god Windrake appeared behind him and said that it was just a futile struggle. The hero realized that it was not over yet and began to recite a strange spell. Then, gathering his strength, he rushed towards the god. With the help of this spell, he struck with his fist. The creature he attacked even felt intense pain after the blow. And even though it was minor, a wound appeared on his arm, which meant that his defense had been broken. Setsuna was actually surprised himself. Could it really work? How could such a low-level mafia cause him harm? In the end, the guy felt like he understood something. He would be able to defeat this evil god with this. Too bad he only figured it out now. The dark creature began to say that this was the limit the guy could reach. He was nothing more than a small bug to him. When the creature revealed itself, something flashed on the guy's neck. It was the very thing he had received from the school principal. When this happened, he asked if it was really the necklace of reincarnation. The old man confirmed it. In addition, he said that the necklace contained the power of the spirit of time. The guy would have enough strength to correct his past regrets at least once. Setsuna was surprised about regrets about the past. He had never felt that way before. Didn't his teacher think it would be completely useless for him? The old man laughed, as expected of the best graduate of the Magic Academy. After that, he approached the young man and said that he was sure it would be useful to him in the future. Remembering this conversation, the main character realized that these regrets about the past had come. He used the power of this temporary necklace, thinking only that he would actually be able to defeat this evil god this time. Thanks to everything that had happened, he soon found himself in his young body. It was as if a bright flash had blinded him, and at first the guy didn't understand where he was. Suddenly, a guy sitting in the hall hit him. He told Setsuna not to dream too much. After all, he was next. The hero was a little confused. Could it be Leo? How did he know that Leo was supposed to disappear before the evil god appeared? Now he was in the academy building. Perhaps he really had gone back 10 years. Great, now he was going to make sure their defeat in the past didn't happen again. And he would definitely defeat the evil god Windrake. His thoughts were interrupted again by Leo. He told the guy something from the next chapter, and now they were at the blessing ceremony. Ira, he apologized, it was really his fault. Then he got up from his seat and went on stage. Those present in the hall whispered that he was the greatest genius in the history of the academy. Some even heard that he was related to each of the magical paths. One of the teachers opened a magic book, from which a strong energy emanated. It turns out that there are different paths in magic. Different techniques are needed to activate mine. That is why a person should choose a magical path. Of course, this makes it difficult to study different magical paths. It's like believing in two gods at the same time. The teacher asked Setsuna Cromwell, as the main character was called, to choose the path of magic that he liked. Soon, the man pointed to one path and said that this would probably be his choice. The hero saw that he had chosen long-range magic, and usually, this is actually the right choice. Elements are created from mana and then directed at human enemies. And with a low risk of being attacked, long-range attacks are usually enough to win. It was with long-range magic that the main character of his past life became the most powerful wizard in the world. But it turned out to be completely useless against the evil god. That's why he quickly turned away from long-range magic. And after that, he turned to close-range magic. Seeing this, the professor was a little confused. He didn't understand what this guy was doing. The others were also confused after what they saw. Leo asked Setsuna what he was doing. This morning he said he would choose long-range magic, but now he was changing his mind. Instead, it seemed he preferred close combat magic to everything else. That was the worst possible choice. The teacher told the guy that this path was mainly aimed at improving the body. He could only attack enemies he could get close to. This path of magic had been abandoned long ago. It's like going into battle under a hail of arrows with only a stone axe. Is he really going to ruin his future with this choice? Did Setsuna really know about all this? It was almost impossible to become a wizard with this path of magic. However, he recently realized something. Fighting the evil god Windreik, this is the only way to defeat him. And to achieve this, the boy was going to choose this path. Everyone froze in anticipation, waiting to see what he would actually choose. But the guy, as expected, directed his energy towards close combat magic. He thought that he would choose this path anyway, and focus all his efforts on destroying the evil god. Immediately after making his choice, a significant mark appeared on the guy's hand. It signified that he had chosen the path of close combat magic. The guy was actually happy to receive this magic, although none of those present could believe that he had actually chosen this path. The teacher quickly closed the magic book. He said that he intended to entrust all his knowledge to the young man if he had chosen long-range magic. This man's name is Cyrus Arklade, and he is the head of the long-range magic corps. The professor shouted that the boy could become the strongest wizard, and the glory would not even bypass his mentor. But for some reason, he chose close-range magic. To Setsune, these words of glory were empty talk. Because he knows perfectly well that such things will lose all meaning in 10 years, when monsters flood the world, and an evil god appears that long-range magic cannot defeat. Now there are only 10 years left before the complete defeat of humanity, and 5 years before the appearance of the most evil god. Although the hero has knowledge from his previous life, unfortunately, he has almost no experience in using close-range magic. The question is how he can develop this magic before the evil god invades their world. Cyrus was truly outraged. After a while, the second-year students who had completed all the necessary rituals were ordered to go to their classrooms. The hero didn't even know where the melee mage building was. He wanted to ask his friend Leo about it, but saw that he was not there. So he turned to the other students and asked one of them to show him the way to the melee mage classroom. But those he asked simply ignored him. They discussed among themselves that classes were about to begin and that they needed to hurry up and leave. Then the guy noticed that they were starting to treat him strangely. They were looking at him and whispering among themselves. Some even said that now it was the end for Setsune. He had decided to choose this path just to stand out, but now he would learn his lesson. The hero thought about how different this was from his previous life. When he was the most outstanding student, all the girls and boys admired him. But now it was the opposite. It seemed that he would have to find an audience himself. In the courtyard, there seemed to be a map of the entire campus. So the guy headed there. Suddenly, he heard someone using fireball magic. This piqued his interest. Could it be a duel in such a place? It turned out that a red-haired girl was being attacked. She was asking some guy to give back what he had taken from her. Her mother had bought her this brooch. In front of her were 3 guys who had taken the brooch. The fat guy noted that it was a magical tool for accumulating mana. The skinniest of them remarked that it was too good for a commoner like her. But she shouldn't worry. They would find a more worthy use for it. Setsuna thought that this girl was clearly a melee mage, like him. And the 3 who were picking on her were definitely ranged mages. The most aggressive of the 3 said that if she wanted her brooch back, she would have to take it by force. That is, if she could manage with her useless close-range magic. After saying this, he immediately attacked with long-range magic. Because of this, the girl had to dodge his attacks. The basis of any close-range magic has always been physical enhancement. It enhances human physical abilities. But even if you manage to avoid a direct attack, you still won't be able to break the distance. The girl shouted that her mother had saved money for years to buy this brooch as a gift for her. And in any case, she would never give it to freaks like them. So she immediately used her magic, and something appeared in her hand. The hero knew very well what it was. A mana sword. But even so, he thought it would be difficult to cope. The girl's opponents seemed to think so too. He said that it wouldn't help her. I wonder if this blade can reach him. Along with his words, the guy continued to attack the girl with fire magic. She, of course, tried to defend herself from these fire shots. But unfortunately nothing came of the attack, and she fell to the ground. Then her opponent laughed and called her pathetic. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't reach the long-range mage. He continued to attack, saying that she would probably spend the rest of her life like this, without ever achieving anything like this again. The girl was lying on the ground and could no longer defend herself from attacks, so she thought she would be seriously injured. But at that moment, the main characters decided to protect her and rushed forward. As a result, he was able to grab the girl and carry her away from the epicenter of the attack. 3 guys from the long-range magic faction couldn't believe what they saw, and froze in shock. The first thing Setsuna asked the girl was if she knew where the melee mages were. It would be nice if someone could take him there. The girl was confused and didn't know what to say. Suddenly the skinny one of the 3 said that it was that guy. It was Setsuna Cromwell. But wait, just look at the back of his hand. He is a melee mage and has chosen this path. The aggressive guy from the trio thought it was great if he was serious about fighting them. Since Setsuna was a melee mage, he offered to beat him up with all his might. The hero then noted that close combat magic is actually quite powerful. However, it's not that simple. He was well aware that it all depended on how it was used. While he was watching, he had already noticed some things that could be improved. The guy told those present that the chosen path does not necessarily determine the outcome of the fight. Under attack, the girl realized that he was going to fight. So she asked him to wait a second. After all, they were high school students, and they would beat him up. The main bully had already attacked and said it was too late. The hero did not lose his composure, concentrating his magic in his legs, which could be strengthened. That's exactly what he did. And as a result, he easily dodged the powerful fire shots. Just wonderful. With such speed, he could easily dodge their attacks. And since he can actually move so freely, he can do even more. In the process, he reported that the guy was only shooting fireballs. Was that really all he was capable of? His opponent was outraged and ordered him to shut up. He couldn't understand what kind of movement allowed him to dodge his attacks. He couldn't hit this nimble young man at all. But he didn't show his surprise and declared that he wasn't going to mess around with him. After that, the Academy's long-range wizard fired again. At that moment, Setsuna summoned his close-range blade and decided to fight with his bare hands. As a result, he attempted to cut the fireball in half. To the surprise of everyone present, he managed to do it easily. The bully simply couldn't believe how he had cut it. The melee magic girl was also surprised. Could a fireball really be cut in half? The boy explained that when magic collides with magic, the one with the higher magic skills wins. The reason why he, who did not possess particularly high magical power, became the strongest in the world, was that he controlled his magical power very precisely. This ability turned out to be more useful than he had expected. And now he was going to combine this power with his new speed. The bully of the long-range wizards couldn't calm down. He shouted that he wanted to send it all to hell, and since it had come to this, he would create a huge fireball. His comrades asked him not to do it, saying it was too dangerous. If they went so far away from the instructor, they would immediately be punished. The guy wasn't bothered at all, telling them to shut up and that he would do what he had planned. He began to chant spells in an attempt to create a huge fireball, as he had planned. But what he saw in front of him made him freeze. In his opinion, it was simply impossible. How did Setsuna get so close so quickly? It turns out that he is much faster than himself. At that moment, the hero used his Manhwa Fist to attack. He was able to deliver a powerful blow directly to his stunned opponent's stomach. which marked an easy victory. His opponent was ultimately defeated. Those present simply could not believe it. After all, everyone thought that a melee mage could not defeat a ranged mage. In fact, everything happened just as Setsuna had thought. As long as the enemy was within his reach, he could easily fight without any problems, even using close-range magic. The fat man couldn't believe it. What kind of nonsense was this? Close-range magic wasn't considered the weakest of all. He only used it, so where did he get so much power? Setsuna asked these long-range magicians if they had forgotten anything. The fat man returned the brooch, deciding that he would have to obey. After that, they took their comrade and quickly left. At that moment, the hero decided to return the stolen item. After all, it seemed to him that it was a very valuable and important thing for the girl. She immediately smiled sweetly and thanked him. Then she hid the brooch and realized that she had completely forgotten to introduce herself. Her name was Ila Roseill. The hero did the same. His name was Setsuna Cromwell. His companion was even more delighted when she heard this. He was the guy who was familiar with all magical paths. But it was interesting why such a talented person had decided to choose close combat magic. The guy realized that it was, of course, in order to defeat the evil god. But if he said that this goal was real, hardly anyone would believe him. So he just dropped the subject and asked if she could show him the way to the melee magic faculty building. The girl's expression changed, and she cried out that everything was bad. After all, the introductory class was about to begin. Then Setsuna suggested they hurry, so they walked forward together. On the way, the guy thought about how the building was located on the outskirts of the campus. It was not surprising, because close combat magic was not popular at all. His thoughts were interrupted by Layla. She said that he should teach her how to create the magic blade he had shown her earlier. The hero explained that it was not difficult. It all depended on her level of mana control. In fact, this was true. Close combat magic could be used in different ways depending on the circumstances. If he could fully master close-range magic, then he would be able to fully counteract the dissipation of the evil god Windrake's magic. In order to gain another advantage over the evil god, something else must be done. Earlier, the guy met with his teacher, and one day he started taking off his gloves. When the hero saw what was hidden under them, he couldn't believe it. He shouted that it was simply impossible. After all, the old man had marks of two completely different paths on his hands. In fact, a person can usually choose only one of the paths. The mentor had the magic of summoning in his right hand, but Setsuna had never seen the mark on his left hand. So he asked the director what the note on his hand was. His interlocutor said he would tell him when the time came. He told him about it only because it was Setsuna and not someone else. In the end, the director never explained anything to the guy. This man was killed almost immediately after the evil god appeared. It turns out that the evil god simply sensed danger, just like the main character. The danger that emanated from the director's second magical path. This means that the guy must learn this secret in order to change his fate. His thoughts were interrupted by Layla, who informed him that their unit was there. So, together with her, the guy quickly rushed there. On the way, he was still thinking that the problem was that he had no idea how to get the director's recognition in his current state. Soon they finally reached the threshold. There, they were met by a bald man who seemed to be very angry. He told Setsuna that he was very pleased to see that he was late for class because he was hanging out with girls. Layla immediately tried to justify herself and say that it was all her fault. But the man interrupted her and said that he didn't even want to hear their excuses, regardless of his past achievements. At this point, the guy is worthless. After all, now that he had gone to the melee mage faculty, he had become nothing but trash. The hero couldn't stand it and immediately pushed the man's hand away. He told him that those were very rude words. After all, he was probably their professor now. Was he not at all proud of the melee magic he taught? The professor was indignant. Was he really asking if he was proud? He was just a brat. How dare he talk to his professor like that? The man was truly indignant. The boy explained that close combat magic still had untapped potential. And he believed that? With these words, he only angered the man more. He's just a cheeky kid. How I want to break his cocky nose. The professor, of course, said nothing and simply turned away, saying that he was too talkative, because he went to his students and asked them to show him all this in practice. At that moment, one of the students tried to hit the stone. It seemed that he had actually hit it hard, but he realized that it was all nonsense because there was no reaction at all. The hero asked why they weren't doing it. The new mentor explained that this was the first test necessary to determine the boy's rank in the class. Inside this black stone is a crystal, and the students need to extract this crystal as quickly as possible. Those who fail will be punished. An hour had already passed, and none of these scoundrels had achieved anything. The students shouted that he could say whatever he wanted, but this stone was really very hard. How could they possibly destroy this stone with the magic they currently possessed? Some were even convinced that their professor was so angry only because he had not been given a promotion. His partner asked him to be quiet, because the professor might hear them, and then they would be in trouble. At that moment, the man brought the main character and announced that there was another free stone here. It was time for Setsuna to show what close combat magic was capable of. He would only have 10 minutes to do so. Layla was indignant, asking what he meant by only 10 minutes. It was impossible to break a black steel stone in such a short period of time. And didn't the professor think that this stone was much bigger than the others? The professor didn't care at all. However, while they were arguing, they only had 9 minutes left. The hero simply calmed the girl down and pushed her aside to let him pass. He walked over to the huge stone boulder without hesitation and touched it with his hand. Then he stood there for a while. The professor laughed. Had he lost his gift of speech? Well, if he bowed before him and apologized, he might give him a little extra time. Setsuna said he didn't need that, 10 seconds would be enough. His interlocutor indignantly asked what he was talking about. Layla also yelled at the guy that he was being reckless. The professor thought they were just fools. This block of black steel was not only large, but also had the highest density. Even he could only break such a stone in 30 minutes. Confident of his victory, he yelled at the guy that he wouldn't give him a second chance. Therefore, if he said he could do it in 10 seconds, then he should do it right now. Using the power of close combat magic, the hero said that he would now show him his strength. He thought that in order to earn the director's recognition, he needed to at least become the best in this class. So he couldn't let such a trifle prevent him from achieving his goal. Thinking about this, the guy delivered a pretty strong blow. But despite all his strength, there seemed to be no reaction. The professor only laughed louder, fueling his nonsense, as he thought this kid was only good at talking. I wonder what punishment to come up with for him for disobeying him as his teacher. He didn't even have time to say it, when suddenly the huge stone began to crack. Then it shattered into tiny pieces. The man simply couldn't believe it. A moment later, right in front of him was the magic stone that needed to be retrieved from this huge boulder. Setsuna declared that everything was just as he had said, and he had done it in just 10 seconds. This only surprised his interlocutor even more. Layla, like the man, couldn't believe that this guy had really done it. Moreover, the others couldn't believe that such a huge boulder had been destroyed in such a short period of time. In that case, was Setsuna really stronger than the professor? The professor immediately began shouting that he would never recognize his result. He knew exactly where he had cheated. This stone was so hard that no one could have destroyed it in 10 minutes. And he did it in just 10 seconds, so it was obvious that something was fishy. Setsuna was surprised that it took 10 whole minutes for such a stone. If so, maybe the professor himself should change his profession and become a student again. The man wanted to yell at him again, but suddenly someone addressed Zachary. Whoever it was approached him and grabbed him by the head, asking if he was mocking the students again. It turned out that these men were the head professor, Lionel. Yawning, the chief professor was indignant that these people had woken him up. Zachary should understand that this guy wasn't actually cheating. He had simply read the flow of mana inside the stone. After that, he simply struck its weakest point. Zachary seems to be trying to appear like a professor, even though he doesn't understand such obvious things. The man knew that it would be bad for him if he spoke, so he just kept quiet. Lionel drew everyone's attention to himself. He announced that Professor Zachary was going to show them how to defend themselves using mana. If he trained regularly, he definitely wouldn't die from something like that. The man shouted that it was his fault and asked them to wait a second. He wouldn't do that again, would he? Lionel didn't listen to him at all and delivered a crushing blow. As a result, Zachary's body flew a long distance. This man seemed interesting to the guy. Even after breaking through the barrier, his level of strength was truly enormous. I wonder who he is. He's not like other people at all. At that moment, the chief professor approached the main character. His name is Setsuna or something like that. And he's actually not bad at all. His technique is actually quite good for a novice in close combat magic. Let him keep trying his best. Setsuna told the professor that just because he is a melee magician doesn't mean he is inferior to the others. He will become the strongest by using melee combat to his advantage. With these words, he made his interlocutor smile. The professor said that he actually had a good attitude. If he wanted to learn something, he should just say so, and he would teach him everything. Lionel couldn't believe that there was someone else in the world as dumb as him, who was mentally similar to him. He assumed that the others had already made their choice to participate in the competition. But now it seemed that an unexpected dark horse had appeared. After a while, the man asked his students for permission to introduce himself properly. He is not the head professor here. The man welcomes all students to the melee magic department. In fact, he is uncomfortable telling them this so soon. But they need to choose a representative to participate in the exchange competition. The exchange competition is a major event in which 8 magic faculties compete for honor and prestige. One representative is selected from each faculty, and the winner is determined in a tournament format. Before his regression, the main character won the exchange competition as a representative of the long-range combat faculty. It was after this that he earned the recognition of the director himself. This means that he cannot miss such an opportunity to earn his trust. His attention was soon drawn to a fragment of the black remaining stone. At that moment, Lionel revealed that Setsuna was not the only one who had passed this test. Before these guys came here, someone had already extracted the crystal. What's more, he did it not with magic, but with his bare fists. The hero realized that these fragments belonged to that stone. So did they come from the same place where that guy was sitting? The professor turned to a man named Drago Oakreed. He asked him to come closer to the others. The strong man complied with his request. On the way, he noticed the hero, which meant that he was the man named Setsuna Cromwell. I wonder why he chose the path of close combat magic when he could have chosen any other path. The hero explained that it was because there were things he could only achieve with close combat magic. Dragos interrupted him, telling him to cover his mouth. Was he really going to do that with his weak body? For generations, the Drago family had excelled exclusively in close combat magic. He had also spent 17 years training his body for the same purpose. Using his strength, this guy delivered a blow that flew past Setsuna, who didn't even flinch for a second. But the others felt the destructive force of this blow, because the wind knocked them off their feet. Drago wanted the hero to fight him. He would not allow a person who had become a close combat mage just for fun to represent them. Setsuna had indeed heard this man's name in his past life. And it was during these very competitions. He was the only famous person from the melee faculty. Therefore, he was happy to fight such a person and agreed without hesitation. Lionel was also glad that they had come to an understanding. In that case, it would take place in a week. Drago left, but before he did, he told the guy not to even think about running away during the week. If he was really a close combat mage, then he should fight to the death. The ordinary students began to discuss who would be the winner of this duel. No matter how talented Setsuna was, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Drago. After hearing the conversations, Layla asked if Setsuna could win. He replied that he couldn't. Due to Drago's trained physique, Setsuna couldn't compete with him in his current state. But he has a secret plan. The girl was curious about where he was going. She was so curious that she followed him. Soon they found themselves in a place that was quite interesting, but at the same time surprising for the girl. It was a huge tree. I wonder what this place is. The main character said that it was a secret training place that only he knew about, and it was here that they were going to become 3 times stronger. The tree standing in front of Layla seemed very huge to her. It must be the sacred tree that is over 1,000 years old. In fact, a large amount of energy radiated from this tree. Setsuna thought that this time he would finally get recognition. The girl, in turn, became curious about what this light was. The hero explained that it was the blessing of the sacred tree. It is given only to those whom the tree itself has recognized. Thanks to this sacred attribute, the hero will be able to restore his own mana. He found this place long before his regression, of course. He went on to say that while he was here, he wouldn't have to worry about his mana running out. So in principle, he could train here until he reached his limit. Layla was delighted, but Drago is a natural melee mage. Still, Setsuna helped her get her brooch back, and now it was her turn to help him. So she was going to go on a reconnaissance mission right now. Soon, the events moved to the training room of the melee magic faculty. Attention everyone, someone has attracted your attention. Of course it was Drago, who was lifting huge weights. Layla even thought he was crazy. After a while, the guy turned to the professor. He asked him if the other black stones were in the courtyard. Lionel, a little alarmed, asked if he was going to destroy them all. Drago asked him not to worry and explained that he was not going to destroy them. He just wants to borrow them. He tied these stones to his back. With them, he began to do push-ups. Layla still thought it was impossible. It must be some kind of joke. She was sure that this guy could kill a person with just one blow. That's why she was worried about Setsuna. Would he be all right? At that moment, the main character was still standing near the sacred tree. There he sat and studied a book. This book was not easy. It was a book about martial arts. Layla interrupted the guy's studies. She was confused and asked if he still had time to relax. She had just seen with her own eyes how Drago did push-ups using 5 black stones as weights. Did he even understand what this meant? The hero replied that he understood everything, and that this was to be expected. He knew that Drago would train in this way. The girl shouldn't worry, it was all part of his plan. Directing energy to his eyes, the guy began to study the magic book more quickly. His interlocutor still did not understand what he meant. The guy explained that physical strengthening is, in essence, strengthening and controlling the nervous system with the help of mana. It can be assumed that if a person wants to strengthen their legs, they simply need to focus their mana on them. And if they want to strengthen their arms, they need to focus their mana on them. But if someone wants to improve their memory, they simply need to focus their mana on their head. This was not the first magic book the guy had read. He said that after someone learns all the techniques, they need to be put into practice. So the boy headed forward to the place where the leaf was flying from the tree. He noticed it and decided to act. As a result, he destroyed it into small pieces with a sharp kick. But he didn't stop there and continued training, using the mana blade. Layla still found it unbelievable. She said it was wonderful, she had never heard of such a method. But Setsuna said that was not all. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain that swept through his body. Because of this, his coordination immediately weakened, and he almost fell. Worried about him, the girl ran closer, and she saw the terrible wound on his arm. Setsuna said that he was fine. He was just pushing his body to the limit with such physical exertion, and now he just needed to focus on accelerating the healing of his body. He actually healed the wound on his arm quickly. He said that this way he would be able to become stronger in the shortest possible time. Layla still insisted that he didn't need to exhaust himself so much. There were other ways to become stronger. The guy objected, saying that wasn't true. He couldn't catch up with Drago by taking half measures. After all, he had been training in close combat magic for years. Over the next week, the young man would have to repeat the process of destruction and healing at least 1,000 times. The girl couldn't believe it. Could it really be that many times? After all, just one time had led to such terrible wounds. The main character smiled when he heard this, realizing that this was not entirely true. These trainings reminded him of that time, when he was still in the orphanage. At that time, he couldn't use any magic. So he spent every day training. And of course, he failed many times. But despite everything, he continued to train hard. And then he succeeded. Even though his progress was slow, he still got better step by step. So he told Layla that it was okay as long as it allowed him to become stronger. So he started training together with his girlfriend. They used the same techniques, although it was difficult for Layla. But despite everything, she continued to train hard alongside her boyfriend. Then one day, the girl thought about what she had been told, that Setsuna only had talent. But now she saw what kind of training he was doing. The guy did push-ups with 5 stones, just like Drago did. And he had already done more than 10 sets. In fact, Setsuna was trying much harder than any of the other students. Time flew by unnoticed, and the hour of battle had already arrived. Dragos was a little surprised, meaning that Setsuna had run away after all. The main character smiled and replied that he had no intention of doing so. After all, he was going to be the representative of their faculty. Lionel was the judge of the match, and he asked if the participants were ready. They both nodded, confirming their readiness. So the judge ordered them to begin, and the main character rushed into battle. He was the first to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent, but the latter blocked it with his hands. Setsuna did not stop and continued to attack with his foot. His kick was actually quite strong, and as a result, he pushed his opponent a long way. However, his opponent simply defended himself and did not suffer any serious injuries. The hero thought that Drago had blocked all his attacks with his mana. Soon, he saw that his opponent had concentrated his mana in his hands. Therefore, he realized that an attack was being prepared against him. And so it happened. Drago rapidly closed in on him. He was going to attack with his strongest weapon, his fists. It seemed to those present that this blow was aimed directly at the main character's head. The force of the blow was, of course, tremendous, so even the spectators had a hard time. Layla was terrified, thinking that something might have happened to Setsuna. After the blow, a large cloud of dust rose. When it cleared, the main character appeared and seemed to be fine. The audience couldn't believe it. Had they really only recently chosen their path? Setsuna noted that he understood everything. If he missed even one direct hit, he would lose immediately. Drago had no intention of talking to him. He attacked with his other hand. But the main character was able to easily recover from this attack as well. His opponent was not only powerful but also sharp. He still managed to hit the guy's body. Setsuna, in turn, blocked the blow with his hands. Dragos didn't understand what was happening. Why was he only defending himself? He actually kept attacking, while Setsuna counterattacked. not going on the offensive, but only defending himself. Therefore, Drago stated that, in the end, the young man remained weak. It seemed that this was all he was truly capable of. The situation even made Layla think. Could it be that after all this wonderful training, he was still weaker than Drago? And the tension on the battlefield was growing. Lionel, watching everything that was happening, thought that at first glance it might seem that Setsuna was being pushed back. However, it was not that simple. Drago decided to attack with his foot. Despite his strength and sharpness, the hero managed to block the blow. This made his opponent angry. Lionel thought that this guy perfectly reflected every blow thanks to his mana control. Drago did not stop his attacks, even though they were not successful. As he continued to do so, he noted that these representatives of the elite always looked down on them, the masters of the path, who were skilled in close combat. Drago and his father were born into a family that excelled only in close combat magic. I wonder if Setsuna can imagine how much humiliation they have suffered so far. Therefore, he would definitely change this attitude with his own hands. Speaking of this, he summoned his spirit sword. The main character immediately did the same. As a result, with spiritual weapons in their hands, the opponents rushed at each other. Their blades clashed in combat. They skillfully parried each other's blows and landed new strikes. Soon, Drago even jumped up to deliver another blow. The main character did not lose his composure. He was ready for this. He simply jumped away from where the blow was delivered. But the enemy immediately followed him to deliver another blow, so Setsuna had to defend himself again. In the process, he thought about what he had heard recently. The conversation of those guys who were discussing what he was now sure of. They thought he had chosen this path just to stand out, but now he would definitely learn his lesson. Remembering this, he even told the fight that he understood him a little, but he still needed to know something. With these words, he went on the counterattack. He stated that both of them wanted to achieve much more than they had now. His interlocutor did not understand what he was talking about at all. He was confused by this, and also by the fact that his spiritual weapon had been quickly destroyed. So Setsuna said that they were striving to get much more. This made him smile. After that, he gathered his thoughts and attacked again. The main character, as usual, dodged the attack. Now he had become so fast that in an instant he was behind his enemy. It was a physical enhancement called acceleration. Setsuna delivered a powerful blow, so Drago had to defend himself again. Layla thought admiringly that it had worked. Lionel reflected that despite Drago's outstanding abilities, Setsuna's mana control and potential were clearly unmatched. It even became interesting to find out which of them would actually win. The hero understood that he needed to add something else to his enemy's high defense, so he focused his attention on the attack. Dragos didn't waste any time and summoned his spiritual weapon again. After that, he instantly delivered another powerful blow. As usual, the main character dodged it, but this was followed by another swift attack. This meant that Drago had decided to put all his mana into this blow. Setsuna realized that this blow was dangerous, so he had to move away again. A moment later, he saw that he was right at the edge of the arena. It turned out that this was Drago's cunning plan. The guy was glad that he had finally managed to corner Setsuna. Now there was clearly no escape for him. After that, the guy used something, and his strength increased several times over, and his muscles began to grow. Layla was confused, not understanding what was going on. Gaining new strength, Drago immediately attacked, confident of victory. Meanwhile, the main character remained completely calm and stayed where he was. When the blow finally reached his body, it seemed to dissipate, and the blow passed right through him. Dragos was confused, not understanding what this was. Was it a residual image? Setsuna was upstairs at the time. He noted that if you pour mana into the same place for long enough, you can leave a residual image behind you for a short time. He sped up again for a moment and found himself behind his opponent. Although Drago noticed him and was about to launch a counterattack, the hero informed him that it was already over. Because while the guy was just getting ready to attack him, he had already been dealt a powerful blow. As a result, the fighter felt intense pain throughout his body. Those present could not believe what was really happening. Lionel saw everything perfectly. So Setsuna decided to counterattack, using his opponent's fierce attack to his advantage. They were both good, but now everything was clear, and so he declared the battle over. The winner was Setsuna Cromwell, because his opponent was lying on the ground. Layla and some of the students were happy about this, although some couldn't believe what had happened. Surprisingly, for many, Drago was still conscious, and his body began to move. The students couldn't believe it. Could he really get back on his feet after such a blow? How persistent he was. Even though the guy was beaten up, he gradually got to his feet. He realized that the last blow he had received was not like a blow from a mana blade. Setsuna had clearly changed its structure so as not to inflict fatal wounds. To his surprise, The guy saw that Setsuna was offering him a helping hand. Dragos only asked him to answer one question. What was he fighting for? The hero replied that he was fighting so that he would not lose to anyone, and also so that no one would take anything away from him, and that's why he's going to become stronger than anyone else. These were incredible words that Drago did not expect to hear. Now everything is clear to him. He is truly strong. Drago said that he fully lives up to his reputation. The other guy was defeated, and he realizes it. Drago's strength could be a great help in the battle against the evil god. The professor approached his recent opponents. He thinks that Setsuna himself noticed that he was losing to Drago in close combat. But despite this, Setsuna was chosen as their representative for the next competition. Several days passed after this event. The head professor announced that the time had come. Representatives from different facilities needed to meet face-to-face before the competition. It sounds strange coming from him, but he should behave himself. The hero agreed. He entered the locked door and closed it behind him. Then he noticed the people present. There were many people sitting there who also noticed him. One of the guys even remarked, "Is that really a representative from the loser faculty?" He probably decided to voluntarily show his shame, and the other guy was impressed by that. Setsuna saw a mark on his hand. It seemed that this guy was not a representative of the enchantment faculty. The guy continued to say that he probably understood what he was talking about. After all, he was the representative of the pathetic faculty. The enchantment mage approached the main character and stepped on his foot. Then he said that he would be his opponent in the first round. After all, everyone knows that in the last 100 years, there has not been a single victory for the melee magic faculty. They are pathetic, worthless people who can continue to remain on the very edge of the Academy's territory, and also continue to pump their muscles until they die. He, on the other hand, was going to reach the top and would do everything to achieve that. His words were interrupted by a sharp pain in his leg. The bespectacled individual noticed that Setsuna had stepped on his foot. He said that it seemed like the guys from the enchantment department had a very peculiar way of greeting other people. Probably something like that. After saying this, he stepped even harder on his interlocutor's foot. This made the enchantment mage cry out in pain. He's a bastard for doing something like that. The main character explained that it didn't matter to him whether they had won it all in the last 100 years or not, because this year, the melee magic department would win, and he would make sure of it himself. His interlocutor had to back down, after which he shouted at Setsuna not to talk nonsense. At the moment of their argument, someone entered the room. It was the academy director. He said that there was nothing wrong with such passion. However, they still had to wait for the competition to begin to find out the winner's name. Those present immediately stood up humbly and stood as if nothing had happened. The hero thought that everything was happening exactly as it had in his previous life. The director, whom he had been so eager to see, finally arrived. Representatives of their respective branches of magic lined up in front of him. The pink-haired girl said that it was a great honor for her to meet the director. She would do her best to show him what she was capable of during the competition between the faculties. This girl's name was Carol, and she was a representative of the summoner faculty. Setsuna remembered her well from his previous life. She was just as friendly as ever. She was a formidable opponent with whom he had a fierce battle during the previous competition. Of course, the hero emerged victorious that time, but he should be on his guard this time as well. The director told the students that first of all, he would like to congratulate them on receiving representative rights from each faculty. He was sincerely glad that 8 talented people had gathered here with him today. In fact, he thought they had already heard about it. The competition between the departments would take the form of one-on-one battles. All opponents were determined at random. The first battle will feature close combat magic. It specializes in hand-to-hand combat. It also includes enchantment magic, which allows mana to be infused into objects, bringing them to life. The second battle will feature healing magic. It works real miracles, supporting allies on the battlefield. It will be opposed by ranged magic, which allows you to defeat your opponent without letting them get close to the mage. As for the third battle, the first opponent will be formation magic. It allows you to fill magical arrays with various powers. Its opponent is summoning magic, which allows you to command mythical beasts from other worlds. And finally, in the fourth battle, a special magic that defies classification will appear. It will be opposed by alchemy magic, which allows you to change various substances. These competitions can be considered a practical lesson in studying the mind and various faculties. The competitions, in turn, will begin in 10 days. Until then, students must decide whether they will study new magic to defeat their opponents, or focus on rest so they can go into battle with all their strength. The director is looking forward to seeing their fighting spirit. Carol and the others were inspired by his speech. After that, they bowed to the principal, and he prepared to leave. Setsuna realized that this was the only place where he could talk freely with the director. So when he stepped out into the hallway, he followed him and asked for his attention. The old man looked at him, for he was a representative of the melee magic faculty. The young man introduced himself as Setsuna Krovmel. He wanted to ask the director something. If he won the competition, would the director teach him his magic? The director was surprised, because he specialized only in close combat magic, didn't he? In that case, he didn't think he would be able to reveal himself in summoning magic. The main character objected, saying he was talking about a different kind of magic. His interlocutor couldn't believe it and was stunned. Then he got angry and became more serious. Setsuna immediately felt the pressure from the director's magic emanating around him. The old man indignantly asked how he knew that. The hero thought that it was just terrifying mana, which meant that his interlocutor was clearly on guard. But this second magic was hope in the fight against the evil god, and the guy would never be able to come back here again. In the end, the hero said he couldn't name the reason, but the victory of the candidate from the melee magic faculty for the first time in 100 years would definitely overturn his understanding of the common sense of this world. The director himself hoped for this. After these words, the old man said nothing, and so they stood there for a while, looking at each other. Only after a while did the director ask what he was up to. However, it didn't matter. On the day he became the winner of the competition, he would tell him about the second magic mark. The hero exhaled and bowed to his interlocutor. He was grateful to him for this opportunity. The old man noted that he should not think it would be easy. Setsuna, in turn, replied that he was so confident that he could do it. Finally, the man said that this was the right attitude and left him. After a while, the hero sat and reflected that he had a simple school life 10 years later in such peaceful times. This bun looks really delicious. He would have to thank Layla for telling him about it. There were only 10 days left until the competition. The guy needed to do everything he could to prepare for it. Suddenly someone shouted that it was unnecessary and was about to hit Setsuna. The hero in turn reacted and blocked the blow, which came from his blind spot. It turned out to be enchantment magic, and he was attacked by a golem. And the wizard turned out to be the same bespectacled man with whom Setsuna had had an altercation. The guy was surprised and was about to strike him from his blind spot. The hero realized that it was a golem. The guy must have brought it to life with his magic. I wonder what he's up to. His opponent was angry, and they continued what they hadn't finished this time. There was no need to set up a competition because he was a pathetic close-range fighter. After that, the guy used his magic again, and he asked how Setsuna dared to put him in such an awkward position. The main character objected, saying that he himself was to blame for this. Just as they were about to fight, other students came out into the square. The spellcaster was indignant, as it would be unpleasant if others found out that he was bullying a pathetic neighbor. So he quickly dispelled his magic and the golems immediately disappeared. Then he got ready to leave and asked the hero to prepare properly for their fight. Setsuna thought that he was truly talented. He managed to provide me with so much material and even a name to control. But how could he just leave like that, dropping someone else's bun? What a loss. The next day, the melee magic wizards gathered around their teacher. Lionel announced that today they would begin preparing for the competition. He suggested analyzing yesterday's fight between Drago and Setsuna. Did the guys understand that they were not lacking anything? The two of them said they understood everything. The head professor suggested starting with Drago. He said that he had lost control of his mana and his emotions. Lionel was curious to hear what Setsuna had to say about it. The hero said that he lacked basic power and was inferior to Drago in pure strength. The professor noted that they had responded well by acknowledging their weaknesses, which was the first step toward growth. He then suggested that they start improving their skills today with a small fight. Suddenly, Layla turned to the instructor. She asked if this fight would be a training session before the competition. The man noted that this was a good question. Setsuna's opponent would be Null from the enchantment faculty. According to Setsuna, he was capable of creating several golems for both attack and defense. Since golems have physical bodies, their fighting style will be very similar to that of melee mages. Today, Lionel is going to give each of them a task. Drago will focus on speed. Acting like several golems, he will attack from all sides. Setsuna, on the other hand, will deflect his attacks and try to counterattack at the same time. Soon, Drago asked the guy to get ready. This time it won't be like last time. The hero noted that he was looking forward to it. And then, a moment later, his opponent rushed into battle. Despite the sharpness and power of the blow, he managed to dodge the fist. But Drago planned a follow-up attack. He understood that everything was going well for him. The hero saw his smile and realized that something was wrong. A moment later, Drago attacked not with his right hand, as planned, but with his left. Setsuna, of course, defended himself, but this time it wasn't so smooth. Why didn't he understand why his reaction was so slow? Lionel praised Drago. He had actually balanced speed and power well. The guy, like a boxer, began to dodge and prepare for the next attack. This time he struck with his right hand, and the hero defended again. Then he noticed that the next blow would be a left hook. But a moment later, it became clear to him that it was a feint, and that was indeed the case, because his opponent attacked again with his right hand. This time, Lionel praised Setsuna for his correct decision. Now he needed to dodge and counterattack. That's what the main character was going to do. He dodged another blow. Then he counterattacked, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Some time passed, and he lay on the ground, breathing heavily, just like Drago was lying there. The guy said it was actually a good fight. Lionel approached the guys and told them that they both moved well. At this rate, in a few days, they would be able to fight 4 or 5 golems at once. The hero said that it didn't matter how much he trained. It would all be in vain if he weakened his defense. The head professor was pleased that the guy was learning so quickly. Drago knows the basics of close combat, but Setsuna has exceptional intuition. After a short while, the announcer declared that the time had finally come, and this is the 781st competition between the faculties of Elmridge Magic. I wonder which of the 8 representatives will be the strongest. The first fight was about to begin, and Setsuna and Null entered the arena. Some guy was walking around asking the audience who they would bet on. People were outraged, saying that it couldn't even be called betting, because close combat is too popular with her. The long-range mage who fought the main character wanted him to win. He bet on him as a dark horse. Even Akhtar and the long-range magic faculty came to this fight with their teacher. Some thought he seemed very relaxed before such a match. Although if everything went smoothly, he would have to face the winner of this fight. Soon, the announcer announced that the conditions of the fight would change each time in this competition. And this time it wouldn't be so simple either. It was a desert. Null was excited about the prospect of this battle, and Setsuna seemed indifferent. Most, of course, supported Null in this fight. They wanted to see his opponent crushed like a bug in the sand. It was good that he was fighting the underdogs right now. Layla was indignant, calling them too loud. Now they would see whether Setsuna was an underdog or not. The main character was pleased to see Lionel stop the girl from fussing unnecessarily. Another moment passed, and the announcer declared that the first fight was about to begin. When that happened, Null took something out. It was some kind of stone. He asked if Setsuna knew what it was. The hero replied that it was a copper stone. His companion confirmed his words, but to be precise, it was from this stone that the guy's golems were created. Dropping the stone into the sand, Null began to use his magic to create a golem. As a result, a stone monster appeared from the sand. The guy said that he didn't even need any other weapons, just these golems. Then he showed a bag containing a large number of these copper stones. He said that Setsuna had no chance if he scattered all these copper stones around the perimeter. Of course, large stone golems immediately appeared in huge numbers. Layla simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. How did he manage to create so many golems? Null himself began to explain. He said that he could create golems endlessly in this area. Therefore, the main character would not be able to get close to him. Many actually began to discuss that the outcome of this battle was already decided before it even began. After all, Setsuna really shouldn't have chosen to engage in close combat, and now he would pay for it. Null said that if Setsuna had something to say right now, he should do it as quickly as possible. The hero actually started to say something, but he did so slowly and quietly. So his interlocutor had to listen carefully. And then Setsuna said loudly that it was very boring for him. He really didn't think that this would be his opponent's trump card. Of course, these words greatly angered Togo. He asked who he was to say such things. Since he was so arrogant, then fine. Null ordered his golems to crush this guy immediately. They all rushed together to attack the main character, who stood completely calm. Soon, a fight broke out and dust rose, so that the spectators could not understand what was happening. Null laughed, anticipating his victory. Soon his opponent would learn the lesson he had failed to understand. The spectators were confused at this point, not understanding what had happened. Nothing could be seen because of that damn cloud of dust. The stone golems continued their attacks in large numbers, but their numbers, as well as their strength, helped me, because the main character easily dealt with them. And after he did that, he announced that he could even cut through black steel stone. His opponents simply couldn't believe it. His creations were actually particularly durable. But none of this was scary at all, because he had said earlier that he could create as many golems as he wanted. And Setsuna continued to say that close combat magic is the strongest magic for close combat. It doesn't matter how many golems his opponent creates if that's all he's capable of. It's nothing. And in that case, the hero would never lose. With these words, he rushed into battle, destroying the stone creatures. He was really serious and easily dealt with them, destroying them one by one. Null was outraged, immediately reaching for his bag and saying that in that case, there would be many more golems next time. But it was no longer his destiny to create these creatures, because before his eyes he saw the main character, who was about to attack him, and said that he was unlucky with his opponent. A moment after hearing these words, Null received a powerful blow directly to the head. As a result, he couldn't withstand the pressure, and his body flew to the side like a sack. The spectators still did not understand what was happening. They could not see anything at all because of the cloud of dust. Everyone froze when the announcer said that the cloud of dust was clearing, and he was about to announce the winner. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that Setsuna Cromwell had won. The hero was genuinely happy. He had managed to win in his very first fight. But he wasn't the only one who was happy. Layla was perhaps even happier than he was. The same could not be said for those who believed in Null's victory. Was this some kind of joke? The melee faculty had won? How many years had passed since they had been convinced of this amazing feat? Suddenly someone suggested that perhaps the more golems a person creates, the faster they tire. But what the hell? That means Null just got tired, probably. It seems that in a normal situation, Setsuna would never have won. So he just got lucky. At that moment, the professor of long-range magic was very angry, because he knew that Null wasn't exhausted. Oh, that damn Setsuna Cromwell. In the end, even Akhtar became interested in this very interesting close combat. If that was really the case, then he needed to play it safe. The announcer kept saying that the fierce battle was continuing. It was time for the second fight. At that moment, the hero approached Clay, who praised him for his excellent fight. I wonder if he wants to watch the next match. Setsuna confirmed this, thinking that maybe he would be able to see something there. He saw that the recruitment faculty was now fighting, as well as the formation faculty. The announcer commenting on the fight said that Carol, as a representative of the summoning faculty, was currently winning. The formation mage, on the other hand, was constantly trying to get closer. He was actually rushing forward, forming each platform beneath him. The hero thought that despite the difficult situation, the formation mage's movements were incredible. Perhaps even he himself could do something like that. Suddenly, Layla said that the movements of other magical disciplines were also very impressive. However, she still wanted to become stronger in close combat magic. The hero was actually curious as to why she had chosen close combat magic. After all, there were other disciplines as well. The girl explained that she had once been saved by a melee mage. At the time, she was playing with her younger brother in the forest. Suddenly, a ferocious grizzly bear attacked them. At that moment, she thought it was the end for them. However, a melee mage rushed to their aid. Ever since then, the girl had dreamed of this. She wanted to save the people around her and wanted to become stronger. That's why she has this dream, but it probably sounds too childish. Setsuna objected that he didn't really think so. As long as she follows the call of her heart, we can only become stronger. The girl was embarrassed. Now everything was clear to her. While they were chatting, Leo approached them. He greeted the girl. After all, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. This guy's name is Leo Ferry Elmcreast. He was second in strength in the long-range magic faculty. The guy said he had seen the main character's first battle. It's incredible. He's even strong in close combat magic. And who is that next to him? Could it be his girlfriend? Probably true. Layla was embarrassed and said that wasn't the case. She was just a friend, and it would be better to leave them alone now. Setsuna didn't understand what had happened to her, and why she had suddenly left. By the way, he didn't expect Leo to become the representative of his long-range magic faculty. After all, he should have easily defeated Akhtar. His interlocutor explained that it might seem like he was making excuses, but Setsuna should be more careful with his dirty tricks. Because that guy had tricked him and became a representative after that. The hero said that everything was clear to him. He understood that Akhtar was one of those people who would do anything to win. In that case, it seemed that he couldn't let his guard down. And in fact that was true, because his future opponent was already plotting something to defeat Setsuna. After a while, the announcer said that it was time for the first fight of the second round. It would be between representatives of the long-range combat faculty and the close-range combat faculty. The terrain this time would also be definitely challenging. It was a real hell, where falling would mean the end. Dragos noted that in this arena, even getting close to the opponent would be incredibly difficult. Leonard also said that this terrain was definitely too advantageous for the opponent. At this time, Akhtar was talking to his professor. He said that he expected the head of the long-range combat faculty to be capable of such a thing. It turned out to be a mere trifle for him to arrange everything. The man replied that he just really wanted to teach this kid a lesson. He was going to make him regret his choice of close combat magic. The student said that everything was fine. Now he just needed to come to the fight. Soon, the announcer nervously noted that the fight should have already begun. But the representative of close combat was still not there, and he was asked to enter the arena. If he did not do so within 5 minutes, he would be awarded a technical defeat. Lionel Drago and the other representatives of close combat magic were surprised. Akhtar, on the other hand, was happy about what had happened. He knew what had happened. It had happened about 10 minutes ago in the break room. Layla came to Setsuna, knocked on the door, and announced that it was her. The second fight was about to begin any minute. "I wonder how he feels." The hero simply replied that he was fine, but the girl should not touch that vase. She was surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. Setsuna explained that it was a magical item that activated upon contact, and most likely it would completely drain her mana. Layla became wary and asked why he had put it there. The hero explained that it was a trap that was aimed at him. It wasn't even the first one, but the 7th. The girl was surprised by the number of traps and wondered if he was all right. It turned out that Setsuna had avoided all these attempts, so it didn't matter. He knew that all this was Akhtar's doing. His rival was quite clever, leaving no clues behind. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts and the conversation itself were interrupted when someone knocked loudly on the door. The hero went out to see, and it turned out to be children. They brought him a bouquet of flowers. Layla came downstairs. Were all these flowers from them? Then the boy said that this man had asked them to give them to him. He pointed toward the hallway, but no one was there. The girl suggested that it was a fan of Setsuna, although he could have given the flowers himself. The child explained that he said he was too shy. Suddenly, the bouquet of flowers fell to the ground. The girl who was holding it grabbed her head and said that for some reason her head was spinning. A strange dark energy emanated from her, which the main character sensed. During the war, he had seen similar spots countless times. It was very dangerous, so he immediately threw the bouquet aside. Layla asked in confusion what was going on. The hero explained that these were not flowers, but venom, a poisonous plant. The boy who had just been talking to them also started coughing. Literally all the children who had come into contact with this plant felt very ill. Setsuna was really angry because that guy was dragging children into this, so he was willing to go that far. The hero said that if immediate treatment was not started, the damage to the body would be irreversible. But he understood that it would not be easy to find a healer who could deal with this poison. The girl asked if it was really that serious. Setsuna said that it was indeed serious. Layla had better stay away, because there was a chance that she could be infected by this poison just by being near the source of the infection. The girl realized that it was indeed serious. Then she reached into her pocket and said that everything was fine. He could give her the children. Setsuna saw that very brooch in her hands. It was a magical item capable of accumulating mana. Layla said that her mother had put healing mana into this brooch for her, and so she began to use it to heal the children who were nearby. As a result of her actions, the poison that had spread throughout the children's bodies began to gradually disappear. The hero monitored the situation and saw that the spots were indeed disappearing. Layla noted that although her mother had given her this brooch just in case, now it was probably more necessary. The guy confirmed this and thanked her for what she was doing. Then he grabbed a bouquet of grayish plants and infused it with mana. As he ran away, he said that he wanted to deal with it then. Veninum becomes most toxic during flowering. The guy needs to get rid of it as soon as possible. If left in a crowded place, the toxins will eventually infect others. On the way, the poison oozing from the twisted plants began to spread through his body. This is bad, but if he wants to get rid of it, he needs to go there. The flowering of the poisonous plant only intensified. Then it reached its peak, and the hero simply threw the bouquet up. After that, he summoned the blade of his soul. He delivered a powerful and precise blow directly to the bouquet. Thanks to this, he was able to destroy it into very small pieces. Since he was near the sacred tree, it began to emit a strong aura. This helped the young man protect himself from the poisonous effects of this toxic plant. Meanwhile, the arena where the competition was to take place was in turmoil. Some were discussing the fact that the representative of the melee faculty was still not there. Perhaps he had simply run away. The announcer said that since the representative of the melee faculty had not arrived at the appointed time, he was now considered the loser, and Akhtar, in turn, became the winner. But suddenly someone shouted for everyone to stop. Those present turned their attention to the departure and saw the main character. He shouted that he had not given up and was going to fight Akhtar. The long-range magic wizard saw his condition and asked if he was really going to fight like that. It was his gift to him for passing the first round. It seemed that he was able to accept it after all. The hero said that this was how he did business. Innocent children had suffered because of his poison. His interlocutor pretended to be out of his mind. What does he mean by poison? What is he talking about? How quick-tempered he is, he's acting rather strangely. These brats should be happy that they were useful to the real elite. Of course, these words made the main character even angrier. The announcer began to say that the second participant had finally appeared. In that case, he announced the start of the second round. Akhtar immediately used a long-range spell called Storm Dance. The magical force with explosions immediately attacked the main character, who had to run away. Dragos wondered what was wrong with this guy. What had happened to him? It seemed that his mana was completely out of control at the moment. It turned out that the poison of Venomum had been cleansed by the protection of the sacred tree. However, the guy didn't have time to cleanse his body of it. While he was thinking about this, his opponent did not stop his attacks and attacked again. The hero had to flee from the epicenter of the explosion in order to avoid critical hits. Akhtar, in turn, shouted that this was not all. He was preparing another attack, which he launched at the main character. He had a hard time dodging, jumping over rocks. The commentator said that the melee fighter was getting more and more serious, and had gone completely on the defensive. The long-range magic professor was very pleased with this. It seemed that the training had been worth it after all. Setsune Cromwell should prepare for humiliation right now. The hero of these people did not listen. He just looked at the fact that the guide had not yet returned, and he hoped that everything would be fine with the children. Akhtar saw that the guy had lost his concentration. Was something bothering him? Setsuna didn't answer, but only prepared for the next battle. At this time, some spectators began to discuss how the melee fighter was just running back and forth. They thought he had no chance against the ranged mage. Continuing to attack, Akhtar even suggested that the guy give up. Setsuna, in turn, decided to block this attack with defensive mana. But soon he was stunned by the fact that his defensive barrier had disappeared somewhere. The enemy's attack had already reached him, so he had to defend himself with his bare hands. As a result, he suffered serious injuries. Of course, this could not fail to please Akhtar, and he laughed. He found it funny that Setsuna was really falling apart. The main character suggested that he finish him off in that case. His interlocutor understood what he was talking about. Setsuna explained that he should have simply avoided close combat with him, and just continued to attack him from a distance. But everything he had done before only provoked him into action. I wonder what he had in mind in that case. Akhtar did not expect him to lecture him on long-range combat tactics. Nevertheless, it was a very good observation, and clearly should not be underestimated. Let him just look around and understand everything. At that moment, the hero was standing on a small stone ledge, surrounded by boiling lava and nothing else. The audience couldn't understand how he did it at all. Akhtar said that he simply adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary risks. So that was his goal from the very beginning. Following these words, he cast a spell called Assault Cannon. The main character's allies understood that he was in a difficult situation. At that moment, Akhtar shouted that he was finished. Suddenly, Layla appeared in the stands. She drew Setsuna's attention to herself. She informed him that the children were fine. Of course, the guy was delighted. He exhaled and said that now he didn't need to worry about that. And by the way, now it was his turn to attack. At that moment, the guy's mana completely healed him, removing his wounds and the poison. Akhtar couldn't believe how he had recovered. Summoning his soul blade, Setsuna said that there was nothing special about it. It was just a normal physical enhancement. All this time while they were fighting, he had activated his cells to break down the poison. While his enemy was busy destroying one layer of earth after another, he did everything just as the guy had expected, like a regular coward. Akhtar was indignant. He shouldn't be so cocky. What could he do in this situation? The professor of magic and long-range combat said that it was true. He could do nothing. So let his subordinate kill him. Akhtar's storm cannon was fired directly at the guy at that moment. Setsuna realized that he had nowhere to run, and that there was very little time left. However, for his enemy, this would be the end in any case. When the storm cannon reached him, the guy struck it with his blade. The enemy's attack was incredibly strong, and the hero was wounded as a result. But despite everything, he still managed to repel the enemy's attack and sent it straight back at Akhtar. This greatly surprised the spellcaster himself. But not only him, his audience was also surprised. As a result, Akhtar had to defend himself from his own attack, although this was not particularly difficult for him, as a wizard of magic and long-range combat. After defusing his attack, he asked Setsuna if he really thought he wouldn't be able to nullify his own magic. It seemed that he had exhausted all his strategies. That meant it was all over. Suddenly he saw Setsuna right in front of him and covered his mouth. The hero said it was over for him. Did you really think he couldn't jump here? Akhtar was so stunned that he could only say that it was impossible. He knew what was about to happen. And that is exactly what happened. He was seriously injured. As a result, he lost consciousness, of course. The hero declared that if he wanted to change, he should ask the children for forgiveness. The announcer was a little surprised, but announced that Setsuna Cromwell was the winner. Drago and Lionel were happy that everything had gone well, but suddenly they saw something strange. The stones on which the participants were standing began to gradually crumble. Those present shouted that they were all falling. And indeed, the stones collapsed and began to fall into the lava along with the bodies of Akhtar and Setsuna. It seemed that a tragic accident was inevitable. The hero realized that his opponent was unconscious, and that was bad. Of course he couldn't let him die, so he strengthened his legs and arms to save him. How could this have happened? Suddenly, he heard the summoner's voice. It turned out that Carol had decided to help them by summoning her pet. The guy was delighted and realized that it was Carol's summoning magic. The spectators were also very happy for him. The rescue operation went well, and the wounded received first aid. Carol praised her pet for helping. Soon, the girl turned to Setsuna and said that he was one of them. That's why she thought he could manage without her help. The guy objected, saying that wasn't the case at all. She really did save him. Carol is a representative of the recruitment faculty. She is a contender for victory, and she also has talent and even her own fighting style. If she continues to win, the guy will face a very difficult battle with her. Some guys couldn't believe that the representative of close combat magic had won again. So, was it really not a fluke last time? If things continue in the same vein, it will be an unprecedented event. The academy director was also interested in the possibility of a legendary event happening. But the long-range magic professor was very upset. His student turned out to be a useless scoundrel. But let Setsuna Cromwell know that he will not forget this. When the hero returned to the podium, Layla praised him for doing a good job. Drago also joined the conversation and said that the girl had told them what had happened. It had actually been difficult for him. Setsuna was just curious about the children. It turned out that they were currently resting in the infirmary. The doctor said they would recover soon and everything would be fine. The hero said that was wonderful. It was a relief for him. As he rejoiced, he suddenly felt something strange. It was an incomprehensible feeling, as if a dark force had pierced him with cold. Trying to understand what it was, the guy began to look around. But unfortunately, he saw nothing. Layla became concerned, wondering if something was wrong. Setsuna simply replied that everything was fine. He still didn't understand what had just happened. It was as if a strong cold wind had blown. It was such dark magic, filled with a thirst for murder. But this couldn't happen in a normal competition. So what could it be? Some time passed, and the hero was training somewhere in the forest, breaking stones. The final of their competition was to take place in a week. But the guy was alarmed by this mysterious presence. He needed to come up with something new to counter it. This is the power he has been searching for. Suddenly, Lionel interrupted his thoughts. The man asked what had happened and why he had called him here. It turns out that the guy just wanted to ask the professor for advice again. Or should he call it Lionel's Comet Fist? His interlocutor was surprised when the young man called it that. Soon he smiled and said that the name brought back memories. I wonder where he heard about him. Setsuna realized that he was right. It was his professor. He had heard that name when he once joined the magic battalion before Regression, Comet Fist. Rumor had it that he was a melee mage capable of killing even the fiercest dragons with a single blow. By the time Setsuna entered service, he had already left the army, so they never got to fight together. The hero thought about this when they first met. But now he is sure that this is the same person. So he bowed before him and asked him to teach him his magic. Lionel smiled. It had been a long time since he had been called the Comet's Fist. It didn't matter to the hero. Of all the melee mages he had met, the professor was the strongest. The man did not understand why the young man was so obsessed with power. He was already quite strong. Setsuna explained that it wasn't enough. He didn't want to lose, even if his opponents were gods themselves. This attitude made the professor a little wary, but he was still pleased with his student. So he laughed and said that Setsuna was quite interesting. In that case, under normal circumstances, he would not want to teach this technique to anyone else who was still growing. After saying this, he began to gather energy directly in his fist. Setsuna felt a huge surge of mana. He gathered an incredible amount in his fist. The man was just gathering his strength, but there was already destruction in the area. He said that it was because of this technique that he was nicknamed the Comet Fist. This fist consumes too much mana, so he cannot use it very often. However, one strike would be enough, so he should watch carefully. Setsuna felt this destructive force, which prevented him from seeing everything around him. Soon the professor struck, destroying a huge area. This blow was very powerful. The hero was amazed. What power! Lionel said that this technique requires a constant supply of mana. It's not very suitable for one-on-one tournaments. He hoped that the guy was satisfied now. Setsuna confirmed that he would continue to rely on his teacher. The teacher said that was good, and suggested starting training right away. Let him follow along with him. He showed his turn, and a meeting with someone happened. The stranger said that first of all he would like to congratulate the girl on reaching the final. She thanked him for that. The stranger continued, saying that her opponent would be a melee mage, but he wanted to know how confident she was in her victory. Carol smiled and replied that victory or defeat depended on luck, but she would do everything in her power to win. Then she asked if he would like another cup of tea. The stranger agreed. Her companion agreed, and Carol had to get up to bring the tea. As she was doing so, the man took something out. It was a strange card, which he pulled toward the girl's back, exuding a strange, ominous aura. Carol felt a sharp pain in her neck. A strange mark appeared there from somewhere. As a result, the girl simply fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The man thought that if she won, then so be it. But if something suddenly changed, it would be bad. The main character's training with his new coach was in full swing. He delivered another blow and asked the head professor if he had done it right. Lionel could not even imagine that Setsuna would master it in just a week. Even he himself took more than 2 years to master this technique. Well, his student had learned the Comet kick. Although that's not the correct name for it, now it's a striking bullet. The main character was actually very happy. A little later, it was time for the final competition. This was announced by the same commentator. The crowd favorite, Carol from the summoning department. She will fight against the dark horse, Setsuna from the close combat magic department. Some spectators discussed who would actually win. The fat guy declared that Carol would definitely not lose, but the girl sitting next to him disagreed. The representative of close combat magic is also quite strong. She had become his fan during this time. The children whom the guy and Layla had helped also supported him. It turned out that the final battle would take place in the ruins of a temple, and in order to prevent damage that could occur during the battle, the mages of the formation set up a strong barrier to protect the spectators. Layla was excited. Finally, a landscape that would not put Setsuna at a disadvantage. Lionel hoped that would be the case. At that moment, the main character looked at the stands. He thought only that if he did win, the director would have to keep his promise. He would have to teach him his second mysterious magic. Suddenly, Carol said that she thought Setsuna was in a great mood. She began to encourage her pet and suggested that he give it his all. The commentator shouted that the long-awaited finale was beginning. After the start, the girl immediately summoned Fenrir. Appearing on the battlefield, the monster immediately attacked, exuding its energy. The main character had to dodge because this attack was very dangerous. It was a frost attack that resembled a snowstorm. Carol thought so. The hero works his feet well. But she won't give him a chance. She'll take a break anyway. Seeing several attacks flying his way, the guy used 10-fold physical enhancement. Thanks to this, he accelerated very quickly and began to avoid direct hits. And soon he got close to his enemy, trying to strike. Of course, the beast rushed to defend its mistress. Layla even thought that her comrade had won. Normal objected that this was not the case at all. Summoned beasts are basically just clumps of mana. That is why such a wound heals instantly, which is what happened, in general. Carol praised her Fenrir, saying he was a very strong boy. She told Setsune that he had done well so far, but what would happen to them if she did this? The landscape immediately began to change after she used her power. The boy saw that the ground had become slippery, and there was ice under his feet. This meant that everything was frozen, and it would now be much harder for him to move around. Now it was clear that the ice mana did not extend beyond the barrier. The stranger using dark power was watching this fight. He realized that now that everything was frozen, Fenrir's attacks would be much more powerful. It was interesting to see what Setsuna would do in this situation. The hero thought that, apart from long-range attacks, the very idea of a battle of attrition was not to his liking. In that case, he was going to decide the outcome of this battle with his striking bullet. To do this, he continued to dodge enemy attacks and moved closer himself. It was actually becoming harder for him to love. As everyone thought, it was becoming harder for him to move. Spectators noted that the representative of close combat in power had gone on the defensive. As expected, he still could not defeat the summoner. Even the children began to worry about the guy in this situation. Lionel's face suddenly became very surprised. The girl saw this and asked what had happened. The man said that everything was fine, nothing had happened. He realized that his student was going to use that very technique. After all, in order to use the bullet, you need time to prepare. And this bullet is very difficult to use in a one-on-one fight. But with the guy's outstanding mana control, he could charge his hand even during combat. Still, it's not that simple to pull off. Carl became alert, also not understanding what her opponent was plotting, although she would not allow him to do so. And for this, she summoned another of her pets, Garuda. Dragos couldn't believe she had summoned another one. Lionel was impressed by this simultaneous summoning. She really was a talented girl. Now, several magical beasts attacked the main character from both sides. They attacked simultaneously, raising a cloud of dust at the point of impact. Layla was very worried about Setsuna, but he, in turn, was fine. He fought off these monsters with his fists. After that, Carol declared that she was truly an outstanding mage. That's why he expected her to have another ace up her sleeve. The girl, in turn, was stunned. Had he really repelled those attacks? The hero declared that now it was his turn to attack. The mysterious dark wizard noted that this was the end. After that, he snapped his fingers, activating his magic. As a result, our Carol's mark was activated. The girl immediately felt a sharp pain in her neck. She hit it, and that's why she grabbed it. Setsuna saw that something was wrong with his opponent. On top of that, he was disturbed by the magic he was feeling now. The hero even wondered, could this be the magic of the dark god? But what the hell was going on? The girl was clearly not herself. This was no longer the Carol he knew. Someone was controlling her, and now she had used her summoning magic. As a result, some strange three-headed or even more monsters appeared. The audience didn't suspect anything. They thought it was wonderful. It was amazing how many creatures she was able to summon at once. Lionel understood everything at that moment and grabbed his head. This mana definitely did not come from Carol. He shouted for the fight to be stopped immediately, and for the barrier to be lowered. It was unclear what the formation's mages were doing. At that moment, the mysterious wizard was in one of the rooms adjacent to the arena. Only the one who created the barrier could lower it. Therefore, he thinks that everyone has been looking for this person for a long time. I wonder what Mr. Formation Mage himself thinks about this. He was sitting on the ground unconscious, with a control mark on his neck. Meanwhile, the main character continued to run away from the new monsters that had appeared. He was attacked from different sides, and there were many creatures. Setsuna understood perfectly well that the owner of this mana was definitely somewhere far away. All he needed to do was track down the path. The wizard didn't understand. Did he really think he would have time to look around in such a situation? He continued to control the creatures that Carol had summoned. Setsuna ended up getting hit by Garuda. As a result, he suffered a serious wound. His body, unable to withstand the force, flew far away. Layla was genuinely worried about him, but even though the guy was in bad shape, he was still standing. The mysterious wizard was pleased to see his condition. Even for someone like him, it would be very difficult to track mana while fending off a pack of summoned beasts. It was only a matter of time before it was all over. Lionel understood that the situation was very bad. Setsuna didn't have enough time to use the striking bullet, and Carol herself, despite everything, was already at her limit. So if this wasn't stopped soon, the girl could die, losing control of her mana. "Keep attacking," Carol suddenly said, telling Setsuna to run away. This confirmed the boy's theory that she was under someone's control. A tear fell from her eye. The girl begged the guy to run away before they killed him. By them, she meant the creatures summoned by her body, who were trying to hurt the guy one after another. Setsuna was not going to give up so easily and ran away from another attack. Ahead, he saw a small monster, which was alone. The guy decided to attack it and delivered a powerful blow. But while he was doing so, another enemy was already approaching him. Fortunately, Setsuna saw it and was ready to fight. When the monster ran closer, the guy grabbed its legs, which were on its head. Then, strengthening his body, he threw this mutated horse over himself. But he also saw the others approaching him, so he decided to use the creature's body in his hands. He threw it straight at the other enemies, who, of course, were disoriented by such an attack. The director just kept watching, noticing how smart this guy was. At this time, Lionel was running towards the battlefield. He understood that Setsuna had most likely already used up more than half of his mana. Thus, the situation couldn't get any worse. The man needed to find the mage who had erected this barrier immediately so that the situation wouldn't get even worse. He mentally begged the guy not to dare die in front of him. At that moment, the hero was preparing to continue the battle because the monsters had not been destroyed. Behind him, he saw the creature he had attacked first. This beast approached him and attacked his leg with a horn that it had grown on its head. Layla continued to worry about him. His leg was seriously injured. which meant he couldn't move. The other spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing either. Wasn't this too much? The mysterious stranger was pleased with the result. Now Setsuna would clearly not be able to use that technique, so he ordered the beast to finish off this guy quickly. Obeying his order, they all decided to attack again. As a result, the main character saw Fenrir's mouth in front of him. The monster appeared in front of the guy so quickly that he didn't have time to react and suffered a serious wound to his arm. This caused him to feel intense pain throughout his body. Earlier, Lionel asked the guys if they knew what was most important during close combat. Drago suggested that they needed to knock the enemy down with one powerful blow, and Setsuna suggested that they needed to take as little damage as possible. At the same time, they should try to close the distance with their enemies as much as possible. The head professor noted that they were, of course, right, but there were things that were much more important. He referred to the fighting spirit that would allow them to strike the enemy no matter what. Therefore, they began training called Withstand Any Blow. The main character remembered this training at the moment of attack, and he was glad that he had actually managed to endure it all. The wound on his arm was very small, and he was able to withstand this powerful blow. After that, he prepared to fire a devastating mana bullet, which had already been prepared by that point. The mysterious wizard simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was impossible. He had to have used his other hand. So had he deliberately tried to hide the fact that he was charging mana in his other hand? The summoned beasts were already out of control. Everyone thought that if they could get them to gather at a certain angle, they could finish them all off with a single blow. His comrades were very worried about the guy, but unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to help him. Setsuna decided to put all his remaining mana into this strike. He finally used a striking bullet, which was very powerful. As a result, the summoned monster that Carol was riding was instantly destroyed. The girl flew away, and the striking bullet swept through all the summoned creatures. Setsuna only stopped when he was far away, after destroying all the monsters. Carol was unconscious, and her body began to fall to the ground. The main character couldn't let her fall, so he rushed towards her. In the end, he managed to catch her in his arms. The guy was really glad that she was okay. In the end, he simply laid her on the ground. The audience was a little confused. Did this mean that Carol had lost? The commentator shouted that Setsuna Cromwell was the winner. It was unbelievable that it had been about 100 years since the last victory of the melee mages. And finally, the winner of this competition was a student from the melee magic faculty. Setsuna raised his hand in the air, marking his victory. The audience then began to cheer with excitement. Some were puzzled by what had happened. They had never seen such a technique before. It was simply a devastating blow. Layla, like them, couldn't believe that Setsuna had really won. Drago was happy for his friend. It was great that he had won. And the guy he had defeated earlier was even happier. He had placed a bet and believed that Sex could do it. The fat man noted that it was incredibly interesting what the odds were. The mysterious wizard was outraged that he had managed to survive even in such a situation. As expected, he should not have underestimated that guy. Now he didn't need the formation mage, and he needed to get rid of him. Most likely, these people had already determined the exact location of this mage. Therefore, he did not kill him, but approached the mark and removed it. Strengthening his body, Lionel sped up and felt that the formation mage was here. As a result, when he approached the right place, he saw the man's body. As it turned out, the situation couldn't have been worse. The magical dome protecting the arena was soon completely dispersed. Setsuna was glad that this barrier had finally been removed. After that, the director immediately came to him. The old man noted that the girl had been severely shaken after all her beasts disappeared. The hero said that he had the feeling that someone was controlling her summoned beasts. The director soon confirmed this theory. Perhaps it was the result of some kind of magical device. He could leave the rest to the academy. Setsuna had actually shown him the true power of the judge. Therefore, he intends to keep his promise. The guy was very happy about this and thanked him. The director told him to come see him tomorrow for that. After what happened, the guy went to the medical office, where he was treated by a healer. The girl noted that they had finished treating his external wounds, but his internal organs had not yet healed. Therefore, she asked him to go rest. The main character agreed and began to get dressed to leave. Suddenly, they both heard a knock at the door. It was everyone who had supported him. They were curious to know if everything was okay with Setsuna. He smiled and said that he was fine. As they could see, he was fine. Layla was beaming with happiness. She was very pleased. She was going to say it again and congratulate him on his victory. Dragos also congratulated him. He is truly the pride of their faculty. The children confirmed that their brother was very cool. After their visit, Setsuna was pleased and happy that they supported him. But soon, everyone began to leave except for Lionel. The man stayed and said that the formation mage was alive. It turns out that someone attacked him and knocked him out. Carol still needed a little more rest, but she was already fine. Most likely, she would be questioned after she woke up. It seems that during this incident they were both targeted by someone unknown. Perhaps he has some ideas about what might have happened. Dark night fell, and the unknown wizard found himself back at the academy. He tried to open one of the doors, but there was a barrier. It was probably the same barrier that protected the academy from uninvited guests. However, it was useless, as he was very strong. Therefore, he easily destroyed the barrier. After that, he opened the door and entered the room. And there, lying on the floor, was Carol, wounded. The wizard decided that he had to get rid of her first, and then deal with Setsuna himself. This had to be done now in order to cut off all the loose ends leading to him, which could be connected to him in any way. As a result, he gathered the necessary amount of energy in his hand and released it toward the girl. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the main character appeared. He easily deflected the attack, and then he said that he knew that he would come to Carol first. It was a pity that they had to meet at such a moment. The mysterious stranger turned out to be his friend Leo. His companion just started laughing. So he had been exposed after all, and he was sure that he had left no traces. The hero confirmed that there was no evidence. However, after witnessing it himself, he was convinced of his actions. His companion didn't quite understand what they were talking about, and so silence hung in the room. Then Leo suggested they talk somewhere outside. The place was filled with the smell of all kinds of medicines. The main character agreed, and they went outside. On the way, the protagonist felt intense pain. His internal injuries had not yet healed. He did not expect to encounter them on the left side while in such a condition. Leo noted that his companion looked terrible, but let him ask just one question. How long had he been suspicious of him? Setsuna said it happened after he suddenly disappeared after the blessing ceremony, and when he thought about it, he immediately had a sinister premonition. And then there was the fact that Leo had lost the opportunity to become the representative of his faculty. He would not have lost to Akhtar even if the latter had resorted to his dirty tricks. Leo was a little confused. He didn't even think that he would be able to put it all together. The hero noticed that all his suspicions had been confirmed after all. And of course, he could note that final battle in the competition. His mana merged completely with his attack. His interlocutor was surprised. What did he mean? I wonder who Setsuna is referring to now. Could he really know this great person? The main character couldn't believe it when he saw that the power and face of his comrade Leo had changed. The change in the form of his mana left no doubt that he had become a subordinate of the evil god. In that case, the guy had to stop him immediately. Leo explained that, unfortunately, he could no longer allow Setsuna to do as he pleased. However, he wanted to play with him a little longer, so now he was saying goodbye to him. He stood and accumulated mana in his own body. At that moment, the main character used the Blade of the Soul and rushed into the attack, and when he approached his new enemy, his mana began to dissipate. He was confused. The same thing had happened in his previous life. The situation was literally the same. Back then, when he and his comrades attacked the evil god, the mana began to dissipate, and the attacks came to nothing. Leo said that this was the great person for his power to nullify mana. Therefore, no matter what he did, it would not work. The hero, in turn, was not going to give up anyway. He tried to deliver another blow like that, but the mana dissipated again. It became clear that it was not yet time. Mana nullification is only activated when the enemy comes into contact with his attack. But if he attacked from a blind spot, it should work. Strengthening his body, the guy quickly moved into the blind spot and attacked. Unfortunately for him, his attack was completely scattered again, even in the blind spot. Leo slowly turned and said that it was all useless. His detection was much faster than the guy's. In the end, he attacked Setsuna with his magic. The guy didn't expect this attack, so he missed it. The evil god's minion stated that, to be honest, he would like to fight Setsuna when he was fully recovered. Despite the serious attack, the hero still managed to stay on his feet. Leo said that he was truly incredible. Normally, melee mages would never reach such a level. If only he had chosen ranged magic, they could have played longer. But none of that mattered anymore. He was going to die here and now anyway. These words were followed by another attack, thanks to which Leo was able to pierce Setsuna's leg. The hero felt intense pain, and blood gushed from the wound. This man had attacked him in the same place where he had been wounded in the final battle. The guy asked Leo why he was doing this. His interlocutor hesitated for a moment, then said that he was simply tired of this world. This feeling is comparable to the desire to destroy someone else's sandcastle. I wonder if he understands that. Setsuna was agitated, so that was the only reason he decided to do it. The guy began to recall the last battles with his comrades against the evil god, how they failed, and the city, as well as the whole world, was destroyed. After that, the hero shouted that Leo should stop fooling around. Was he really the same Leo he knew? His interlocutor simply told him to shut up. Then he prepared to attack. The hero decided to do the same. It was too far away to use the mana blade. He would have to create it as quickly as possible when he was close to Leo. Now he just needed to remember the sensations from that attack in his past life. Setsuna realized that despite everything, he still had a chance of winning. Leo had already launched his attack and said that the guy was too slow. It seemed to the hero that his enemy was casting spells very quickly. Could this really be the power of an evil god? Suddenly, someone stopped the attack that was rushing straight at him and shouted, "With you! They stopped!" Both guys were confused because it was a white flame. Soon, the attack followed straight towards Leo. But he was able to easily deflect it, using the power of the evil god, and disperse it. The hero looked around and saw a shadow above. It turned out to be the director with his spiritual protege. So, these three people met on the battlefield. Setsuna was actually glad that the director had arrived. The old man apologized for being a little late, but the hero objected, saying that he had saved him after all. Then the director asked Leo if he was to blame for what had happened at the competition. The young man felt that this man had also noticed him. It turned out that the director had sensed the remnants of evil mana and followed it. Leo smiled and said that he could have expected that. The director also noted that he really did not want to suspect his students. After saying this, he immediately released the mana from his body. It was simply enormous. The main character even had to cover himself. The pressure from this force was incredible. Soon, the old man apologized to Leo, but he had to detain him anyway. Then he ordered his spiritual protege to attack immediately. The creature obeyed and released its white flame. The hero noted to himself that this power was simply incredible. However, he understood that Leo could easily dispel it, yes, but also attack. In fact, that's exactly what happened shortly thereafter. The guy noted that this meant he was the strongest ghost beast that everyone talked about, the white dragon. If it weren't for the gift from that great man, the guy would already be in danger. The director saw that it was the nullification of magic, so it really exists. It's incredible. Setsuna was surprised and asked if he knew anything about it. His interlocutor said that he had read records about it in the archives of his family, the Silver Rock family. When the dark forces are unleashed, chaos will engulf the world. And it is precisely the nullification of magic that will be the main force of these enemies of humanity. Leo declared that this man's magic would no longer work on him. The same applied to Dane and Silver Rock. While the guy was saying this, he prepared his next attack. The main character immediately noticed it. Could it be the magic of the three elements? The director immediately prepared to resist this force. Something happened in his eyes, and some magical elements appeared in them. Leo actually created a huge magic ball that was supposed to kill his enemies. After that, he began to release this power towards the director and Setsuna. After that happened, Danon asked the guy to take 2 steps to the right. Setsuna looked at him again at that moment and saw that his gaze had changed. But he didn't have time to think, as the enemy's attacks were almost upon them. The guy listened to what the director said, and indeed the attack did not hit him. On top of that, Danon himself easily dodged all the magical explosions. Leo couldn't believe it. Had he really dodged? Perhaps he should stop doubting and finish them off after all. Suddenly, the old man asked why he was so surprised. Did they really think that only his magic could do something in this situation? Leo said that this power was very similar to something else. However, there was no difference. I wonder what he'll say about this. Something happened, and the young man's power increased greatly, and mana spread around him. The main character instantly felt the power of an evil god, which alarmed him. Now Leo was confident of his victory, and said that there would be no trace of them left. Danon, like the guy, felt a tremendous power. It looks like the fight will be anything but easy. Things looked very bad for them. If they fought here with all their might, this place would be completely destroyed. Therefore, he turned to his heart, not his eyes, and told it what needed to be done. The main character agreed to this adventure. At that moment, the old man turned to the pure ghostly butterflies and asked them to give him their wings. As a result, he soared into the sky with his white dragon, and thanks to the force of the wind, it became more difficult for Leo to stand on his feet. The guy realized that this man wanted to minimize the damage to the academy, so he soon suggested that they begin their fight, for that was their destiny. The white dragon immediately attacked, spewing its white flame. Leo did not stand aside either and launched his attack forward. The light and dark forces collided with each other. In the end, the light was weaker and the dark swept through it. Its target was the white dragon, which could not withstand the onslaught, and in the end, it received a serious attack. After that, A magical explosion of colossal proportions occurred in the sky. Leo smiled. Had the director decided to give up and hand the victory to his student? Donna noted that he already felt it was time to retire. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the main character appeared. He also used the power of butterflies. Leo was a little confused when he saw him. It was very unexpected. Perhaps he had simply decided to hide behind the dragon. But still, things were too bad for them. He immediately erected a magical barrier. Then the hero said that his companion relied heavily on this power. He immediately rushed towards the enemy. He realized that choosing close combat magic was the right decision for him, and he was going to prove it with just one blow. Leo immediately told him not to underestimate the power of the great god. He was absolutely confident in his victory, and did nothing but maintain the magical barrier. There was a smile on his face before the attack, but it soon disappeared when he saw what had happened. The magic barrier was quickly destroyed by Setsuna, and then the attack reached Leo himself. The power used by the main character was truly destructive, and in the end, he was the winner of this battle. The director explained that even mana regeneration takes time to activate. Setsuna did well, he still managed to win. It happened just as the main character had expected. The speed of such a direct attack exceeded Leo's reaction speed. It turns out that he was not mistaken when he chose this path. Then the guy approached the director and said that the problem was now solved. The director confirmed this, and it was great. But first, they needed to take care of the guy's wounds. Suddenly, while they were talking, they heard Leo's voice. He said that he had learned a lot. Even after such a serious attack, he was still standing. He told Setsuna that he had always exceeded his expectations. Setsuna simply couldn't believe what was happening. Could he really still be standing after such an attack? Leo continued to laugh at the situation. Then, once again using the power of the evil god, he announced that it was now his turn to attack. And immediately after that, a magical attack flew towards Setsuna. The guy, of course, froze, agitated, and summoned his soul blade. Thanks to it, he was going to repel this attack, but his spiritual weapon was simply destroyed very quickly. The guy was confused. Now he had nothing to defend himself with. So, in the end, the attack that was aimed at him achieved its goal. Setsuna did not defend himself and took the blow, after which he fell to the ground. Although he was still conscious and thinking about this magic, it turns out that he combined long-range magic and nullification magic together. Now things are really bad because the guy is losing consciousness, and after he finally lost consciousness, he had a dream. It was a situation where he and Leo were together, shooting at targets. His friend asked if Setsuna could see how incredible this power was. The hero confirmed that it really seemed that way, and that he shouldn't just sit there doing nothing. Leo smiled, saying that when a master like him says something like that, it makes him tense up. Then Setsuna asked if he could shoot. His companion replied that now his head would be his target. The hero moved into an adult body and asked Leo what he was talking about. He told him that he should understand everything himself. Just let him look back. Setsuna lost again. He was a pathetic failure who couldn't even save anyone. His comrades were dying before his eyes again, asking why he wasn't saving them. He didn't do it, even though they believed in him. This nightmare drove the guy crazy with horror, and finally he woke up. He got up and found himself in bed, with Layla beside him. She said she was so relieved that he had woken up. The guy was confused, so the first thing he asked was where he was. His companion explained that he was in the academy's infirmary. It turned out that he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. This information shocked the guy again, and of course, it made him angry. If so much time had passed, it meant he had lost again. This was not the first time. Layla understood how he felt and that it was hard for him, so she didn't ask any unnecessary questions. Suddenly, his anger toward the guy was replaced by realization. He immediately asked where the director was. The girl said that he was probably in his office trying to convince Lionel. Setsuna began to get up quickly. Layla asked where he was going. The hero said he wanted to talk to the principal and find out something. The girl called this reckless. He still hadn't fully recovered from his past wounds. Then the guy stopped her. He apologized for disturbing her, but he really had to go. So he slowly left the room, leaving the girl alone. At the same time, the principal was talking to other teachers. They were having a meeting. The meeting was coming to an end. The old man said he was counting on them. The teachers dispersed, and now it was time to get down to business. But how strange it was that he was counting on them. They were unable to leave because Setsuna burst into the room. He was, of course, interested in the principal. The director was glad that Setsuna had woken up and was happy to see him in good health. The boy walked past all the teachers straight to the old man. On the way, Lionel stopped him. He had heard that he had lost. They would talk about it later. By the way, Layla and Drago were very worried about him. After these words, the man seemed to leave the room with all the teachers. The main character was left alone with the old man. First, he apologized for letting him down. Then he asked the director to tell him what happened after he was wounded. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized his body. Danan asked the young man to calm down. His wounds had not yet healed completely, so he should not exert himself so much. He would tell him what really happened after he lost consciousness. The old man was left alone with Leo. The guy smiled and said that he would very much like to finish them off here and now. However, it seemed that he had lost too much mana. In principle, he had a lot of fun anyway. When she mentioned this to him, a rift in the fabric of reality appeared, and he began to slowly disappear into it. I report that he will probably go. He will meet with the director a little later. The old man, of course, couldn't just let him run away. However, something was staring at him from this portal, and he had never seen anything like it before. And then he decided that he needed to become stronger. The guy said he understood everything. If we're talking about the thing watching from the portal, it was probably some unknown creature. Judging by the way he spoke, the director assumed that he knew something. If that was really the case, then let him tell him. What did he know about this situation, or that creature? After that, he took off the glove from his left hand. He was also interested in how he knew about this mark. I wonder if he wants to tell him about it. He wants to trust the guy. Setsuna hesitated before answering. It was unclear whether he should tell this person about the future. However, when it came to talking about time travel, he wasn't sure the guy would believe him. Danan asked if there was a reason why he couldn't tell him about it. The hero continued to sit silently and couldn't answer. Suddenly he realized something. If he was right, then it should work. In the end, he asked the director to check the necklace of rebirth. The old man didn't even ask where he knew about it and began to check. In the end, he saw something that amazed him. It turned out that the blessing of the spirit of time had disappeared. It was unbelievable. So, had someone used it in another timeline? The main characters confirmed this. A decade later, he used it because he had his own regrets. In the end, the guy told everything that had really happened. Now everything was crystal clear to the director. It turns out that he was actually killed, and an evil god destroyed the whole world. It's really hard to believe without solid evidence. However, even with the power of the spirits of time, it takes very strong regrets to go back 10 years. What a tragic fate Setsuna has endured alone until now. From this moment on, he will also try to be a support for him. The main character was very happy and grateful to him for this. Now he would face the evil god together with the director, and perhaps now they would be able to save this world from destruction. Danan asked to be taught a second type of magic, so that he could stand up to the evil god. This is a unique power that does not belong to any magical path. It is called spiritual magic. Setsuna was really interested in this. The old man suggested a change of scenery. They soon found themselves near the sacred tree. How nostalgic it was. The guy used to train here often in the past. I wonder if the director trained here too. Danan explained that spiritual magic is a type of magic in which a person merges with a spirit, using their mana as a catalyst to accumulate enormous power in their own body. It differs from other magical paths. After all, it can be combined with steel magic, which is its main feature. To the guy, this power seemed simply incredible. The mentor said it would be better if he showed it to him. After that, he began to accumulate power in his body. Setsuna noticed that the professor had the same eyes as Leo during their battle. Suddenly, the old man suggested that the young man play rock, paper, scissors. This made the young man feel strange, wondering why he was saying such things. Danan explained that it would be wrong to fight someone who had not yet fully recovered. That is why he suggested playing a game. In the end, they started the game, showing their element. The director won, then suggested playing again. Again and again, the old man won, even though the guy kept changing his combinations. Setsuna was even confused, wondering why he couldn't win. Then Dana explained that this was one of the abilities of the spirit of time, the foresight ability to see into the future for a few seconds. And there are many different spirits in their world. If you make a contract with the spirit of wind, you can fly, and with the spirit of water, they can completely absorb physical attacks. Setsune found this incredible. It was even difficult to imagine. If he learned such magic, he would be able to better use close combat magic. The director said that this magic requires the boy to make a contract with a spirit. However, before that, something else needs to be done. Setsune was curious to know what exactly. Then the mentor noted that now was the time and suggested trying it right away. After that, he closed his eyes and seemed to begin meditating, although the boy did not really understand what he was doing. His companion told him to become one with nature by clearing his mind. Spirits exist absolutely everywhere. You just need to feel their presence, and that's all. Hearing this, the guy began to meditate himself, feeling everything around him. He asked the spirits to give him their power so that he could go and stand up to the evil god. Danan saw that nothing had happened. Like the guy, he was confused at that moment. Setsuna couldn't believe it. He simply couldn't feel anything. The man suggested that perhaps it was due to his natural irritability. The guy asked what he was talking about. That's when she heard the explanation. In order to become one with nature, he would have to achieve a state of inner peace. In other words, he shouldn't dwell on it, but just feel it, and that's all. In the end, the hero started doing it again, trying to feel everything around him. A bunch of thoughts popped into his head. Maybe he was thinking too much. Most likely, it was because he wanted to do everything in the best way possible. He needs to become stronger in a short time in order to work more efficiently. He cannot afford to lose again. If he loses his comrades again, it will be terrible. With these thoughts in mind, he decided that he needed to stop being distracted by everything. Then his mentor touched him. He asked the guy not to rush. It took him 3 long years. So he's not sure if we can have sex before the evil god comes. Setsuna said that was too long. He had to master it as quickly as possible. No one knew when the apostles would strike again. Danan didn't understand who these apostles were, so he asked about them. The guy explained. They say they came from the same dimension as the evil god. Each of the apostles has abilities that are different from magic. Leo, who used decay magic, was undoubtedly one of them. The guy had already fought one of the apostles once before he went back in time. Even though he had the advantage of long-range magic, the fight was still really tough. Danan told him about the 12 dark forces. It turns out that this is what they were called in the Silver Rock family. Then the hero said that there were probably other apostles like Leo hiding in their world. The director understood him perfectly, but there was no need to rush, because the confusion in his head could seriously undermine him. Sure, maybe he'll learn something during their joint training sessions in the dungeon. The guy was interested. It turned out that Lionel would have to tell him about these trials later. This will allow them, as students, to overcome their limits. However, all of this would also be a severe test for all of them. For starters, let the guy rest and recover. After all, a surprise awaited them all there, and the students would definitely be surprised. Leo returned to his own presence. He greeted those present and said he was a little late. They were already waiting for him there. The first person to approach him asked if he really had the nerve to keep them waiting. This chick probably wanted to die. This was the 10th apostle, named Zagan. Next, Pucker, the 9th apostle, addressed Leo. Had he really failed to kill even one student? He had been allowed to act independently. On top of everything else, he was wounded and ran away, tail between his legs. I wonder how he intends to take responsibility. Leo was just nervous and asked for forgiveness. He said he couldn't keep his cool in front of his best friend. Leo is the 12th Dark Apostle. Zagan ordered the guy to wipe that smirk off his face. It annoyed him. They looked at each other, neither willing to back down. Zagan finally got angry and tried to attack. Suddenly, someone ordered them to stop this nonsense immediately. They are apostles, so let them behave appropriately. All this is for the sake of the Great Vision. Why can't they understand this yet? It was Satanahia, the 2nd Dark Apostle. Leo and Zagan quickly ran up to him. After they did so, he suggested they begin. First, they all needed to report. Zagan asked them to wait before doing so. Pointing at Leo, he said that this idiot had made a mistake. How could they continue to do business with this scoundrel now? And if he stood in their way, he was ready to deal with him personally. Pucker also joined the conversation. He suggested leaving it to him. After all, it would be much more interesting that way. Satanahia objected, saying that there was no need for that, and that he had already agreed on everything. He would definitely fulfill the task assigned to him. A few days later, Layla approached Setsuna in the lecture hall. She was surprised that he had come to the lecture hall. Had his wounds already healed? The guy confirmed this with theoretical lectures. He could already attend without any problems. The girl still couldn't believe in his recovery, because he had been wounded again after the final. What happened was interesting. Setsuna did not want to answer that question. He remembered his conversation with the director. He had said that they should not yet disclose information about the evil god and his apostles to people. At the moment, the old man could only provide some information to trustworthy professors. He would go in search of Leo and take care of the safety of everyone and the academy. So for now, they would postpone their joint training in spiritual magic. Therefore, answering this question, the hero smiled and apologized for the trouble. Now everything is fine, but he was angry anyway. He must recover as quickly as possible and become stronger in the process. The girl saw that he was worried about something. but she didn't want to interfere in his affairs since he wasn't responding. Soon, Lionel entered the auditorium and asked the students to take their seats. He noted that he was going to tell them about joint training with other departments. Setsuna already knew about this joint training and was waiting for more information. The others didn't understand what he was talking about, so they asked him about it. The man said that this training would be conducted together with other departments. Previous competitions were held mainly so that students could learn the fighting style of each faculty. But this time, they had to discover their limits together in order to overcome them. The young man then thought that their goal was to improve the teamwork of magicians from different paths. The professor also revealed the location where the joint training would take place. This location turned out to be a 1-star dungeon. Since this place is very dangerous, they would have to select candidates for it together. This event would begin in 2 weeks. Therefore, the students should try to prepare properly by that time. Setsuna realized that this was what the principal had been talking about. He needed to heal his own wounds as quickly as possible. After class, Layla suggested that Setsuna have dinner with her. They still needed to eat a lot to be ready for training. The guy confirmed this and agreed to go with her. On the way, several guys saw them and took notice. He was the one who won the competition, Setsuna Cromwell. He was magnificent, even though he used close-range magic. Some girls were also whispering that they had become his fans. Layla noted that these people were gossiping about Setsuna, even though they had been bullying him just a few days ago. The guy noted that these people were constantly changing. Someone was already waiting for them ahead. It was a guy with blonde hair. He asked Setsuna if he was the guy who won using close combat magic. The hero replied, confirming this. The others immediately began whispering that it was Carl from the noble salon. Rumor has it that after graduation, he will join the army. Carl had just told me that he wanted to invite him to his salon. But the hero didn't understand what that was. His interlocutor said that only high-level mages of noble blood go there. Usually they don't invite melee fighters there, but he is willing to make an exception for him. Carl thought that if this guy joined them, no one else would dare stand in their way. The main character heard that the girls were thrilled that Carl wanted to recruit him. The guy said that as the winner of the competition, Setsuna definitely needed connections like this. If he continued to waste time on this useless girl, didn't he think he would be burying his future? The hero said unequivocally that he refused. Carl was confused. He couldn't believe it. Setsuna said that lineage didn't matter at all, and that he was wasting his time here. Casual spectators laughed to hear such words from the winner of this humiliating competition. Of course, Carl was outraged. How dare he insult the aristocrats? He decided to use his skill as a bladesmith. Then he rushed to attack the main character. He called him an idiot who wanted to die. The main character did not react to the attack. Carl was stopped by someone else, also a melee mage. It turned out to be Layla. She said that such fights were forbidden in the academy. Did they really not know even these simple things? Her gaze at that moment said that it was better not to mess with her. The guy got angry and called her ugly. Let this commoner know her place. The girl simply kicked him, and then his comrades ran up to him. They were worried about his condition, and also argued with Layla, who was doing the same. Finally, Carl said he would tell his father everything about it. Layla just smiled at the main character as if nothing had happened. He noticed that she had become much stronger. Just as they were about to go inside, someone else approached them. It turned out to be Carol, who also seemed to be in good health. He said he was very glad that she had recovered. The girl smiled and said that it was thanks to him. She wanted to express her gratitude to him. So she asked, a little embarrassed, if he could show her to her room. Layla was not thrilled with this suggestion and did not understand what the girl was saying. But despite the misunderstanding, they soon went to Carol's room. The girl said that as a thank you for saving her, she asked to treat the guy to some homemade food. He came not alone, but with Layla and Drago. Setsuna thanked her for her hospitality. Carol said that everything would be ready soon, so she asked them to wait a little longer. Layla offered to help, as it would probably be difficult to manage everything on her own. Carol agreed and thanked her for it. In the process, Layla felt ashamed that it would be just ordinary cooking. After all, she had imagined all sorts of indecencies. Suddenly, Drago asked why he was there. The hostess said that he was just there because, after all, the more people, the merrier. While in the kitchen, Layla was surprised that Carol even had medicinal herbs. The girl explained that they would be cooking medicinal food after all. At that moment, the hero thought that, according to director Carol, he remembered nothing about the incident with Leo. Whether it was due to shock or perhaps her memory had been erased, it was simply unknown. But Setsuna was still glad that nothing serious had happened to her. However, there was a chance that other people could become the same target. His thoughts were interrupted by Drago, who seemed to be thinking about something. He says that Setsuna always does everything alone. so maybe it's time to relax a little. The guy wasn't happy about the prospect of relaxing. He knew what to expect. Soon, the guys heard some shouting coming from the kitchen. The hero was surprised. Had they started a fight in there? Drago asked him not to talk nonsense. At that moment, Carol came out of the kitchen. She turned to Drago and asked if he could help them. The guy agreed without hesitation, but soon she regretted making him put on an apron. Carol apologized to him, saying that these were the only aprons she had, but in the end, they started cooking while the main character rested. And after a short while, all the food was ready. Carol apologized to Setsuna, thinking they had gone overboard, but he objected, saying that wasn't the case. Since they had cooked it for him, he should at least eat everything without leaving any leftovers. Therefore, he would use Vedic enhancement to improve his digestion. He began to eat bowl after bowl, and everything went down well. Layla asked in surprise if he was all right. He replied that everything was fine. This egg soup is really incredible. Such a rich and deep flavor. Drago said that he had prepared it, and there was more to come. Carol realized that she had lost the cooking competition. All in all, Setsuna was satisfied. The sweet and cozy atmosphere at the table didn't seem so bad to him. However, in his past life, such a peaceful life had been destroyed by an evil god. Therefore, the young man decided that he would not allow this to happen again. He would not lose a second time. 2 weeks later, the participants gathered near the dungeon on the day of joint training. They whispered among themselves, talked, and wondered what would happen there. Dragos asked Setsuna if he was ready for this training. He replied that he was quite ready. All this was thanks to the healing food they had been preparing for him over the last couple of days. He was grateful to his comrades for this. His friend replied that it was no big deal. It was all for the sake of the close combat magic department. If he hadn't been eating healing food all this time, the effect would have diminished over time. Setsuna was actually glad that he was on the same team as Drago this time. He could easily trust him with his own back. Soon, several more people approached the guys and apologized for the wait. Drago assumed they were upperclassmen. The first to introduce himself was Mifune, a third-year student in the formation department. Next to introduce herself was a girl wearing a hoodie named Yuzuha. The two guys did the same. He was not from the close combat department. Mifune was really happy, because this was the winner of the competition. They looked reliable, so he suggested they all work together. Dragos said that this guy was really cheerful. When Mifune walked away, Yuzuha said he was good. He managed to lull them into a false sense of security. The guy was happy, so they started. Soon, the professor in charge of training addressed the students. It seems that everyone is here, so we can begin. His name is Giovanni. He is in charge of this joint training and is a professor in the Faculty of Formation Magic. This joint training will take place between the faculties of Formation and Close Combat. The dungeon they will enter today is called the Ruins of the Sealed Demon. In this dungeon, the students will encounter ancient monsters and the living dead. This dungeon is only 1 star. During the joint training, they will have to defeat these monsters in real combat. Their enemies in the dungeon will be recorded on this memory bracelet. The loot dropped by the monsters will be counted as bonus points. Those who earn the most points will be awarded medals from the academy. And those who score more than 100 points will have the opportunity to join the training of the Royal Battalion's mages. The main character missed the magicians of the Royal Battalion very much. Only the strongest mages from all over the kingdom are allowed to join. It was there that the boy met his comrades from his past life. If he could join them, he might be able to meet them again. Johnny said they didn't go too far. Therefore, the students might encounter monsters there that would be too much for them to handle. Because of this, he asked them to try not to go too far. But if an emergency situation does arise, they can pour a little mana into their bracelets, and thus teleport themselves to that place. Setsune didn't care about all these monsters, and he was already thinking about how to earn 100 points. Although no, 100 wasn't enough for him. He needed 200. They said it out loud with Drago at the same moment. Drago said she would wait patiently for the guy to do it. Setsuna also wished him luck. Soon, Giovanni asked if the participants were ready. They all nodded their heads in confirmation. The main character and his friend had already infused their bodies with mana. When the mentor saw this, he opened the portal. He announced that their training would now begin. The first to rush into the dungeon were, of course, the comrades. On the way, Setsuna thought that this dungeon with 1 star was the ruins of a sealed demon. These were the ruins of an ancient civilization, an unexplored place, with a bunch of monsters inside, which would, of course, be hostile towards them as uninvited guests. Even with the magic of teleportation, this training is still a very dangerous activity. His companion asked him to look ahead, but there was no one there. They arrived in a large room quite quickly. Drago found it unbelievable. He never imagined that such a spacious room could be located underground. The hero was also surprised to see ancient plants here. Could there have once been an entire civilization in these ruins? He also remembered the director's words very well. This training may be necessary for future tasks. Now he needed to quickly figure out spiritual magic. He had to make every effort to do so. The others soon arrived as well. Mifune noted that these guys were really fast. His partner Yuzuha asked everyone to look ahead. The others didn't know where to go, but here they had to split up. The squads, along with Layla, chose a different path. They didn't know if it was the right one, but the other one would definitely be a trap. Mifune smiled and called them fools. In joint training, they clearly needed to choose the most dangerous paths. That's why he pointed his fingers and said they would go there. The hero thought about it, considering that they needed to score as many points as possible. His words clearly made sense. However, something about the guy's plan still bothered him. Mifune asked if something was bothering him. Then Setsuna approached the wall that Mifune had pointed to earlier. He knocked on it and said that this wall was a fake. Dragos asked in surprise if he was sure about that. Setsuna confirmed his words. The vegetation seemed out of place here. He thought there was a large room behind it. Mifune suggested that, as far as the vegetation was concerned, it could be a coincidence. The hero objected that he could hear the wind blowing from the other side. Before he could finish, his companion had already knocked down the wall. Everything was as the guy had said. The wall turned out to be a decoy. Now the guy smiled and asked if they thought he was right. Mifune said that it was great, and that Drago was strong after all. Thanks to this, they would actually be able to earn as many points as possible. The guys were the first to move forward, already descending some abandoned staircase. Of course, there were many traps along the way. Drago shouted for his companion to leave this trap to him. Then he took out his soul blade and immediately cut through a huge stone boulder. Now the path was completely clear and free. Setsuna said that no matter how you looked at it, Drago was very enthusiastic. His companion confirmed this, saying that if they showed everyone their strength, people would recognize the power of close combat, and he didn't want to lose again. While they were chatting calmly, danger was already waiting for them. The main character felt several arrows flash in the distance. Since he sensed them in time, he managed to react. He then rushed forward to destroy the arrows. This trap, which threatened their lives, was soon destroyed. Not only the guy's reaction speed, but also their insight are on a completely different level. Drago said that now I need to focus on the traps to make it easier for the third-year students. Soon he even saw a chest and drew Setsuna's attention to it. Just as he was about to approach it, he saw something strange. Some kind of magic literally rushed past him and grabbed the chest. It turned out to be Mifune, who had grabbed the chest with his magic. Mifune smiled slyly and thanked Drago for leaving the chest for him. Now his point balance had increased by 15 points. Dragos was confused and upset by what had happened. In the end, he decided that this was a battle of speed, and he was not going to lose. After that, the comrades rushed forward again, strengthening their bodies. On the way, they encountered, of course, another trap. The strong man dealt with it very easily. After that, far away from them, he saw the treasure chest again. He reached for it again to take it, but the same magic as last time was faster than him. Mifune took possession of the treasures again. Now he had 30 points on his balance. Drago was outraged. His balance was 0. After a while, the strong man fought the fallen warrior. When the fallen warrior was on the verge of death, Mifune approached the battlefield. Thus, it was he who delivered the final blow and killed the fallen warrior. As a result, 10 more points were added to his balance. This is because creatures are awarded points for killing monsters. Only a little later did Dargo receive his 10 points. At that moment, even Yuzuha already had 30. Mifune in turn continued to steal points. After a while, Mifune noted that these guys were strong but short-sighted. At this rate, they would definitely not catch up with them. At that time, Dargo was already very angry. He only had 10 points. Meanwhile, Setsuna already had 25 points. The hero asked if they thought it would be better and more important to distribute the points they had earned. Nevertheless, they continued to steal points from their juniors. So that was their method. Yuzuha smiled. Did he really say that? Mifune confirmed that he did. He's not as stupid as those who do nothing but flex their muscles. They also talk about some rules. First of all, people are known for using others to achieve their goals. If a person is really that abnormal, then let them do the same. Of course, they can only do that if they are capable of it. Setsuna realized that this guy was a very cunning person. He can easily teleport because he has 2 different formation circles. This is very convenient because it allows him to catch people off guard, but it still has a drawback. On top of all this, there is also Yuzuha. It seems that while they were suffering defeat after defeat, She didn't care about the points at all. So does she have her own hidden agenda? Continuing on his way, Mifune already had 80 points. He said that everything was fine and that they would finish soon. The guys didn't have that many points at that time. Setsuna had 35, and Drago had 10. The hero began to examine the room they had ended up in. He soon realized that this room was different from the others. Mifune noticed a chest in front of him and shouted that he would gladly take it. As usual, he threw his formation mark at the chest. But he saw that there was some strange energy there. The hero immediately shouted for him to wait and not teleport. But this guy didn't care at all. Only a fool would wait. In the end, he teleported to that place and released the dark energy. Setsuna couldn't believe his eyes. This dungeon should be 1 star. And this monster that appeared is on a completely different level. Why was this creature here? It was the King of Death. Setsuna had heard that the dark fire emitted by this creature brings nightmares. The King of Death began to insist that these people were the ones who had disturbed his sleep and would pay with their lives. Dragos couldn't believe that this creature could talk. Setsuna cried out that it was dangerous. So his comrade would take Mifune and get out of there, while he would hold it off for now. But Drago objected. Then he asked how many points they would get for this creature. The hero was glad that his comrade was ready to fight, but it was still dangerous. The King of Death did not listen to them and prepared to attack. Then he unleashed his dark magic directly at Mifune, who was unconscious. And since he couldn't defend himself from the attack, the main hero had to protect him. At the same time, Drago rushed into the attack. The dark creature saw his intentions and decided to act. When the guy saw the magic circle in front of his face, he was a little confused. It turns out that this creature can easily create magic circles. Drago received a serious blow from dark magic. If it weren't for the mana he used to defend himself, it would have been really dangerous. The King of Death rushed after the guy. He wanted him dead. Setsuna saw multiple magic circles being deployed. There was no doubt about this creature's intelligence, as well as its 4-star level magical power. While the guy was thinking about this, enemy magic bullets were already flying purposefully at him. Of course, these attacks were not so serious that the guy could not defend himself. But soon, one of these sea circles was also aimed at Mifune. The hero saw the danger and shouted at him to get up. Since his companion did not react, Dargo had to defend the guy. And when he did, Mifune came to his senses. When this happened, Dargo asked him for help. His companion unquestioningly shook his hand, thereby agreeing. Soon, the enemy's magic circles were also directed at Yuzuha. Despite the danger that was closing in on the girl, she continued to stand still and do nothing. Then the main character rushed to her aid. He saved her from these enemy attacks. Then he asked if she was all right. The girl smiled and said she was fine. She was grateful to him for his help. Setsune again felt that something was wrong here. While the fight was going on, Mifune approached him. He suggested they do it together. Dragos said he agreed. He had been waiting for this moment. Mifune, in turn, did not understand what they really wanted, although it seemed that he did not care at all. He just wanted to steal all their points and get out of there. Drago asked if he had something else in mind. The guy pretended that he wasn't thinking anything like that and said so. He would never dare to do such a thing to his savior. But in reality, his inner self hadn't gone anywhere. He was just joking. The big guy said he wouldn't let him take those points. The main character strengthened his legs before continuing the fight. The guy thought that he couldn't kill Leo then, because his star bullet wasn't powerful enough. That's why he needed to learn the basics again. Earlier, Setsuna told his professor that he had completed his training, and he asked if there was another way to become stronger. The man laughed and said that there was no help. Although he knew that it was temporary, there was one, but, seeing a device on the table, the guy appeared. Lionel explained that this bracelet was imbued with the magic of weight. If the guys got used to wearing it, their strength would increase when they took it off. But he did not recommend it for Setsuna, who was still recovering. It was an old-fashioned and extreme method. Therefore, they should use it with caution. The guys immediately became enthusiastic and thanked the instructor for his help. Remembering this, the hero began to take it off. And now he will take the weight off his hands and feet. The shackles fell to the ground quite quickly, and they were so heavy that they even damaged the surface. Mifune was confused, not understanding what it was. Everyone froze when they saw the ancient monster appear. This monster had enormous strength and created several marks. As a result, it attacked the guys who used physical force. Thanks to this, they rushed forward to fight and also destroyed the enemy's magic. Drago kept up with Setsuna and did everything exactly as he did. As a result, this guy was the first to approach the monster and decided to attack it with his foot. He managed to execute his maneuver so quickly that he broke through the defense of the King of the Dead. And although this blow seemed very strong, the enemy was still fine. Drago shouted that the King of the Dead should focus on defense. Setsuna also approached the enemy. The latter was already preparing to attack the guys with his dark magic. But this attack was not meant to be, because the main character and his comrade jointly struck him directly on the head. Mifune couldn't believe what he saw. After his comrade's attack, there was an explosion and a thick dark fog rose. Dragos and Setsuna were fine. The same could not be said for the King of the Dead. He was defeated, and his head fell off and lay at his feet. Setsuna received 50 points for the victory, and asked Drago if he had received them. He replied that he had also received 50 points. They had managed to win at the same time, which was probably why the points were shared. Mifune couldn't believe it. Had these guys not been giving it their all before? He had never seen such strong melee mages. Setsuna asked the elder to show him his wound, but looking back, he saw something strange. It turned out that Yuzuha had disappeared somewhere. Something was happening to the ground. Was it an earthquake? The ground beneath Mifune's feet began to sink. It happened so quickly that he almost fell. The main character quickly managed to help him. After that, they all looked down to see what was happening below. Drago couldn't believe his eyes. What was it? It turned out that there were dead people down there who had sensed their prey. They began to quickly climb up, so the guys decided to retreat. Setsuna couldn't understand what was really going on in this dungeon. The dead, of course, had no intention of letting them go and ran at full speed to attack. Because of this, the guys had to fight them, even though they were trying to retreat. Mifune also did not stand aside and fought. The same, of course, applied to Drago. The hero shouted for them to aim for the heads of these dead people. The senior listened to him and began to do so. But he realized that no matter how many dead bodies they killed, they wouldn't get any points for it. Setsuna probably understood everything himself. Now was not the time to dwell on old grudges. The guy had just destroyed one of the creatures. After that, everything became clear to him. It was clear why they weren't getting any points. Dark magic was bringing all these dead people back to life. Drago even panicked and cried out that there was no end to these dead people. Mifune also noticed that everything was too strange. What kind of monsters should not appear in a one-star dungeon? Setsuna sensed something. The source of magical power was located on the lower floors. He even asked if everyone could feel the magic coming from below. The elder didn't understand what that meant. Whether he was sure he wasn't mistaken. Setsuna was absolutely sure, but he didn't know who was emitting it. Perhaps it was Yuzuha. Dragos rushed forward, so they needed to go down as quickly as possible. Mifune didn't understand. Did he really need to go with them? The hero noted that there was no other way. If he stayed here, he would condemn himself to a slow death. His companion was indignant at what he was saying. Did he really underestimate him? Setsuna objected, saying that it wasn't that simple. That's just how it would be. The elders couldn't do anything, which was why he stole their glasses. After these words, the guy rushed down after his comrade, and the elder continued to shout that this was not so, that it was called strategy. He hated these dead people and this team, as well as this dungeon. He wanted to send everything to hell, because he just had to follow them. After going downstairs, Mifune continued to be surprised. Are they really calm even in a situation like this? Perhaps they had trained together before. Drago noticed that this guy had become very talkative. It turned out that the senior would be better off like this than listening to the moans of these dead people. Setsuna shouted that he could feel strong magic coming from there and pointed his finger. The guys all went in that direction together as a team. There they found something strange. Could this be the source of the dark magic? Without a doubt it was. It seemed to be some kind of eye monster that looked more like a beast, even despite his past life. The hero realized that he was seeing such a monster for the first time. Usually, in such situations, the source of magic is a magic circle. Mifune didn't understand. Did these guys still not know how to navigate the dungeon? In that case, he was going to do it all himself. Suddenly, Drago waved his hand as if by accident and hit Mifune. At that moment, he declared that he could finally stretch his legs a little. While Mifune was scolding him for this, the hero killed the eye monster and received 10 points to his balance for it. Dragos noted that the dead were rising again. I wonder if they realized that they had destroyed their source of magic. Setsuna said that now they could continue earning points to complete the task. His comrade was happy and suggested they take it out on them a little. The elder thought that these guys were really confident, and now there was nothing to fear. They could calmly earn 100 points and leave the dungeon. Suddenly, the hero addressed him. Before the undead arrived, could they find out where Yuzuha had gone? The elder hesitated a little, then said that, to be honest, he didn't know himself. It was possible that she had gotten scared and simply run away. Setsuna knew that wasn't the case. She didn't look scared, even when the King of the Dead attacked them. So there was clearly something wrong with this girl. And then there were all those monsters that shouldn't have been in a 1-star dungeon. The guy thought that maybe he was just getting himself worked up. But perhaps the apostles were involved in all this dark magic. But if so, it was dangerous for Drago and the others to be here. The guy hoped that Layla and the others were all right. While he was thinking about it, the monsters were already approaching. Drago shouted that it was wonderful. They were coming, which meant it was great. Let them come straight to him. It was his bonus points. When the dead finally approached, the ambitious and virtuoso guy began to kill them. The same goes for the main character. That's how they earned points together, one after another. Of course, Mifune himself tried not to fall behind them. As a result, the dead who arrived here were quickly eliminated. The main character happily announced that everything was fine, and they had achieved their goal of 200 points. At that moment, he had 225 points on his balance. Drago was not far behind him, with 210 points on his balance. Meanwhile, Mifune had only 125. He thanked the guys for their help and said he was leaving. The guy asked him to wait, saying, "Are you really leaving without looking for Yuzuha? Aren't you friends?" This also alarmed the main character. Mifune asked what he meant by them being friends. He had only met her yesterday. She was an eccentric who behaved as if they were old acquaintances. Most likely she was outside somewhere, crying in fear. This information made Setsuna even more wary. Meanwhile, the elder was trying to charge the bracelet with mana in order to teleport. But he was unsuccessful, and he was surprised. What was going on? Why couldn't they just teleport to the surface? The main character suggested they just walk to the exit. Mifune noted that something was wrong here, that it just couldn't be. Drago said that it seemed more likely that this was the case. There was clearly something wrong with the bracelets. Setsune felt the same way. That feeling again, an ominous magic emanating from somewhere below. He told his companions that he would go look for Yuzuha. She shouldn't worry, because he could handle it himself. Mifune was confused. Was he serious? Maybe he had fallen in love with her or something like that? Drago said that Mifune had already done enough for them, so he would go with him. The main character agreed, as he could sense powerful magic below. It was not wise to act heroically if someone sensed danger. His companion replied that he understood and agreed. At that moment, Mifune addressed them. First, they should go outside and report this to Professor Giovanni. Why are they so sure that Yuzuha is somewhere here? The hero said that although faint, he could sense her mana. It would be better for the senior to go and report this to the professor himself, but he needed to be careful. Mifune felt that something was clearly wrong with these guys. It was much more likely that we had escaped to the surface, but they thought otherwise. It really annoyed him, and he went deeper into the dungeon, but staying alone was much more dangerous. This shouldn't have happened. Why did everything go wrong? Someone interrupted the guy's thoughts, putting a hand on his shoulder. It turned out to be Drago. He simply suggested that they find the girl together and return to the surface. His companion was still not happy with this prospect, but in the end he agreed to go with them. They needed to find her quickly and get out of there, so the guys continued their descent, going down together. Miyuni reported that neither he nor Drago could sense the girl's mana. But why was Setsuna able to do it? The hero explained that it was all thanks to training. But his companion didn't like him because, in his opinion, he was too simple. Soon, Drago said that it had suddenly gotten colder here. Even the air had become more charged. There was indeed something strange down below. In particular, there were strange sounds coming from there. The hero stopped everyone for a second, then pointed his finger forward. The big guy was the first to rush over to take a look and shouted, "What's going on here?" It turned out that Yuzuha was sitting in some kind of magic circle. The guys ran up to her, trying to figure out if she was okay, but what they saw before them made them freeze. There was clearly something wrong with Yuzuha's eye. The same was true of her hand. The girl sat there and literally begged for help. Mifune was immediately confused, trying to understand what was going on. Setsuna yelled at Drago not to go near her. It seemed to be an ancient trap. The guy didn't see any trap being activated. Perhaps it was an object imbued with dark magic. In a previous life, an acquaintance of his had bought a similar item. He didn't think the girl did it of her own free will, which meant someone else was involved. Setsuna explained that special magic was needed to neutralize the effect. Only a magical weapon could destroy this magic. Therefore, he asked the others to give it to him, and they agreed. The guy immediately took out his soul blade and used magic. Then he took the blade and placed it directly into the dark magic circle. The effect was instantaneous, and the magic circle gradually began to release the girl. She had no strength left, so she immediately fell into Setsuna's arms. After that, She whispered quietly that she couldn't let him go any further. The guy was surprised, not understanding what that meant. Then he noticed that the strange magic he was sensing was coming from this family. Mifune said that this happened because she was too reckless. I wonder what will happen to her now. Setsuna said he didn't know yet, but now they could go to the others, and then they would report it to the professor. This was clearly not natural. Most likely it was the work of the apostles. Dragos, of course, had many questions, but he said he would ask them after they left. The hero asked Mifune to use the bracelet to return. The guy agreed and began to saturate the bracelet with mana. What he expected happened. He couldn't do it. Did Professor Giovanni really give them words and items? Setsuna tried to do the same with Yuzua's bracelet, but as before, there was no result. Mifune was outraged. This one didn't work either. At that moment, Drago shouted to Setsuna that they needed to hurry. The ceiling literally began to collapse. It was another earthquake. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. They had to run right now. So the guys started moving forward, fighting off traps and falling rocks. The older one still couldn't understand what was really going on here. While he was distracted for a second, a smooth boulder blocked his path. But Drago immediately came to his aid and urged him to move faster. Setsuna objected, saying they were already trapped. The road ahead was blocked by debris. There was no point in wasting energy. They needed to find another safe route. At that moment, the group, along with Layla, was moving forward. The girl asked if anyone was there. Suddenly they heard cries for help. It turned out that one of the students was trapped. They needed to quickly clear away the debris. The victim was quickly pulled out from under the rubble. Layla said she would ease the pain a little with healing magic. While she was doing this, another member of her team asked where the rest of the victim's team was. He replied that one of them was under the rubble. Layla could only hope that Drago and Setsuna would survive. Mifune continued to scream in horror that this should not have happened. Dragos asked the main character if he could do anything with his striking bullet. The guy replied that he had already thought about it. But the risk was too great, as it could provoke another earthquake that would destroy them. Everything will be fine as long as he is unable to clear the debris. But it's getting hard to breathe here, and they're all tired. His comrade didn't understand. Was there really another way out? Setsuna said that there actually was. To do that, they would have to go even deeper. Everyone was surprised. Would they really have to move on in this condition? Setsuna noted that he couldn't take them with him, so he would do everything himself. Mifune asked where he got so much confidence. He knew that Setsuna was strong, of course, but the deeper they went, the stronger the monsters became. If he wasn't sure of his abilities, it would be better to stay here. The guy was actually unsure. But most likely the reason for these earthquakes was that the dungeon boss had awakened. And the reason they couldn't teleport was that a stronger source of mana was preventing them. So this was most likely a large, multi-star dungeon. Drago said that he expected this from Setsuna, who is very smart. But in reality, it's all because the guy managed to bypass every dungeon in his past life. Mifune just asked if the drama would remain here. They are going to wait for good news with him. Setsuna said that it would. His comrades threw him out just in case, to try to mark the path they had traveled. The hero replied that he would do so and save everyone soon. Then he started moving forward. It's weird that the boss has such a big impact on such a huge dungeon. I wonder how powerful close combat magic is. If only he had fire magic or purification, he could easily deal with these dead people. One of the weaknesses of melee magic is that it lacks elemental properties. And besides, most melee techniques are basically direct attacks. But somehow he feels something burning inside him. Dragos in turn continued to clear the debris. He was getting weaker and weaker from lack of strength. While he was doing this, the elder sat aside and just thought. Soon he turned to the young man himself. He said that he thought winning the melee magician competition was just luck. But it turns out he was wrong. He had been cheating all this time while these guys were honing their bodies. Now he was wondering which of them had actually been fooled. Dragos noted that he was older, so he shouldn't act pathetic. They would all return alive. Suddenly they heard a stranger's voice asking if anyone was there. The voice sounded familiar to the guy, so he replied that they were there. It turned out to be Layla and her team. Her partner said that someone was there. The girl became interested. Could it be Drago? But what about Setsuna? Where was he? The big guy said that they were all there, and that Setsuna had gone to look for another way out. Layla immediately told the others to help clear the debris as quickly as possible, and they began to do so. Meanwhile, the hero continued to make his way down. He realized that the air was getting heavier. It seemed that this was the heart of the dungeon. Ahead he saw something interesting, some kind of lights, but it seemed that this passage was blocked by a barrier because the boss had awakened. Even though this place was filled with dark energy, it was strange that there was nothing inside. But the guy realized that he couldn't let his guard down right now. While he was thinking about it, the enemy was already lurking near him. Only at the last moment did the main character sense the approaching danger. It was, of course, the enemy who used dark energy and attacked. He focused his attention on the place where the guy was standing. Fortunately, Setsuna managed to react and jumped aside, but he still didn't realize what it was. This creature, which turns out to be the dungeon boss, has 2 heads. Then it seems to be a 2-headed Hydra. Could it be the source of all the anomalies in this dungeon? The creature's body was clearly damaged. That meant someone had forcibly resurrected it here. The only ones capable of doing this are those who possess the power of an evil god. Before he could think about what was really going on, the creature attacked, emitting some kind of smoke. Setsuna assumed it was poison and retreated a short distance. If it really was poison, he couldn't delay. If he didn't defeat this Hydra, the situation in the dungeon would only get worse by the minute. In that case, he had to do something about it quickly. He took a deep breath. Holding his breath, he decided to finish it as quickly as possible, so he immediately jumped up and attacked. Strangely enough, he managed to land a good blow to the head. Of course, that wasn't enough to kill the creature. It began to move, and the guy tried to get behind it. The Hydra quickly countered, trying to attack with its tail. Setsuna in turn predicted this and knew it would happen. It turns out that he had already fought a Hydra once before. So this creature will not die as long as its heads are still attached. Therefore, it was necessary to cut them off one by one. Direct blows to the head will not cause significant damage due to its strong skull. This means it is necessary to aim for softer spots. The guy did that and managed to chop off one head. However, the danger was not over because the second head attacked him with poison. The hero had to dodge in the air and get away from the attack as quickly as possible. Part of his clothing was affected by the poison. It was a rare attack, and if it had hit him, it would have been the end. While he was thinking about what had happened, the second head of the Hydra began to grow back, and it quickly appeared at the site of the cut. So, this creature's growth rate was exactly the same as that of a zombie. Setsuna understood that he could not defeat it by cutting off only one head. That meant he had to cut off both heads in an instant. This monster would not be a problem for him if he possessed long-range magic. Most likely, he would have to try something else now. Earlier, the guy had been training and trying to create another mana blade. Unfortunately, he had been unsuccessful. When he created a similar shape, the blade in his other hand simply disappeared. The young man could not understand why this was happening. One day, Lionel saw him training. Was he trying to create 2 magic blades? The fact that he had already gotten this far was impressive. The boy's body couldn't keep up with the image in his head. Even the best melee mage takes 20 years to achieve this. She wanted a normal student, who was generally not sufficiently trained, and his mana path was also insufficient. So, for starters, Setsuna should train to control the mana in his body. The guy understood everything. Compared to long-range mages, a melee mage needs to focus more on controlling the mana inside his body. Even after the guy had been in an adult's body, he still couldn't fully rely on that experience. Therefore, he continued to train. During his recovery, his mana control improved significantly. However, he had not tried to do so since that day. First, he needed to focus his attention on one sword, and then move on to the second one. As a result, he began to succeed, so the hero decided to try to strike a blow. But unfortunately, at the last moment, his blade still couldn't withstand the blow. Setsuna was indignant and realized that he needed more strength. Unfortunately, he was too late to dodge, and the crow's tail attacked him. As a result, the guy flew to the side, hitting a stone barrier. And of course, he didn't give up. He had to do it again. Unfortunately, he had used up more mana than he had expected at that moment. But it was also possible that this was the effect of the poison. Soon, he was able to get into the position he needed. His strength was dwindling, and he was running out of energy. But he decided that he was not going to die here anyway. He only had one attempt to do so. So he took as much air into his lungs as possible and concentrated. At that moment, the 2-headed Hydra continued to pursue him, and it seemed that at the last moment it had caught up with him and attacked him. But luckily, he managed to dodge the attack. At that moment, he already had 2 fully formed blades in his hands. Since the 2-headed Hydra lost its concentration, the guy was able to strike it, which ultimately proved fatal for the enemy, because its body and heads were scattered into small pieces. The monster clearly would not come back to life if both of its heads were cut off at once. But it must be admitted that it possessed exceptional regenerative abilities. Unfortunately, the guy's double blades were still imperfect, and he was aware of that. He needed to train more to make this ability more stable. Suddenly, the guy heard someone enter the room and start applauding. He immediately turned his attention to this stranger. It was a man in a cloak. He said that the guy had defeated his creation using close combat magic. So it was true that he had defeated Leo with just one blow. Setsuna saw that this man looked familiar to him. In the end, it turned out to be Giovanni. The so-called instructor noted that he was surprisingly calm, even though he had heard this information. It seemed that he had expected to see him here. The hero said that this was not the first time for him. There is always a chance that something unexpected will happen. His interlocutor was given an approach to life that seemed smart. After all, he would not survive on the battlefield without showing flexibility. The guy's intelligence and combat abilities were at an excellent level. Setsuna wanted to ask just 2 questions. Is Giovanni one of the apostles? And if so, why did he decide to go so far? The man just smiled. After seeing the guy's performance in the competition, something occurred to him. It was just incredible. How he wanted to get his body and make him his puppet. Everything was exactly the same as with Yuzuha. The hero remembered what had happened to the girl. So it was all part of Giovanni's plan. He said that she really wanted to be his ally, so he just followed her lead. In any case, he didn't expect anything serious from her. She approached him herself, and how unpleasant it was. She didn't even suspect anything when he gave her that earring. She should have been happy that she had been turned into an undead, even though she was a complete fool. These words angered him, so let Giovanni shut his mouth. He was going to make him pay for all his sins. At that time, the debris continued to be cleared away, and some people had almost no strength left, even before that. But soon they managed to remove the last stone. Drago happily shouted that freedom had come. Layla was also glad that he was free. Everything was fine. They did their best to clear the rubble. The guy was grateful to them for their help. How good it was to be back on the surface. He couldn't even imagine that they would be trapped so deep. Layla suggested that there would be no more earthquakes, and the red lights were slowly fading. Then Drago said that Setsuna must have defeated the boss. Suddenly, Mifune shouted with delight that the bracelet was finally working. Everyone was happy about this and suggested going back upstairs. Drago said that everyone should wait for Layla. He, in turn, would go after Setsuna. The girl understood everything. She could leave it to her. She would wait for them outside. His comrade thanked her for agreeing to this without question. Then he shouted that he was leaving and set off, to where Setsuna was cleaning up, to make Giovanni answer for all his sins. His companion smiled wryly, let him try to do that. The main character immediately attacked. In response, Giovanni used his Ice Phantom skill. As a result, an Ice Phantom appeared where he was standing, which the guy destroyed. Surprisingly, did he turn into ice? It seems like he's about to attack from below. In the end, that's what happened, and the guy was wounded. Giovanni said that everything was as accurate as he had thought. This technique is very effective against melee mages who focus on direct strikes. Does the guy still think he can defeat him? Setsuna decided that, thanks to his magic, this man was capable of setting traps and counterattacking him with equal effectiveness. The guy needed to finish him off as quickly as possible. He may not have had any mana left after the battle with the boss. Giovanni is a formation mage, just like Mifune. Before activating his magic, he needed to do something together with the teleportation destination. The guy quickly closed the distance with the enemy. The enemy teleported, and the hero began to increase the space. Once again, an icy mannequin appeared under his hand. But that wasn't the only problem. The poison had also begun to take effect. At the same time, Giovanni's ice attacks were still going strong. The main character received another serious wound. Giovanni called him pathetic and told him to just give up. But the guy yelled at him to shut his mouth. He would never forgive him and would definitely remove the curse from Yuzuha completely. His opponent was surprised. Did he really know how to do that? He didn't even understand why he cared so much about her. Turning her into a living dead was his reward for luring him here. The man could lift the curse from her, but he had one condition. Let Setsuna swear his loyalty to him right now. The main character was indignant. Was he really trying to make him swear allegiance to someone like him? Don't make me laugh. And again, when the guy attacked, only an icy clone appeared. But Setsuna saw where the enemy was going to move and rushed there. And in the end, Giovanni was indeed there. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Could Setsuna really have figured out his magic so quickly? His hands were instantly cut off by the guy. The hero was satisfied. He had succeeded. For some reason, he smiled at Giovanni and said that he was a quick learner. His hands literally grew back before his eyes, and his wounds healed. He knew he really wanted him in his collection. But he still needed the guy to learn something. Now everything became crystal clear to the guy. His enemy was also a living dead man. Giovanni confirmed it. The Great One had granted him immortality when he was on the verge of death. He himself was a great masterpiece of the Great One. The guy thought that by the Great One, he probably meant an evil god. The enemy said that humans are so weak and fragile they grow old and die. What a pitiful existence. And so he wants to share this with others. He wants to make the worthy immortal. And Setsuna himself probably no longer had the strength to fight him, so let him just give up. The hero felt himself beginning to lose consciousness. Therefore, he urgently needed to find a way out of this situation. And soon he sensed mana. That means he's already on his way here, which is good news. Giovanni used his formation mark. It seemed that the guy had nothing left to say. He finally understood his situation. In that case, the man would begin the ritual. The wizard cast his spell and began to recite the words. He was so absorbed that he didn't even notice when another enemy arrived. Drago grabbed a huge boulder and threw it with tremendous force, crushing Giovanni's head. When this happened, Setsuna also gathered his strength and attacked at the same time. He managed to land a blow, but again it turned out to be an ice doll instead of the main body. The hero was indignant, but he had almost hit his target. Giovanni teleported again using the marker. His comrade ran up to Setsuna and asked how he was feeling. The guy said he was fine, and that he owed him one. But Drago thought he was injured? But the guy said he was really fine and could still fight. More importantly, he wondered how their elders were doing. The big guy said they had already left the dungeon. Layla and the others had helped them with that. Setsuna was really glad to hear that. Layla was becoming an increasingly reliable ally. Suddenly, Giovanni announced that their ritual had been rudely interrupted. After all, the professor did not expect to see Drago here. The guy was surprised. Was this man really Professor Giovanni? The hero confirmed it. He was responsible for everything that had happened here. They needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible. His comrade was outraged, and as soon as such a man entered their academy, he would never forgive him. Setsuna said that as soon as he was attacked, he would turn his body into ice and counterattack with ice shards. They would have to dodge them as quickly as possible. Then he would teleport to another place, but most likely he couldn't do it without a break. That was his main weakness. In that case, their plan is as follows. Drago starts by forcing him to teleport, and then the guy strikes the place where he appears. His regeneration slows down after that. His comrade unquestioningly agreed to this plan and suggested attacking. Giovanni had not yet fully regenerated and was upset, which annoyed him. Drac quickly closed the distance between them and delivered a crushing blow, but it was the ice mannequin again. Giovanni moved again and shouted that magic was not so simple. If the guy tried to attack him, he would surely suffer from frostbite. The main character was already close and was about to strike. He did so, and the attack was very strong. Holding the enemy's body with one hand, he delivered another blow with the other. He decided that he had to finish him off here, and now. The guy delivered blow after blow, tormenting the body, and after several dozen repetitions, he sent Giovanni's body flying. He was already at the end of his strength, hoping that he would be able to win. Giovanni's body was badly torn apart, but his generation couldn't heal him fast enough. In the end, the hero felt that his body was at its limit and fell. The professor never even thought that he would ever use this ability that the Great One had given him. He immediately ordered the Hydra to merge with him. The hero was still conscious and sensed the danger. Therefore, he asked Drago not to let his guard down. With his weakened vision, he could see the danger ahead. Dragon couldn't believe what he saw. It was simply impossible. Giovanni had actually merged with the Hydra. He shouted that he would not forgive them. They had forced him to use this object, which had been given to him by the Great One. All of this would now be their undoing. Setsuna realized that at this rate, it would be the end for both of them. Everything was bad. He couldn't even stand up. His vision was also beginning to fail. Had someone come? What the hell is this? Spiritual power is essentially a fusion of body and spirit. And in order to achieve this state, it is necessary to let emptiness inside. The director told the guy that he needed to clear his mind and just feel it. Remembering these words, the guy realized that this is what emptiness seems to be like. Does he really feel it? Turning to the spirits, he begged them to give him their power so that he could save his friends. In response to this request, he only heard a piercing voice telling him to shut up. At that moment, the guy literally found himself in some other dimension. He didn't really understand what this place was. It was very different from the dungeon. Perhaps it was another dimension or something else entirely. Suddenly, he felt a strong energy behind him and immediately turned around. Then right before his eyes, he saw a huge fiery spirit. It seemed to be one of the spirits the director had told him about. With a body like that, it looked more like a titan, and its mana was also aggressive. The boy felt enormous pressure just standing in front of it. Despite the gravity of the situation, he decided to approach it. Setsuna addressed the spirit, trying to ask it to listen to him. The evil god and his minions threaten everything on Earth. His friends are in danger, and he asks to borrow his power. The fire spirit simply told him not to be so arrogant. After that, the boy felt the ground beneath his feet begin to collapse. Everything seemed to be falling apart. Had he angered the spirit? This fire is too strong. He can even feel its heat here. The spirit said that he tried his best to listen to this little man. But one question tormented him. Why should he care? With these words, he grabbed the guy with his stone hand. Not understanding what was happening, Setsuna asked what he meant. The spirit repeated that he was saying there was no point in listening to him. After that, he squeezed the guy's body even tighter. He felt that such enormous mana was literally burning inside him. The spirit said that this whole place must be very cold. But for this guy's sake, he was going to set everything on fire here to make it look like hell, and then he would burn him himself. The flames really intensified, and the guy screamed in pain. The hero thought that if he failed here, the whole world would come to an end. So he had to convince this spirit with all his might. By the way, the spirit was surprised that the guy was still conscious. A normal person would have passed out long ago after something like that. Perhaps he was an unusual person. The spirit senses the presence of the spirit of time in him. I wonder why. The main character just kept screaming from the pain he was experiencing. After gathering himself a little, he asked the spirit to listen to him. And his interlocutor was indignant at how annoying he was. He even dared to resist him. Not only him, but also those very minions who were sent here. How annoying they all were. Setsuna was surprised that this spirit knew something about the evil god. The boy said he was here to destroy these monsters. The spirit was indignant. Who did he think he was? It didn't matter when he fought. It would last forever. He would burn him in this eternal flame. The hero shouted that he didn't care. He wouldn't back down anyway. This made the spirit smile. After that, the spirit released even more flames and ordered him to prove himself. The pain from the scorching flames intensified dozens of times. The main hero screamed, and his body began to melt seriously. It was so hot here that he couldn't breathe. But now is not the time to give up. He must think. I wonder how Drago is doing in the real world. And what is the guy doing? Why is he here? Setsuna wanted all this to stop. He still couldn't die. He couldn't die until he destroyed the evil god. So he begged the great spirit of fire to lend him his power. Then he wouldn't lose anyone to the evil god. The spirit found this situation surprising. He had never seen anyone manage to hold out here for a whole year. And the guy had come this far. Was it just to save his friends? The creature saw that the boy was not responding. So it turned out that this little man was already unconscious. Well, he had lost consciousness after all. The spirit wanted this man to fail, and let him not tell those annoying people about him. At that moment, another mark appeared on the guy's arm. While the hero was in another dimension, only a short time had passed. Merged with the Hydra, Giovanni attacked Drago again. The guy realized that things were bad for him. He couldn't defend himself from the ice with his mana. Giovanni was surprised that this guy was still standing. Was he not human? Or perhaps he had the stubbornness of all melee mages, but his stubbornness was useless. After all, the next attack would be fatal for him. Drago thought that after the previous attack, his body had completely stopped responding to anything. The enemy announced that after that, he would kill the brat lying behind him. He hoped that they would become friends with the exiled dead. After that, Giovanni immediately abandoned Drago's body. Drago, in turn, realized that he could no longer defend himself. His enemy really was a monster that was about to release poison on him. Unfortunately, he would not be able to dodge it. At that moment, the boy remembered his parents' words. They called him their pride and joy. They wanted him to become a shield for his friends with his huge, hardened body. Let him show them the full power of close combat magic. Drago was ashamed in front of his father and apologized for not being able to protect even his own friend. Giovanni unleashed his powerful attack anyway. He was surprised that he also took damage. Apparently he had overdid it this time. What he saw made him even more surprised. Where had the body of that scoundrel gone? Had he really disappeared? Strange, what else is this? Dragos felt a warm and pleasant sensation. He was also surprised when he saw Setsuna in a completely different guise, using the power of the spirit of fire. Giovanni simply could not believe that this was Setsuna Bloodmel. How and why had he changed so dramatically? The hero didn't give his enemy a chance to think, rushing forward. What was this? Had he disappeared? Setsuna was already behind him at that moment, and soon attacked him with his new power. The enemy missed the blow and flew to the side, taking enormous damage. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Why would a melee fighter use elemental magic? His recovery was also poor, and for some reason he was flustered. His enemy clearly had unusual flames. What was that? Another mark on his hand? Let them say that he can use another path of magic. But that's just impossible. Giovanni wondered what had happened. Was he afraid? Why was his body suddenly shaking violently? Because of this, the monster, when you were human, got very angry and shouted that it was impossible. He gathered a powerful stream of mana in his mouth, saying that he was a living dead man. Was he already someone who had defeated death? And now he was about to release this poisonous whirlwind. The guy, in turn, stood completely calm. Although no living creature should have been able to cope with this poisonous whirlwind, but the main character actually dealt with it easily. Somehow he neutralized Giovanni's poison with his mana. As the enemy pondered what had happened, the hero approached him. Where did he get such power? The hero approached to deliver a serious blow, but at the last moment, something happened, and he didn't understand what it was. Giovanni himself was confused. What was going on? It seemed that the situation was turning in the other direction. It seemed to him that the guy was unable to use this power properly. He was an idiot. He lost consciousness during the fight, and now he was finished. Giovanni attacked the guy with his punch. Setsuna dodged, and the enemy didn't understand how it happened. Even though he lost consciousness, he was able to dodge. Is he moving solely on instinct? This means that Giovanni can restrain his movements for now. Soon he rejoiced at this direct hit. Now this guy clearly couldn't move. His strength was truly worthy of recognition. But he was just a pathetic human who had stepped onto the battlefield against a dragon. The man was going to cut off his head and prove that the undead were superior to some humans. He swung his blade but ended up losing that limb. It turned out that Layla had come to the main character's defense and saved him. She apologized to Setsuna for being late, and now she won't let this monster hurt him. Giovanni was outraged. He was so focused on Setsuna that he didn't even notice another bug approaching. Now, he was going to finish it off quickly. The girl saw that Setsuna was unconscious, but that red hair and the fire around him. The newcomer looked interested. I wonder what happened to him. Although none of that mattered, she would do anything to protect him. At that moment, the main character found himself in another dimension. Had he really come back here again? The spirit noted that it was surprising that he had been engulfed by flames of such intensity. What a pathetic person. The hero himself did not understand anything. He thought he was used to it. He saw Layla in front of him. Could it really be her? The spirit did not know her, and therefore said that he did not understand. The guy immediately asked his interlocutor to tell him how to control this power and return to reality. But the spirit told him not to ask and to figure it out for himself. It was the first time he had entrusted his own power to someone else. Setsuna was very worried about Layla. He saw the girl fighting a large monster that was about to kill her. She was getting hurt because she wasn't as strong as her two partners. But Giovanni was persistent. He was going to kill her as quickly as possible. In the end, he managed to throw the girl a short distance away. Layla turned to Setsuna. I wonder if he remembers what he said to her last time. He said that as long as there was determination in his heart, even someone like him would become stronger. These words made the guy feel everything. The guy remembered his mother, who said that he didn't think too much. As long as there was determination in his heart, he would become stronger. The fire inside began to speak. The girl continued to try to protect him, but she was still defeated. Setsuna saw this, and finally his fire ignited. The spirit of fire was delighted by this. Let it entertain him even more. Or did he mean that he was ready to meet his death here and now together with this girl? In which case, would the spirit be the one to finish him off? The flames immediately burned hundreds of times stronger than before. Giovanni once again inflicted a serious wound on the girl, but suddenly he saw something strange in front of him. Someone attacked him again. What was going on? Of course, it was the main character using the magic of the spirits of flame. This attack was quite unusual, and several hundred times stronger than his previous attack. It was a hellish flame. So, this Giovanni says that being immortal is cool. But people are beautiful in that, having limited time, they do everything they can to become better. And the guy was only able to unleash the magic of the flame spirit when he was on the verge of death. The enemy was still alive and shouted indignantly that there was no magic that could defeat him. Setsuna didn't want to listen to him at all and simply finished him off, leaving only dust from the body of his enemy. Suddenly, the guy heard someone address him. It turned out to be Layla, who asked if the guy was the real Setsuna. The main character smiled and told her that everything would be fine now. He was grateful that she had protected him. He wondered how she was feeling now. She replied that she was fine. She was glad that he was okay too. Drago didn't even expect the girl to come here. Layla explained that the elders had returned using teleportation magic. But she had a bad feeling, so she hurried here. It turned out that she had asked the professors waiting for them on the surface to tell them everything. Therefore, she was sure that help would come for them soon. The hero was very happy. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with his body. It began to fail him, and he literally lost his concentration. As a result, he fell down completely exhausted. Fortunately, at that moment, the teachers who were supposed to help came down. They saw that there were 3 students from the melee magic department inside. But it's unclear what's going on. Is that right? Mifune had already told them everything, so they hurried here to find them. Setsuna only asked them to take care of Layla and Drago, but his comrades were already safe, and nothing threatened them. This made the guy really happy. Only after some time did he open his eyes in an unknown place. It soon became clear that it seemed to be an infirmary. He had really cleaned up here. The guy still felt the heat in his body after that battle, but it was all right now. He had managed to protect his comrades. Suddenly, Lionel entered the room and saw that Setsuna had already woken up. Seeing him, the guy was a little confused, and then asked how the others were doing. The man noticed that he was always worried about his friends, even though he had spent 3 days unconscious. Drago, Layla, and his seniors from the formation faculty were all fine. He was the last one to wake up among them. The professor heard that they had fought against a strong enemy. The consequences of this incident were dealt with by order of the director. The guy thought that was good. There were still many things they didn't understand, but Lionel still wants to apologize. He knows it's too late, but still. He heard about the incident involving Leo from the school principal. There are other people who are also dangerous. They were ordered to conduct an internal investigation, but it was postponed due to the recent incident. They had no idea about Giovanni's intentions, and in the end, they themselves put their students in danger twice. Therefore, he apologizes once again for what happened. The man does not want something like this to happen again, ever. Setsuna immediately asked him to raise his head. He was also wrong. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized his body. Lionel asked him to calm down. This was the backlash after he used his mana beyond the limit. But his wounds had been healed by magic, so he didn't need to worry. It was probably thanks to the guy who had rushed over and helped them. Setsune became curious about who had burst into the place and saved them. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lionel guessed that he was already there. Incredibly, the one who helped them turned out to be Professor Zachary. The man approached and said he had cleaned his apples, so he should eat. The hero agreed and thanked him. Lionel was still upset with his subordinate, and told him not to talk like that. It seems he wanted to say something. Zachary began to apologize for his behavior during the test. At the time, he said that the guy had chosen the weakest faculty and that it annoyed him to see someone like him. When you were a man, you were an excellent student at this academy. But during the blessing ceremony, he could only choose close combat magic. Because of this, his friends and family simply turned away from him. When he heard about the kid who could choose any path, he wondered why such a person decided to become a melee mage. It made him incredibly angry. However, Setsuna's team scored the most points during joint training. In addition, the boy showed the highest result in the history of the academy. However, due to the incident, the joint training with the Royal Battalion was cancelled. But the professor was more pleased that the boy had proven that even close combat magic was worth something, and so Zachary is grateful to him for that. The hero was happy to hear this. It was as if he was looking at a completely different person. Could his first impression of him have been wrong? In the end, the guy said that he also needed to apologize, and he was grateful that the man had saved them. Soon, Zachary left them and told the guy that they would meet in class. Lionel, in turn, remained in the infirmary. He took something out and told the guy that the principal had told him to give it to him personally. In his hands was a glove similar to the one the principal was wearing. Lionel assumed that the guy would not be able to wear bandages all the time to hide it on his hand. This mark was due to spiritual magic, which no one had ever heard of. The guy was surprised. Could the professor know something about it? The man said that this power is also called ancient magic. It was this magic that caused a great magical war between magicians many hundreds of years ago. And that is why everything related to this magic is forbidden. Lionel asks the boy never to use it in public, otherwise the church will find out about him. Setsuna thought about ancient magic. He had actually read that this magic was used during the Great Magic War, but he would never have thought that it was spiritual magic, so he decided to ask the professor what he knew about it. The man said that the academy director had explained it to him in general terms. Of course, he told him about the evil god, his apostles whom the young man had to fight, and also about spiritual magic itself, and of course about the young man himself, who had returned here from the future. At the moment, only he and the director know about this. The guy replied that everything was clear to him. He was glad that the chief professor had found out about it. But was it the right decision? Leonardo didn't care what the future held for the boy who had come from it. Right now, he was who he was, whatever that might be. Setsuna Cromwell was a student in the melee magic department. The boy was glad to hear this and thanked him for his kind words. Then he became curious about where the director was now. The professor said that he had found some clues about the apostles. That was why Setsuna would be absent for a while. Setsuna was naturally interested and almost got out of bed. His interlocutor stopped him, saying that they should ask the director as soon as he returned, and that now he needed to rest. The professor had something else to tell him. With these words, he left. He left the young man with the thought that he needed to say something. If he hadn't had the strength of spirit at that moment, everything could have ended badly for him, and the guy understood that perfectly well. It turns out that he managed to cope with this force thanks to Layla. But he is not sure whether he will be able to do it again or not. The power he used was truly incredible. Suddenly, the guy was surprised when he heard the spirit's voice. It said that he was telling the truth. Let them not hope that a simple person like him could control its power so easily. Confused, the hero looked around, trying to find the spirit. But in the end, he realized that no one was there. While Setsuna was trying to figure things out, the spirit informed him that he was there. Warm energy immediately enveloped the young man, and he was actually able to see the face of this creature. Let the little man rejoice, he decided to reveal himself. Setsuna saw a small animal jump off his body. Seeing it, he was so surprised that he even asked if it was really the spirit. At that moment, his interlocutor asked him not to address him informally. In fact, he had a name, Blazer. Let them not forget this when addressing him. The main character realized that this creature was not very similar to his former self. Blazer went to the window and saw something interesting there. Unbelievable. So this is what modern society looks like. There are so many people, and everything looks so huge. The hero thought that maybe he was just too small. Then he asked, "Is it really that unusual?" Blazer noted that people are not such special creatures. But for him, this is new, because it is his first time in the world in this form. Setsuna asked, if this was his first time in this form, why was it this form? The spirit explained that he usually doesn't answer such questions, but he would make an exception today. The guy knows that they are connected by the seal on his hand, and therefore, in order to manifest properly in this world, the spirit needs a certain amount of mana. But if he were in his usual form, a mortal like that guy would be finished in an instant. Therefore, he decided to overcome him in this way, in a minor and not particularly expressive manner. Now everything became clear to the hero. This was his chance to ask this creature as much as possible about spirits. So he asked Blazer to tell him something. He was interested in the magical war that took place more than 100 years ago. I wonder which side Blazer was on and how it ended. The spirit did not expect to hear such an interesting question. So he remarked that it was actually incredible. Setsuna asked what exactly. His interlocutor said that he didn't remember all the details, of course. After all, he simply didn't act as he saw fit in the war of his contract. And he wasn't particularly interested in the past. He was most interested in the present. Therefore, answering this question, he rushed out of the room. The hero immediately rushed out, not wanting anyone to see this spirit. So he tried to stop him. Things would be bad if the church found out about its existence. This composition would send them to trial. So the guy needs to stop this creature before that happens. Soon, Blazer found himself on the street. So this is what the place where magicians train looks like. This flat area is worth exploring. The students looked at the small animal in confusion. They didn't understand that it could be some kind of dog. Some thought it was very cute. At that moment, the main characters were rushing after Blazer. The spirit was indignant. Why was he so weak? Was he sure he could actually catch up with him? Setsuna himself realized that he was weak now. But if only he were in better shape, everything would be different. He continued to chase after his small pet. And then, around one of the corners, he met a recent acquaintance with whom he had fought. The guy noted that Setsuna had probably become so confident after just one successful victory. But this time, his golems would fight back. The main character safely ignored him and ran through. Soon it turned out that there was another recent acquaintance ahead. Setsuna had also recently fought him, and this guy had invited him to join the organization. He apologized to Setsuna for being rude in the past. He'd better tell him about that red-haired girl. The hero also ignored him, not knowing what he was talking about. So it would be better to talk about it later. And this was far from the last acquaintance the guy met in the hallway. Behind one of the nearest walls, he was spotted by a professor from the Academy of Long-Range Magic. Only after some time did the guy bring him into the room. Unfortunately, he had lost the creature. Those inside didn't understand, and Mifune asked why he was so out of breath. At that moment, the girls were discussing that this was the same Setsuna who had been on the same team as Mifune during joint training. He was probably only able to get so many points thanks to Mifune. Their friend was indignant, saying they shouldn't dare to mock his friend. The girls realized they had made a mistake. Mifune apologized to Setsuna. The atmosphere here has been like this ever since he broke all the records at that training session. They don't even try to find out the real situation. The hero would never have thought that the guy would treat him like a friend. Mifune declared that anyone who was worthy of being used was his friend. From these words, Setsuna seemed incredible. Soon, the senior brought up the topic of that day. Yuzuha, who had fallen into a trap, was no longer in danger. But in the end, they would still remain. Right now, it seemed that she was under arrest and being questioned by the professors. It was clear to Setsune. They were talking about Giovanni, but the guy didn't think he had left any clues behind. Soon, he noted that he wanted to ask something else. Hadn't a small red animal about this size run by here? Mifune had seen it, and if he was talking about it, the creature was heading for the courtyard. The guy looked out the window and indeed saw Blazer running by. He thanked his acquaintance for the information and ran off. The little spirit continued to have fun on the street. Those present did not know who he was, having never seen anything like him before. Perhaps he was someone's pet. There was another acquaintance of the main character on the street. What is this? Probably a magical beast. Soon the guy saw Setsuna talking to this little spirit. He was extremely angry with this man. How infuriating, even though he had destroyed all the evidence. That sharp-eyed professor still managed to notice something, and this beast seems to belong to Setsuna. A plan formed in his head. Since he brought such a cute magical beast here, they need to ensure the safety of their academy. The academy will not blame him for the stagnation. Blazer felt that he was being attacked. The hero also saw this and was overcome with anxiety. But it was in vain, because the spirit easily dealt with the attack. The guy couldn't believe what had happened, how he had managed to melt the ice. Blazer asked a little indignantly, does he really want to attack him? If so, then let him know his place first. The spirit showered the guy with fire, and his clothes gradually began to disintegrate. As a result, the guy who attacked with tears ran away. Setsuna was glad that his spirit pet was okay. It was bad if he could use his powers in this form, because the other students were in danger. The students present did not understand what kind of fire it was. After all, it was a high-level spell. Could this little dog really do that? Blazer said that there was nothing special about it. Were they really friends with that idiot? The guys were scared. This seems abnormal. Better to get away from here. At that moment, Layla arrived at the scene. She didn't understand what was going on. Only after a moment did she notice the small pet. The main character saw her and was now afraid for her condition. Unfortunately, his condition did not allow him to descend very quickly. Layla turned to Blazer. He didn't understand. Did she want to burn too? Hearing these words, Setsuna became even more worried, because he realized that Blazer could very well burn her. It seemed to the spirit that the girl had already accepted her fate. Layla was not afraid of him and approached calmly. Then she asked if it was he who had helped Setsuna in the dungeon. The spirit didn't want to answer, but nodded. The girl thanked him for that. She was grateful that he had helped her friend. Blazer clearly liked that. Finally, at least someone was showing him the respect he deserved. Let her continue to be grateful that he was sharing his powers with her. The guy couldn't believe that the spirit had finally calmed down. Layla took some fruit out of her basket since she was here. She was going to visit Setsuna, so she brought this fruit with her. Blazer tried them. It was indeed a good offering. He liked the taste of the fruit. It was undoubtedly good. So he called this fruit very good indeed. Setsuna couldn't believe that he had been tamed so easily. After a while, the guy and his friends were in the dining room. The spirit was also there, and Layla was feeding it. Dragos noted the beast's appetite. I wonder what kind of creature it is. The guy smiled and said that it was probably a magical beast. He understood that if others found out about this spirit, the Inquisition would immediately set its sights on him. He shouldn't get Drago involved in this, so it would be better not to say anything. He still needed to remain vigilant. Well, it seemed that the Blazer was not yet a danger to the other students. The guy thanked Layla for her help. She replied that it was no problem. She just thought he was a little scared of such a large crowd of people around him. Suddenly, the students passing by began to discuss something among themselves. This is the same guy who scored the most points in the joint training session. Is this the first time they've seen such a beast? At that moment, Blazer realized that he was attracting a lot of attention. Well, since they weren't just chatting, he would forgive them. The hero continued to think that everyone believed these were just rare, magical beasts. That was good, and shouldn't raise any unnecessary suspicion. Blazer told Layla that if she continued to bring him such gifts, he would make her his subordinate. Setsuna thought it was great that only he understood what his spirit pet was saying. Then he turned to his companions. He needed to tell them something. He was grateful that they had saved him in this dungeon. In response, he heard that everything was fine. Saving a friend was a normal thing to do. Dragos also noticed that he had brought something. He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a message. It seemed that his parents had also received news that they had scored the most points in joint training. They were so happy that they wrote him a letter. And now the boy was even proud to be a melee fighter. Setsuna was very happy to hear this. At that moment, Layla's mood changed slightly, and she turned to the hero. It turned out that she was still concerned about Professor Giovanni's true identity. The guy was annoyed by this. He didn't know the details either. But maybe they would find out something after Yuzuha was interrogated. At first he thought that Giovanni was also one of the apostles, but the only thing he showed was his fusion with the Hydra. Could it be that only the apostles are endowed with such abilities, or are others capable of this as well? Drago also said he had some questions. He was curious about the power Setsuna had used that time. It was a flame made of mana, not a simple melee magic technique. The hero hesitated. At that moment, Layla suggested that it was all about this little one. Blazer thought it was incredible that this woman understood where the legs grew from just by looking at them. She was quite perceptive. The hero realized that his pet was now completely charmed by her. In the end, he said that he had been too focused and didn't know how to explain it. While they were talking, the professor approached Setsuna. It was Silas, the professor of long-range magic. When the students saw him, they were indignant. He was the professor of long-range magic. He had probably come to scold another student. Hearing this, the man became indignant and sent the students away. Then he pointed at the spirit pet and asked what kind of beast it was. He had never seen anything like it before. Was it some kind of forbidden magical beast? Setsuna knew he had done wrong. If he continued to think about it, it would only get worse. At that moment, the man shouted indignantly that the young man should have registered his pet first. The hero hesitated. Blazer, of course, did not like being called a pet. Silas asked what was going on. If the guy had any reason to do so, he should say so right now. If not, they would have to get rid of him. The fire spirit was very upset that he dared to call him that. The hero saw that the creature was angry and about to attack. Something had to be done. At that moment, someone addressed them. It turned out to be Assistant Professor Zachary. He said that he had already received the registration form from the guy and had carelessly forgotten about it. Therefore, he apologized for the misunderstanding. This made Silas laugh. It was unbelievable that the professor would bow his head to an ordinary student, especially when talking about the once best and most honored student of the melee combat department. What a disgrace it all was. Zachary agreed with everything he said, but Drago, in turn, was very indignant and slammed his fist on the table. The professor of the Long-Range Combat Academy did not understand what this youngster wanted. Dragos, in turn, approached Professor Zachary and said to him as if he were a friend that it was all thanks to him. The reason why the close combat faculty managed to take first place in the joint training sessions lay in none other than Professor Zachary himself. Setsuna and Layla also decided to play along. They also approached and said that it was all thanks to the professor. Despite his methods, he did it all for them. Zachary was so pleased that he even shed a tear. While they were chatting, Silas was indignant, saying, "What kind of circus have they put on for me here? And who would believe what they're saying anyway?" And then the gossip started again behind his back. If you think about it, the melee faculty is now in a higher position than the ranged faculty. But this professor, for some reason, still acts arrogant. These words made the man even angrier. Soon he left, shouting that they should provide the necessary documents as soon as possible, preferably tomorrow morning. The guy could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was saved. A little more and Blazer would have clearly lost his temper. Setsuna thanked Professor Zachary for his help. He had helped them without even knowing the whole situation. But the professor objected, saying that it was his duty to say such things. Besides, this was about Setsuna. He was sure that he had a reason for deciding to get a magical beast for himself. Drago declared this man a role model for other professors. Layla was simply very happy about this. The same could not be said for Blazer. For him, it was all nonsense. After a while, the comrades said goodbye to each other. And when that happened, a bird arrived with a message for the guy. It handed him a package. It seemed to be a ghostly beast. The main character became interested in this message and decided to read its contents. In it, a certain interlocutor said that he had been informed about the state of affairs. It seems that the guy has already mastered spiritual magic, and he is being congratulated. Judging by the contents, Setsuna realized that this letter was from the director himself. The old man went on to write that he was afraid that the guy would not yet be able to control this power properly. This was because he would not recover from his injuries in any way. The director would very much like to teach him how to use spiritual magic properly. But unfortunately, he had to leave on business for a short time. Therefore, he decided to ask someone else to take care of the boy until he returned. The hero wondered, did he really want to teach him how to use spiritual magic? So, there was a way to control this power after all. It turned out that the director had asked Lionel to introduce them to each other. Finally, the director wished the young man luck in his studies. So, the one who was supposed to teach Setsuna also received the news. But he was outraged by this absurdity. Teaching someone spiritual magic, and what's more, he even revealed his current location without his knowledge. Even despite his request, he would never forgive the director of the Dane and Silver Rock Academy. It would be terrible if this Setsuna turned out to be incompetent. In that case, the new mentor was going to finish him off with his bare hands. Soon, an emergency meeting of magicians took place. Danon told everyone what he knew about the situation. Someone asked him if he really had nothing else to say. It turned out that he didn't. The others discussed the signs of the imminent arrival of the evil god, as well as the secret activities of the apostles. Danon seemed unaware that his words could shock the whole world. He also had no evidence to back up all these words. The principal explained that they were too clever to leave any evidence behind. That is why he was asking them all for help. Those present could not agree. It seemed to them that this old man had simply lost his mind. Maybe he had some problems with his memory. Thus, the meeting ended with literally nothing. On his way out, the principal met Lionel. Danon said that no one even listened to him, exactly as they had expected, but that was no surprise. Lionel pointed out that he couldn't just say that he had used forbidden spirit magic to return to the past. His interlocutor agreed with this assessment, but warned that forewarned was forearmed. They would still remember his words when the apostles made themselves known again. He'd rather tell him how Setsuna was doing. It turned out that he was better now, but he was still exhausted. He was still quite far from a full recovery. The old man understood. I wonder who they will face in the future. For this battle, Setsuna will need all his future strength. The main character slept peacefully, while Carol sat by his bed, watching him intently. Soon the boy finally began to open his eyes. He saw Carol just a few inches from his face. This, of course, startled him, and he asked what she was doing there. The girl replied that she had heard he was being treated there. That's why she decided to bring him something to eat. Setsuna thanked her, but he was still a little confused. His companion told him that she had learned this recipe from a dragon, and it was incredible. Setsuna also said that he owed her. Not only did she bring him a huge portion of food, but she also looked after Blazer yesterday. Carol said it was no big deal. She and Layla showed him around town and bought him some fruit. His pet really does have a very cute voice. The guy was surprised that she thought he was cute, because you definitely won't hear anything good from him. Layla is really good. Blazer quickly got used to her. It seemed to come very easily to her, but the girl knows that it's actually hard. To build a good relationship, you always have to be open. She also works with animals, even if they are not real. Therefore, she understands how pleasant it is to build a good relationship with someone. Setsuna noted that Layla was doing an excellent job, as always, and he understood that he was once again indebted to her. He also had to help her in some way. As soon as he felt better, he had to start studying spirit magic. After spending a little more time together, Carol announced that it was time for her to go to class. She would meet with Blazer and then visit the boy again. She would also like to call Fenrir along with him. Left alone, the hero thought that while Layla and Carol were watching over Blazer, he had to work. He needed to learn at least a little more about spirit magic. The Great War began about 200 years ago. The followers of ancient magic decided to subjugate the other magicians by force. This led to war between the two factions. Ancient magic was extremely powerful, but only a few knew how to paralyze it. The other magicians were able to win and restore peace. If it becomes known that someone knows how to use ancient magic, that person is immediately arrested and brought to trial. Setsuna realized that he couldn't tell anyone about his contract with Blazer. Even knowing about it was dangerous enough. After reading a little of the book, the boy lay down on the bed. He reflected that before his regression, he didn't even know that spirit magic existed. If he could master this magic, perhaps he could defeat the evil god. But there was something he had never seen before his regression. And that, of course, was Leo, as well as Giovanni in that state. If the past had really changed, then it was interesting to wonder if it was for the better. Several days passed after all the events. The hero stood near the gate with his friends and Lionel. Carol was worried that Setsuna had not yet fully recovered. Did he really want to leave the academy for further training? The guy confirmed it, saying that the academy wasn't open on long weekends anyway. Drago asked him to try hard, or he would fall behind him. Layla said she would miss Blazer while he was gone. The spirit called for delicious fruit to be prepared for his return. Setsuna said that he would like to thank them very much, because they had really helped him a lot. His friends smiled in response. They were glad that he appreciated them. Soon everyone said goodbye and went their separate ways. Lionel told his student that he had really good friends. Setsuna agreed. But he understood that Blazer was already becoming a problem. He wasn't sure he could handle him on his own. But he couldn't ask Layla to go with him either. After a while, the professor said that the destination was far away. That was why he gave them transportation. Setsuna was surprised to see lizards. It turned out that these creatures were very temperamental and difficult to ride. But at the same time, they were perfect for long-distance travel. To get there safely, the main thing was to hold on as tightly as possible. The breeder said that his lizards were very fast, but also particularly skittish. If they threw a person off, then it was their own fault. Setsuna said he didn't mind and would accept any fate. It seemed to him that their temperament made them cautious. He just needed to open his heart to them. So he tried to climb onto the lizard's back, and he was glad when they didn't even throw him off. The old man underestimated this guy. Usually the first time doesn't go so smoothly. Of course, the main character managed it easily, because he had done it many times before his regression. But he understood that if it had been his first time, everything would have been very different. In the end, he and his mentor continued on their way. Blazer enjoyed the trip. It seemed to him that everything around him was very fresh. The same could not be said for Lionel, because he was seasick. Unfortunately, the lizards were shaking violently, and he was not feeling well. But they continued on their way until a certain point, until they saw several people ahead. The boy was a little confused. What were they doing here? Both of them had to immediately restore the lizards. The people they met did not look like ordinary bandits. Lionel immediately guessed who they might be. Without hesitation, the girl confirmed his guess. They were actually Lady Morgana's servants. Setsuna was familiar with that name. She was the woman who possessed spirit magic. She was mentioned in the director's letter. The professor said that they had come to meet their mistress. The servants had probably come to greet them. The servants did not respond, and an awkward silence ensued. Suddenly, the voice of the girl they were talking to changed. She asked what it meant to meet in close combat, and not to confuse her. The hero immediately noticed that the girl's voice had changed. She sounded completely different. Lionel realized who was talking to them. It was Morgana herself. Setsuna also realized something and told the professor that these were not living people. Although Lionel knew this very well himself. After all, these rumors are not people. They are dolls created with the help of alchemy magic. Morgana turned to Setsuna. She had been told that he had been chosen by the spirits. In that case, if he was so strong, these dolls would not be an obstacle for him. They attacked both of them. The boy realized he would have to fight, and immediately used the blade of his soul. It wasn't too difficult for him to defend himself against the doll's magic. However, this attack was not directed only at him. Lionel also had to defend himself. In the process, Setsuna realized that his mentor was deflecting the doll's blows, but at the same time using powerful attacks himself. Of course, normally this would be beyond the power of paper. Soon, the lady wondered if that was all they were capable of. Everything, as she thought, melee mages did not deserve to study spiritual magic. These words, of course, were outrageous to Lionel, so he said that they seemed to be underestimated. In that case, it was time to use Plan B. He summoned his huge mana blade. In order for Morgana to recognize them as truly worthy, they needed to defeat these puppets. Therefore, the man announced that it was time to attack. Thus, their battle continued. The dolls, obeying their mistress, sent a huge magic ball. It stood in the way of the guys. Lionel shouted to his student that he didn't need to dodge it. He just had to keep going forward. Following these words, the man simply grew this huge magic ball. The main character found this unbelievable. His man-made blade possessed an enormous amount of power. After the attack, Morgana reported again that they did not seem completely helpless. At this time, the guys continued their attack without stopping. The dolls rushed to counter them. But at that moment, their weapons began to be powered by another magic. Setsuna saw that these weapons were charged with the power of lightning. He had to dodge to avoid being cut by the doll's blade. At the same time, the attack was combined. While the mage attacked from close range, she also struck a blow. And thus, they disoriented the guys. After that, the last member of the trio rushed into the attack. Lionel shouted at Setsuna to be careful, because if this doll's attack touched him, it would electrocute him. Fortunately, they both dodged, and the blow hit the ground. But the discharge was actually quite strong. Just as Morgana had thought, they were vulnerable to elemental attacks, which was to be expected from an outdated school of magic. Setsuna knew that melee mages were vulnerable to attacks from various elements of magic, because if they couldn't dodge the attack, the damage would affect their entire body. Other schools of magic do not approach their enemies and control their magical energy from a distance. Unfortunately, melee mages cannot do this. In an era when golems and familiars are at the forefront of the melee mage army, this is a relic of the past. They are not even capable of defeating Morgana's dolls. Setsuna said that he would not deny the situation in the world, but close-range magic still has a future. With these words, he delivered a powerful blow. The doll with the sword was also supposed to be attacked. Lionel approached it and struck, but it blocked the blow. However, it didn't have enough strength to block, so the blow was missed. The professor of close combat magic did not stop and struck again with his other hand. These dolls will be fine. They'll just sleep for a while. The sorceress also continued to fight. She focused her attack on the man, and he had to step back a little. At this time, the main character continued to fight his opponent, who was using a scythe. Surprisingly, she also continued to press him. At that moment, the main character decided to present the best weapon for this battle. For some time, he couldn't think of anything good, and then he dodged the attack once again. Then the doll saw something strange. It turned out that the guy had summoned a strangely shaped blade, which he used to hook onto the tree above. From there, he attacked the doll. The lady felt that this magic reminded her of a mana blade. She understood everything. He directed the magic at the terrain. As a result, the doll with the scythe did not continue to fight, but ran in the other direction, to where Lionel was still fighting his enemies. The main character shouted to the instructor that one of them wanted to attack him. Morgana understood that they had bodies hardened by long training. Synergy of skills, the ability to control one's magic. A skilled mage will find all this. This is the battlefield, and there he will find his place. After the attack was made, the guy was afraid for the instructor. But, fortunately, he was fine and soon emerged from the dust that had risen. At this time, the dolls continued to stand together. They held hands and said that sudden attacks on them were useless. Besides, since they had no resistance to this type of mage, it was interesting to see how they would deal with this spell. These dolls completely enveloped themselves in a protective barrier of mana. The guys realized that it was getting harder for them. If they didn't attack the charged shot, it would continue to gather energy and turn into an even stronger stream of water. Blazer said that this was a rather low trick, but it was nothing to him. Setsuna should understand that if he wanted to, he could blow up this entire forest very easily. The mark on the guy's arm suddenly activated at that moment, and his body, as in the previous battle, was engulfed in flames. Blazer said that everything was fine, because he should still be able to hear him. So the spirit grants the guy his will of fire, let it burn brightly. But the main character didn't want that at all. He immediately began to suppress this mark of fire, and the fire that the fiery spirit had given him gradually disappeared. Blazer didn't understand what he was doing. Did he really not want to win? Wasn't that the case? Setsuna said that he actually wanted to win, but this was a test of his strength. The spirit, indignant, noted that this sounded far-fetched. Suddenly, the water dome protecting the dolls disappeared abruptly. At that moment, Lady Morgana told the dolls to send these people to her. They, of course, agreed without question. Lionel himself did not understand why they had suddenly become so kind. The doll apologized for the inconvenience and simply asked them to follow them. And when they walked along the path, Mrs. Morgana met them at the threshold. Setsuna greeted the old woman. It seemed that she was the one who had spoken to them in the forest. The first thing the lady asked was why he hadn't used spiritual magic back then. He would not have been able to deliver the final blow against the water shield with his close combat magic. The hero replied that she was, of course, right, but spirit magic must be kept secret. He couldn't allow himself to use it against an enemy he knew almost nothing about. The woman found this answer interesting. That wasn't all her husband had to say. After all, if the guy had used it, he could have accidentally burned down the entire forest. His plants and animals did not deserve such a death. Morgane thought this was kind-hearted, but she could praise him for not using the spirit's magic, knowing that he might not be able to control it. Otherwise, she would not have invited him here. In short, today's melee mage would be her student. The main character thanked the lady for this. Blazer was outraged that he had to obey her. Let this insignificant person not make fun of him. This formidable little creature caught Morgana's attention. She believes that this is the boy's spirit pet. The spirit was outraged that she dared to interrupt him, so he decided to show her his true form. The hero felt that this pet had forcibly taken control of his mana. The pet was going to instill in her a respect for its own enormous power. Setsuna realized that the situation was bad, because he couldn't hold him back, and nothing could stop him. Suddenly, Morgana said that there were so few people in this forest, and she really liked living here, so she would prefer that no one burn it down. At that moment, the main character saw Morgana's summoned spirit. The old woman said that she would now show the boy how to control his own spirit. Blazer was so angry that he immediately attacked. It might have seemed that the water spirit did not protect its mistress, and the attack reached her. But in fact, the sorceress's body changed its structure. Incredibly, she turned into water. Then the woman said that the final touch remained. She controlled the water that was somewhere far away, and it came to them from there. Lionel was surprised that this old woman was able to summon water from the lake. Together with her own water spirit, she commanded this water. Now Blazer was under attack. He couldn't defend himself against all this, and succumbed to the attack. The fire burning on the sectional's body gradually began to disappear. Blazer was outraged. How dare she do such a thing? The lady said that this spirit did not recognize the guy, and he was not as strong as he thought. In her eyes, he was just a wild beast. But if you create a strong bond with the spirit, controlling it will become second nature to you. Setsuna couldn't believe it. Could he also learn to control his own spirit so skillfully? It turns out that there are 3 stages to learning spiritual magic. First, you must become one with nature. It is thanks to this that a person will be able to visit the spirit world at will. There, they must meet their spirit face to face and gain its recognition. As far as the woman knew, the boy had skipped this stage, and his contract had been concluded by force. That is why he can hardly use spirit magic. All because that boy Danon does not know how to train his own students. Setsuna was surprised. She had just literally called the director a boy. Morgana kept saying that there were many spirits living in this forest. It was the perfect place to start diving into their world. The boy's training would begin tomorrow, and he would show why the spirit had chosen him. Setsuna declared that he would not disappoint her under any circumstances, and soon his training actually began. It wasn't just training, he also took care of his pet, and of course, he continued to build his strength alongside Lionel. Day after day, the young man saw how the power of the spirit could be applied. He constantly meditated and trained according to the woman's instructions. Once, during one of these training sessions, he noticed something. It was a beautiful starry sky that lit up everything around him. It was so beautiful that the boy stopped and began to watch this wonderful sight. When he reached one of the rocks, he felt something strange. Incredibly, it seemed as if it had always been there. It was literally like a part of nature. Right now, the guy realized that he could even handle Blazer. The lady announced that the guy had learned to sense spirits. This was a great achievement in only his 2nd week of training. Then she gave him permission to go to the spirit world to meet his spirit face to face. Setsuna was very happy. She also told him that in their world, magical power is irrelevant. Only the power of the spirit matters there. The boy had already learned to sense spirits, but he was about to meet a creature that had lived for over 1,000 years. He would not be able to handle it, so the woman would go with him. Blazer said that she was still capable of something in this world, but she shouldn't even think that she could handle him in the spirit world. Of course, this also applies to the boy. He smiled and said that all he needed was his recognition. The lady also asked Lionel if they could hope for protection. Traveling to the spirit world would leave them completely helpless in this world. The man confirmed his willingness to help protect them. Now there were no more problems, and they could set off on their journey. To do this, the young man must first forget everything around him. Only then would the doors open before him. Everything happened exactly as the woman had said, and the guy fulfilled her conditions. So, a few moments later, they found themselves in the spirit world. There, of course, they were met by Blazer in his true form. They had finally arrived. Morgana noted that the spirit of fire was indeed very proud. At that moment, the guy realized that thanks to the fact that he had learned to sense spirits, he understood even better how strong Blazer was. The spirit smiled, and said that the boy was actually not so weak anymore. The woman began to create something strange. So the hero asked what it was. It turned out to be a barrier that protects the guy's willpower. If he comes face to face with the spirit, he will be able to subdue it. Blazer was indignant. Did she really think that this would save them from him? He directed his mana directly into the guy's body again, and it began to burn. Then he announced that he could control mana like no one else. The power of the spirit worked the same way for him, and now it was no longer a barrier. Setsuna smiled and stood in a fighting stance. It seemed that there was really only one way to gain Blazer's recognition. His interlocutor noted that then there would be no need to feel sorry when only ashes remained of him. Lionel, as promised, watched them in the real world. It seemed to him that the battle had already begun. The man was absolutely certain that Setsuna would prevail. But soon his confidence was overshadowed by a slight uneasiness. It was strange that this ominous magical energy was approaching. It was getting closer and closer and seemed to be heading towards their house. Could someone be targeting their house? Only now he won't let anyone interfere. The professor of close combat magic stood frozen at the door, waiting for the enemy. The enemy quickly dealt with the lady's dolls. Then he entered and greeted him. He was curious to know if the old lady was home. Lionel was surprised to see Leo here. The same could be said about the follower of the evil god. Is that the melee combat professor? Incredibly, Setsuna was also here, which was very convenient. The man noted that the entire faculty had been looking for this guy, and suddenly he appeared before him. Suddenly, someone else burst into the room, and it was not as calm an appearance as Leo's. One of the dolls flew inside and was destroyed. The professor did not expect to see more uninvited guests. The one who came inside addressed little Leo. It was Zagan, the ninth apostle of the dark god. He said to leave the heart and the old woman to him, and everything else would belong to him. Leo smiled. He and Setsuna had once been best friends. Perhaps the old woman and the puppets would be enough for him. Lionel sensed the magical power of the enemy who had appeared. It seemed that he was also an apostle. This also made him smile. They were very untimely after all. If he weren't a professor, he would have already made his escape. Leo said he could still do that. After all, they weren't here for him. The man explained that he didn't seem to understand jokes. There is not a single professor in this academy who would abandon his students in trouble. With these words, the man rushed into the attack. In the spirit world, Blazer said that the guy seemed to want him to recognize him. He would have to achieve this not only with words, but also with deeds. Setsuna realized that he should not give in to fear. In this world, willpower decides everything. So he just needed to gather his willpower into a fist. The old woman sensed something strange from the human world. Seeing her concern, the guy asked if something had happened. She replied that something strange had happened in their world. Now she felt some kind of sinister presence in the forest, and it seemed to have even affected her dolls. The boy was confused. What was this sinister presence? Could it be the apostles? So he asked Mrs. Morgana to return to the world of the living. But the woman replied that if this space disappeared, the spirit would immediately consume his will, and he would never be able to return to their world. Setsuna understood this perfectly well, but he had to deal with it himself. The professor and the dolls would need her help in battle. The old woman did not want to do this, but she had no choice. So she removed the barrier and finally asked him not to stay here too long. If he died, all her instructions would have been in vain. In response, the boy promised that he would definitely return. Then he returned to the fire spirit and apologized for keeping him waiting. Blazer still did not understand why the guy was so eager to obtain his power. Did he even understand what he was asking for? Did he really want to destroy the world? Memories immediately flooded the guy's mind, and he told him that he had lost absolutely everything. Blazer somehow even saw what he felt. The apostles had defeated the Mage's army and brought about its downfall. And everyone the boy trusted, all his professors and friends, absolutely everyone, died. And so his pain summoned the spirit of the times, and it sent him here. After what happened, the guy swore to himself that he would never let anyone take away what was dear to him again. Blazer asked if he wanted to take revenge on those who destroyed his world or challenge them. That sounds pretty typical for a human being. However, he tasted despair but knows no fear, like a madman, and that's curious. In that case, he agreed that this guy really deserved the right to fight him. However, now he wants not a part of his power, but all of it. Therefore, it is not a test of endurance that awaits him, but a real battle that he will have to win. The hero wondered, does someone really want to compare his willpower to theirs? In that case, he was ready and rushed into the attack. His opponent did the same, and they clashed in battle. At that moment, Lionel also entered the fray in the human world. He confronted Zagan, trying to inflict serious damage on him. The creature noted that he was fighting well for an ordinary human. Then it attacked, and Lionel was about to take the blow without having time to react. But fortunately, the doll came to his defense. Zagan immediately sensed alchemical magic. He was very upset that his attacks had been interrupted, so he told it to get out of his way. At that moment, he became even more serious and began to strike more and more blows. Lionel couldn't believe what was happening. He saw that the doll, which had withstood several blows, flew to the side. After that, the enemy was ready to deliver another critical blow, and this blow was so powerful that it flew several hundred meters. The man realized that this creature was sending out one attack after another and seemed to be completely tireless. His mana seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. I wonder how he does it. Zygon yelled at Leo to stop standing around doing nothing. Leo had no choice but to agree to join the fight. He directed his dark energy toward the old woman. She sat motionless, still in the spirit world. And then there was an explosion, after which nothing could be seen. But Mrs. Morgana was fine. She had protected herself with the help of a spirit. Surprising. Isn't that how guests should behave? Leo found it strange that she woke up and could have taken pity on him. The woman did not understand what he was talking about. What does it mean to pity young people? She would never agree to that. Zygon was going to interfere with this attack, but Lionel couldn't let that happen, so he stopped him. As a result, the attack should have reached Leo's body. But that didn't happen. The woman couldn't believe that this man had dispelled her attack. Leo asked if this was the spiritual magic he had heard about. He apologized to her, saying that it wouldn't help them. While the guy was distracted, Lionel tried to attack him. Leo couldn't understand how this man had escaped from Zygon. He should be more careful. His partner was indignant. He should just shut his mouth. After that, another attack was made, followed by an explosion. There was a moment of confusion. Morgana thought that this man had dodged. But why did he do that? If he could, why not just dispel any magical energy? Perhaps certain conditions were necessary for that. In a close combat attack, he might not have enough time to dispel the magic. And if there was a collision with magical energy, could it be that he deliberately uses close combat magic to gain an advantage? The melee magic professor managed to dodge the attack. After that, he grabbed some kind of shield and defended himself with it. At the same time, Zygon did not recover, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. Leo noted that everything was clear to him. They seemed to want to attack him from underground, but it was all useless. He enveloped himself in a dark barrier that was supposed to protect him. The woman thought that if she couldn't damage him even like this, she would have to pull an ace out of her sleeve. Using her spirit power, she began to use water from a nearby lake again. Thus, a huge ball of water was directed towards the house. The guy thought it was strange. Now they seemed to want to drown him. It sounded very cruel. Morgana noted that he was indeed dangerous. But if they surrounded him with such a large amount of water, they would have no choice but to swallow her. She decided to stick to her plan and directed the water at the guy. He smiled. It seemed like there was too much here. But he shouldn't be upset. He felt sorry for her. At that moment, the energy of the evil god was applied to them. As a result, the water began to gradually develop. And when there was nothing left, the guy said that he had also learned something. Morgana couldn't believe it. It seemed that he had used long-range magic to dispel her spell. The enemy confirmed this. She would probably agree that he had a nice souvenir from the world of the dead. In that case, he was going to finish what he had started. Lionel was also in a critical situation, as the herd was about to kill him. But that was not to be, because out of nowhere, the main character appeared and attacked Leo. He appeared so quickly that the enemy didn't even sense him and missed a serious blow. The woman was very happy. It seemed that the guy had conquered his spirit. After all, he was healthy and able to control his new power. Zygon realized that something was wrong with his partner, so he turned his attention to the guy. Lionel also saw everything. Setsuna was on fire. But at the same time, he kept everything under control so that they wouldn't set any trees on fire. Zygon assumed that this was Setsuna. He knew that the kid was no match for him. Blazer asked if these were the apostles. If so, this was an excellent use for his flames. Setsuna said that they were strong, and that they needed to be careful with them. But the spirit pointed out that he had defeated him in battle, so he shouldn't complain. That's what happened a few minutes ago in the spirit world. The guy and his opponent continued to strike each other. As one took damage, so did the other. It was something like a battle of endurance. At the same time, neither of them was going to give up so as not to concede defeat. Once, Blazer smiled and said that the guy's willpower was quite impressive. But what was he seeing before him? Was he really starting to tremble? But if he was afraid, why did he keep smiling? The main character smiled and said that it was quite obvious, because victory would be his. At that moment, he successfully returned from Blazer's attack. For an ordinary person, he is too confident. Setsuna replied that it wasn't just overconfidence. He knew he would win. And after that, he faced his opponent again, who was increasing his fiery power. But despite the enormous power exerted by the fire spirit, the guy withstood everything. It seemed impossible that an ordinary person could repel the fire spirit's attack. The main character said that Blazer was incredibly strong, and that was probably why he had never been defeated. But that was also his weakness. His interlocutor asked in surprise what he meant. It turned out that in his past, Setsuna had been defeated time and time again, and had experienced despair time and time again. But by falling to his knees, he learned how to get back on his feet again. Therefore, no matter what happens, he will never give up, and his willpower will lead him to victory. He told Blazer that this would be his first defeat. Although Blazer had no intention of giving up, he shouted that the opposite was true. This would be his last defeat, and so they exchanged another series of very powerful blows. After that, Blazer said it was great. The guy had actually exceeded all his expectations, and he admits that he won. But why did he believe so strongly in his victory? How did he become so strong? Setsuna felt his willpower grow stronger during the fight. Willpower, burning with a wild flame, became a part of him. So that's it. Without realizing it himself, Blazer had already acknowledged his victory. Deep down, he understood that this guy was an ally he could trust with his power. So he asked Setsuna to give him his hand, and so their alliance was sealed. Now, the hero could use this power. The young man thanked the fire spirit for entrusting him with his great power. But the spirit asked him to leave his gratitude behind and go to the world of the living, because that was where he was expected. And right now, Zagan was on his way to fight him. Lionel warned the young man to be careful of his claws. The man was about to reveal this, but the young man realized on his own that the man was stealing the magical energy of those he touched. This is one of the apostles the guy fought in his future. This ability is called Hunting All Living Things. It cannot dispel combat magic. But with its help, you can absorb the mana of those wounded by its owner. By absorbing the magical energy of others, this monster single-handedly defeated the army of the Northern Kingdom, which, in turn, had the strongest alchemical training in the world. Zagan shouted that he had no idea how the guy knew about him, but that wouldn't save him. At the same time, Leo appeared. He objected that his partner was lying. The previous attack had managed to wound him. Setsuna really did start to move much faster. The hero was surprised. Could he really still have the strength to stand? He deflected his attack, partially reducing its damage. Perhaps he had become smarter. Zagan shouted that this was his prey, and that Leo should not interfere in their battle. Leo agreed. Before the regression, the main character was able to defeat this creature by keeping his distance thanks to magic and ranged combat. Because he is strong in magic and close combat. Therefore, if Zagan wounds him in this battle, it will be the end for the young man, although he is no longer the same person he used to be. Therefore, after being attacked, he counterattacked even faster, and thus, of course, he was able to push his enemy away from himself. After that, he himself rushed into the attack, but he didn't deliver a serious blow and had to retreat. Zagan was outraged that this was impossible. How could he be faster than him? It turned out that Setsuna had added physical enhancement to Blazer's power. Lionel understood this. He was already combining his new skills with close combat magic. It was incredible. That's exactly what happened. The guy instantly attacked his opponent. He was so fast that he attacked in several directions at once, and the enemy couldn't do anything about it. Lady Morgana also realized that he had mastered control of the range of his limited attacks. He was doing well. Zagan realized that the situation was critical, so he started screaming to distract the enemy. The noise was so loud that everyone had to cover their ears, and the main character retreated to keep his distance. Zagan said that if the guy wanted to walk around covered in fire, he would gladly consume him. Would his magic now belong to him? He feels this enormous power. He is a hunter of all living things. And now the guy is his prey. Setsuna smiled. Then he asked if he was sure of his words. Zagan did not answer, but instead rushed into the attack. He became quite fast and was even able to strike the guy. After that, of course, he didn't stop and continued to chase him, striking blow after blow. Suddenly, he felt something strange happening. He felt a strange heat, so he decided to take away Lady Morgana's water magic. Just as he was about to approach her, he stopped abruptly. What happened? For some reason, he couldn't move. At that moment, the main character said that what he thought had happened. Spirit magic is bad prey. Even if Zagan could absorb it, he still wouldn't be able to use it. In fact, it would devour him from within. The power of the spirit would not yield to some animal. Zagan was indignant. Had he deliberately fed him all his magic? Then he turned to Leo and told him that there was magic inside him, so he should dispel it right now. But Leo was in no hurry to do so. His partner had told him not to interfere. Had he already changed his mind? Zagan shouted at him not to delay and to do it quickly. Then the guy agreed. After that, he released his dark energy, which pierced his ally. The latter did not understand what his partner was doing. It turned out that this was all part of the plan. The energy passed through Zagan and attacked Lady Morgana. No one expected this, and everyone was in extreme shock. The old woman was seriously injured. Zagan was outraged. Leo had betrayed him. But the guy said that their goal was his top priority. And for their goals, the death of that old woman was more important than his life. It was true that his sense of smell had helped find and track down the old woman. But he apologized for smelling too much like a dog, so the guy simply expressed his deep gratitude for his service. Zagan yelled that he would regret it. If he died, none of them would survive. He would finish them all off in the name of his master. Morgana was still alive and shouted for Setsuna to do something. He immediately obeyed her and used the magic of the fire spirit. This skill was called Inferno Strike, with which he destroyed Zagan. Zagan only had time to say that they were all pathetic, worthless creatures. After that, his soul stone was destroyed. The boy was surprised to see these black stones, but then he quickly turned his attention to Leo. And he saw no one there. Had he run away again? Unfortunately, the guy couldn't sense his mana. So Setsuna just shouted in despair that wherever he was, he should remember that he would find him. And next time, victory would be his. Morgana's body fell to the ground. Her strength was already leaving her, so Setsuna ran up to her. He asked the old woman to hold on a little longer. They would help her now. But the woman objected, saying that the apostle had used the magic of decay, and so there was no way to help her now. Lionel understood this, so he didn't even argue. Setsuna understood too, but he wanted to do at least something. The professor tried to support him. Then Morgana asked him not to cry, because the spirit of fire had recognized him. She also had a request for him. The old woman was holding something in her hand and held it out to the boy. It turned out to be an artifact that contained the power of Morgana's spirit, Otani. The spirit of water might be useful to him, so she was counting on the young man. Setsuna asked her not to talk as if this were the end. They would surely come up with something else. There had to be something. But it was too late. Morgana had passed away. After what happened, the young man turned to Professor Lionel. He asked him a bitter question. What is the point of strength if he still cannot protect those who are dear to him? The man replied that in life, you can never predict what will happen next. No matter how strong a person becomes, they can never be prepared for everything. The most important thing is to keep moving forward, no matter what happens. To keep fighting until your last breath? Setsuna should know this better than anyone else. At that moment, the doll behind them continued to watch them, and soon she decided to approach them. Putting her hand on Setsuna, she noted that they seemed to be caught. Her voice was very similar to Morgana's. The guy asked in surprise what it all meant. The doll said that she shouldn't say anything about the end here, or she would jinx it. She was actually fine. That's right, he didn't understand that she was the real Morgana. The old woman was just another alchemical doll. She was special because Morgana had put her soul into her, so she had all her power and feelings. They even tricked that young apostle, but experience cannot be bought. Lionel couldn't quite believe it. Was it really not the real Morgana? The girl confirmed it, but she was the pinnacle of her alchemical art. It seems he wasn't really surprised. She was sure of it. He had never seen such realistic dolls before, and in the spirit world, he also saw her as an old woman. His interlocutor replied that it was just the spirit world. There, everything depends on what a person wants to see, but Lionel objected that she was too young for Morgana. And then his interlocutor took off her hood. Her ears were immediately visible. It turned out that this girl was an elf and lived longer than ordinary people. Let them try to guess how old she was. Lionel suggested doing it sexually, because he should be better at it. But the guy objected, saying it was a trap, that these were questions with no answer. Morgana said that wasn't true. She was over 300 years old. The hero was surprised at first, but then it dawned on him. If she was talking about such a long time, did she participate in the Great War? The elf noted that he seemed interested in the Great War. She could, of course, tell him about it, but not for free. Setsuna explained that he didn't have much money, but it turned out to be a joke, so he shouldn't take everything seriously. Morgana suggested moving to the lake, where it would be quieter, and it was there that she would tell him about the lost history. Soon, everyone arrived at the lake. Upon arrival, Morgana grabbed a stone and threw it. It began to skip across the water like a frog. Unfortunately, the elf was unable to break her 90-year-old record, even though she had hoped to do so. Setsuna asked if the professor thought she was acting strangely. It seemed to him that it might just be stress. Soon, Morgana said that they needed to return to the topic of war. As they well know, there are several peoples in their world, and she was referring, of course, to humans, gnomes, and beasts. Among them are elves, who live, one might say, forever. Thanks to their love of nature, the elves were able to establish contact with spirits. Therefore, they mastered spirit magic. Over time, humans began to worship elves and spirits, and some elves strayed from the path. One such elf took control of the kingdom that revered him. He taught his entire people spirit magic. As a result, he started a war to gain control over the entire world. Setsuna was surprised. Was this how the Great War began? Blind faith and its power are a dangerous combination. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and the admirers of elves and spirits lost the war. After that, elves began to be despised, accused of always seeking to lead people astray from the true path. The boy suggested that the magic of her spirits was simply called ancient magic, to hide the fact that spirits were being used. Morgana confirmed that this was indeed the case. Lionel asked if she didn't hate humans for what they had done to her people. It turned out that there was a time when she did hate them. But the guys were curious about how she felt now. Now she just keeps her distance from them. Many still hunted elves, and even after 200 years, she still felt remnants of hatred for the Cretan people. That was why she hid her true nature. Setsuna asked why she had confessed to them that she was an elf. Morgana didn't answer right away, but thought about it. It turned out that she told them because Danon trusted them, and they proved that they were indeed trustworthy. Besides, the boy had cried, and how could she not show her feelings after that? While they laughed, the hero thought about the great war of the elves and the magic of spirits. Fortunately, he managed to defeat one apostle. But with great power comes great responsibility. In Setsuna's hands was forbidden magic that had claimed many victims. After the conversation, the lady began cleaning up the area. Lionel and the main character also joined in, and when it was all over, the elf said that their paths would now diverge. She thanked them for helping her clean up the forest. The hero replied that it was not them who should be thanked, but her who was ungrateful. The guy was glad that he had met her. Lionel in turn asked what she was going to do next. The girl said that the apostles had found out where she was. This meant that she needed to find a new place to live. Most likely they would never see each other again. Suddenly the hero turned to her again and said that if humanity was in danger, her help would be needed. So he bowed and asked her to help them. Morgana smiled. He was really persistent. If he needed help, he should turn to Danon. They would exchange letters. The guy thanked her for that. While they were chatting, Blazer appeared. He told Morgana not to think that she had defeated him in a private battle. If she stood in his way again, he would burn her to the ground. Morgana smiled and asked if he really wanted to get caught in the rain again. There was no answer. A little while later, everyone said goodbye. Then the guys mounted their lizards and set off. Setsuna remembered his childhood. A woman had told him that just because he had power didn't mean he was a strong person. But he didn't understand what she meant. It turned out that strength can drive people crazy. Therefore, he should not allow his efforts to control him. Let him use his mind. After all, control is the most important thing. Now the main character understood the meaning of her words, and he would definitely find the right use for his strength of spirit. Therefore, he happily set off on his journey with his mentor Lionel. One of the apostles soon announced that it was time to begin. Another asked Leo if he had failed to kill the boy Setsuna again. He had also abandoned his ally, probably leading to his death. The guy objected that this was not the case at all. His main task was to kill the witch Morgana, and he had accomplished his goal. The senior apostle asked if he was sure she was dead. Leo said he hadn't checked her body, but she seemed to be dead. No one could survive such a blow, could they? His interlocutor was indignant that the young man was not sure, since he had ordered her to be killed. Leo immediately felt a powerful aura bearing down on him. Someone asked what they should do with Leo. Couldn't he at least bring Zagan's body here? If he had brought it, he could at least have made an undead with his abilities. The guy said that no one had told him that Setsuna knew how Zagan's ability worked. The elders said that this did not explain his mistake, but he agreed that they should not underestimate the guy. There was clearly some mystery behind him. The guy with the unusual appearance heard that someone's evil spirits had been scattered to the winds. It seems to be about Giovanni. The senior apostle asked Tsukuyomi if she could count on him. The girl replied that there was nothing to be done. Their time will come very soon. It turned out that Tsukuyomi is the 8th apostle. The main character and Lionel continued their journey. The latter announced that it would take them about half a day to get to the academy. The guy was curious to know how everyone was doing there. The professor was worried that Drago would spend all his time training without rest. Although most likely that was exactly what was happening. Setsuna didn't even notice how he had started to worry about everyone. The man was surprised. Hadn't it been like that before? It turned out that it hadn't been like that before the regression. The guy had always thought only about how to become stronger. Long-range magic was rightly considered the strongest. And it, in turn, brought the guy victory in all battles. He never asked anyone for help, and everyone praised him. Because of this, he had almost no friends. But now, in this life, everything has changed dramatically. He has loyal allies whom he trusts. He also learned that other schools of magic have their strengths too. This, of course, also applies to my close combat. The guy is glad that his skills in controlling magical energy, which he acquired before his regression, have come in handy. Lionel explained that controlling magical energy is not a talent. It can only be learned through long training. It takes 10 years to reach the level that the guy has. Setsuna knew very well that his interlocutor had devoted just as much time to honing his skills. He understood why he had become the strongest in the world. Probably there was a rich past behind it too. Soon, they both decided that they needed to take a break. The hero held the artifacts and a note in his hands. Blazer was standing next to him and asked what it was. The guy said he got it from Morgana. He was sure it would help them. They just needed to save it for the right moment. The fire spirit sensed the energy of the water spirit in this amulet. Everything was indeed as the elf had said. The spirit of water could be useful to Setsuna. The guy decided to concentrate and turned to the water spirit Otania. He wondered if she could hear his voice. A moment passed and the amulet responded. The spirit said he shouldn't be surprised. She could see through Morgana's eyes. If he passed her test, she would gladly share her power with him. The hero was surprised. Could it really be true? But after a moment, he realized it was too early to rejoice. Most likely, a difficult battle awaited him. Otania asked him not to be afraid. In order to pass her tests, he needed to make her experience a strong emotion. Setsuna didn't really understand what she meant. It turned out that the water spirit was emotionally drained in the spirit world and wanted to experience something new. Blazer said that this was nonsense and that he still didn't like her. The water spirit replied that she wanted to make it clear that she had no negative feelings towards him. The guy understood that, unlike the fire spirit, she was friendly. So, was this about strong emotions? Suddenly, Lionel approached the guy and said he was lucky. That's because he had just the right story. He would tell him a passionate story of friendship that would bring anyone to tears. Otania suggested that it was some kind of legend. The man confirmed it. Several decades ago, this country was saved by a hero named Ordio Iron Blade and Oral Iron Armor, and so the story continued for a long time. The main character even fell asleep and soon woke up. It was surprising that the man still hadn't finished telling the story. The water spirit, in turn, continued to listen to it. The guy thought he needed to consult with the Steel Ones when he returned to the academy, and after a while, that's exactly what happened. Layla asked if he really wanted to find a way to make someone experience strong emotions. Drago was curious to know what had happened while he was away. The hero explained that it was related to his training. The girl suggested going to the museum with them. She had recently made a couple of friends and was sure they could help him. Setsuna thanked her for that. The big guy and Carol agreed to help them too. In the end, the guy went to the museum with Layla. There he heard incredible stories about the local sculptures. But unfortunately, the water spirit still felt no emotion. So soon it was Drago's turn. And he, in turn, could not think of anything more interesting than showing off his muscles and bragging about his body. But this only confused Otania. She was even indignant. The next to volunteer to help was, of course, Carol. Together with her pet, she demonstrated a very interesting ice technique. But this technique only interested Blazer, who attacked the ice sculpture. The water spirit, however, again felt no negative emotions. It was sad for this guy to realize that he couldn't do anything right. In the end, he simply continued to train hard. He was actually already quite good at using his new power. The fire spirit also noticed this, and the guy masterfully used his power. Their union was growing stronger. It was time for him to shed his human guise and reveal his new form. Setsuna said that no one would have thought they would hear such a thing from Blazer. But one shouldn't worry. He will soon master the new technique. What's this? Is it really snowing? It seems unbelievable, but winter has already arrived. What the boy saw in the past is about to happen. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to sign a contract with Otania. The boy decided to postpone his training for now, because he had important business to attend to. Blazer asked if he was sure about that. Setsuna confirmed his intentions. Now is the time for something else. He cannot get more power from the sacred tree, and he spent a lot of mana during training. In the next few years, he will need to buy mana again. But thanks to this, the guy was able to master Blazer's power. The hero announced that the New Year's holidays would begin very soon. But with their spirits dampened, there was no time for rest. Blazer noted that a great battle seems to be coming. And it's true that before the regression there were 4 incidents that led to the collapse of humanity. And one of those events is about to happen in 7 days. The interlocutor was curious about what these incidents were. It turned out that the invasion of the evil god was made possible by 4 circumstances. The first was an epidemic among the dragons. The next was the destruction of the Mage's army. This resulted in the disappearance of the capital. In a week, an army from the underworld will arrive. During the sudden attack of the dead, many mages and ordinary people will perish. The fire spirit wondered if the undead posed a particular threat. Setsuna explained that these were not ordinary undead. They are the resurrected great heroes of the past, because of their ability to summon special undead. They decided that Giovanni was an apostle. The guy doesn't think he has enough strength to command an army of the dead. In fact, there were only 7 days left. In Erdreen, the main character's hometown, tomb raiders desecrated the heroes' graves. The guy thought the criminals were hunting for treasure, but it turned out that they needed the bodies. Setsuna was at the royal cemetery that evening. Therefore, it is necessary to prevent their abduction. Sometime later, the hero was in the dining room with his companions. There, Layla asked if the drama was going home for winter break. He replied that he was. His father would pass on to him the secrets of long-range magic, which had been kept in their family for generations. Carol wanted to play with Fenrir on their icy lands. I wonder if Blazer wants to go with them. He was reluctant, but agreed. Layla was a little depressed in these lands, so it was a good idea to take a break. Although, as the daughter of an innkeeper, she couldn't understand them. I wonder what Setsuna is going to do. He, in turn, did not answer and only heard her when she addressed him a second time. He asked her to repeat what she had said. Layla wondered why Setsuna was lost in thought again. After the last vacation, he came back with an injury and was hiding something again. But why wasn't he saying anything and doing something dangerous? Carol saw that Layla was also becoming worried. Then she whispered to the girl and said that Setsuna was popular with girls these days. So she needed to hurry up, otherwise someone else would take him. Layla was immediately embarrassed that she had said such a thing. Her friend pointed out that she didn't have to hide it. The girl decided to change the subject and asked Setsuna where his home was. The boy replied that he was from an orphanage in Erdreen. It turned out that this place was not far from Layla's home. A guy overheard this. He asked if the girl really lived in an inn. The hero asked who he was. The interlocutor was indignant, saying that his name was Carl and everyone should remember that. Then the guy calmed down. He noted that if Layla became part of his circle, she wouldn't have to return to the rotten tavern, and he, in turn, would not skimp on treats for her. Suddenly, someone used wood magic to lift the guy up. It was some girl who yelled at him to take his dirty hands off Layla, and the latter in turn saw who it was. The girls hugged each other. Layla became even more charming. Setsuna still didn't understand what was going on. He asked who she was. The girl said that it was Roberta, her relative. She was going to take her home for the holidays. The temple was helping to organize a festival in Erdreen. The guy immediately noticed this event. He asked if she was talking about the annual festival. Roberta was surprised. Perhaps he had heard about it. It was true. He knew that people prayed at the graves of heroes in the royal cemetery. Tomb raiders showed up at this holiday. The bodies of the heroes were stolen during the holiday, when there was a large crowd and the city's defenses were weakened. The hero wanted to talk to her. The girl translated for him. It seemed that they did not harm Layla here. Then the guys introduced themselves. Carol did the same. They are all Layla's friends and do not hurt her. Roberta wondered if he was the same Setsuna. Layla had said that he was a talented guy. It turned out that Setsuna was also from Erdreen. So Roberta asked if he wanted to go with them. The guy was happy. It would be wonderful if he didn't mind. Finally, winter break arrived, and everyone set off on their journey. First, they had to take Layla home. After that, Roberta and Setsuna would go to the city. Layla was sad that the guy would be alone with her relative. Suddenly, she remembered Carol's words about how this guy was becoming popular, so she had to hurry before someone else took him. The girl decided to take action and said that she also wanted to go to the party. But then something happened. At first, no one understood what had happened, but it turned out that they were stuck. Near them was a pack of magical dogs. Lately, there had been a lot of demonic creatures around. I wonder why. The guy noticed that she was going to use plant magic, and so it was, the girl threw several magical seeds. As a result, wooden trunks sprouted from them and attacked the magical dogs. After what happened, the hero noted that Roberta was a master of healing magic. The girl confirmed this, saying that she filled the seeds with mana and accelerated their growth. Setsuna thought about how healing magic was used in the later stages of the war against the evil deity. He did not know that anyone had used it in battle before. The guy was going to help fight, but his companion asked him not to get involved because the bite of a magical dog could be deadly. And close combat magic was useless here. The main character objected, telling her not to worry about him. Then he used his striking bullet skill and destroyed many victims at once. Roberta couldn't believe her eyes. Was this really happening? After what happened, the guy said that it was all over. He hoped that they were not injured. The girl said that it was incredibly interesting and asked if he was a student. He was such a strong melee mage that she already had her doubts about it. To use such powerful magic, one must control the flow of mana. He probably trains for this every day. Who is his mentor, and what did he do before enrolling? Perhaps he also uses magic or an artifact. It is also interesting what kind of glove he has on his hand. Setsuna said that none of this matters. He simply suggests returning closer to the carriage. Layla also noticed the guy's glove. I wonder what he's really hiding. A little more time passed, and the carriage arrived at one of the taverns. It was decided to spend the night there, and when everyone had settled in, Roberta asked Setsuna if he wanted to tell them something. Despite her questions, there was no answer. That same night, Layla couldn't sleep, so she decided to get up. She also really wanted to go to the festival with the others. So she went to Roberta's room because she wanted to say something. She heard her talking to someone and thought she probably shouldn't eavesdrop on the conversation. That's why it was better to leave and talk to her tomorrow. Suddenly, Layla heard that the conversation turned to Setsuna. The Inquisitor said that he was a suspicious guy. Therefore, it was possible that he possessed ancient magic. 10, or better yet 20 knights should be sent to clean him up. And in case of danger, as an Inquisitor, she was going to execute him. At the same time, Roberta sensed some kind of presence, so she immediately left the room. But to her surprise, she saw no one there except for something strange. There was some kind of mark on the floor. Of course, the Inquisitor found this suspicious, but she did nothing. In the morning, as if nothing had happened, she greeted Layla with a smile on her face. The girl did the same, but thought that Roberta was acting as if nothing had happened. Perhaps yesterday's conversation was just a dream. Come to think of it, her relative had actually bombarded Setsuna with questions yesterday. The girl had heard legends about ancient magic before. The magicians of those times used their powers for evil. So did Setsuna really possess their power? If that was indeed the case, what should she do with it? While the girl was thinking about this, Setsuna walked past them and wished them good morning. Roberta noticed beads of sweat on his face and realized that he had been training since early morning. She then asked him if he was going to have breakfast. The guy replied that he was going to take a shower, so Roberta advised him to go to the sauna. It's very good. The fiery spirit immediately asked what a sauna was. Thanks to this, Setsuna realized that Blazer also wanted to go. He thanked her for the advice and decided to try it. A little later, they were already in the sauna. Blazer did not want to give up without a fight. Setsuna did not understand how he could suffer in the sauna when he commanded the flames. Suddenly, Roberta entered. The guy didn't understand what he was doing there at all. She mentioned that it was a public sauna, so she asked if he would mind if she joined him. Setsuna replied that he didn't. Even in the sauna, he didn't take off his glove. That means it's not just a glove. No one would come in now because she had left a sign saying that cleaning was in progress. So the girl wanted to find out about this glove now. Roberta asked if it would be better to take it off because it might get wet. The guy replied that no, because this glove was very important to him. Then she thought that it was a gift. After that, Roberta wanted to find out what he was hiding. She was about to take off his glove. Suddenly, Layla burst in, shouting for them to stop. She immediately took Roberta away and said that they were cleaning up, so they had to leave. Then the girl added that Setsuna was helping. It was not for nothing that she had not let her guard down. She did not think that Setsuna was up to anything bad. In any case, she would not let him be executed. In that case, they would meet at Layla's house. Layla asked if she could go with them to Erdene. Roberta asked why she had changed her mind. She wanted to see how Setsuna lived. Maybe she could help out at the orphanage. That's why she really wanted to go with them. The guy replied that he wouldn't mind. Roberta thought that Layla might even have fallen in love with him. What if he was a threat after all? Setsuna asked what she would say about it. The woman agreed. If Layla was around, he would behave himself. It was his home, the orphanage in Erdene. The children were happy to see brother Setsuna. They were curious to know what kind of animal was next to him. He happily announced that he had returned. How long he had been away from home. Thomas also came out to see them and was happy to see Setsuna. The man then introduced himself and said he worked at the shelter. He also thanked them for looking after Setsuna. Setsuna replied that Thomas was like a brother to him. Thanks to his efforts, the shelter was still standing. Thomas had grown up here himself and wanted to repay the kindness shown to him. In fact, she had never seen Setsuna so happy. Thomas still couldn't believe that this guy had decided to become a melee mage. Wasn't he going to become a ranged mage and build a career? It's very difficult to be a melee mage. There's no need to worry about it because he got where he wanted to be. Even Layla mentioned that this guy is an excellent mage. With such a noble lady by his side, he won't have anything to worry about. Then they came to the grave. Setsuna announced that he had returned. Layla asked Thomas whose grave it was. It was the grave of the founder of the orphanage, namely, Sister Deborah. Sister Deborah was his savior, because without her he would have died. He saw no hope in this world. Layla noticed that he cherished this woman very much. Roberta replied that he could tell him if he wanted to. However, he apologized to Roberta and said he had other business to attend to. They would talk later. The royal cemetery. Even the fiery spirit thought the cemetery was worth exploring. Everything happened just as he had thought. On the eve of the holiday, everyone relaxed. It seemed that the number of guards had been reduced. It would be difficult to defend against an attack by criminals. The most powerful mages rest in this cemetery. If they turn into undead, they will destroy the whole country. If they don't stop the tomb raiders, they will have to fight the rebellious heroes. There's no need to worry. With Blazer, he's safe. Setsuna replied that he was his support. He also asked if Blazer had seen Roberta using magic. Blazer felt that something was wrong with her. The decisive battle will take place the day after tomorrow evening. He will fulfill the promise he made to his sister. Roberta wanted to know everything about Setsuna's childhood. Thomas thought he would be against it. Therefore, the man had no right to talk about it. She showed her badge, saying that it was not a request, but an order. Only then did Thomas notice that she was from the Inquisition. Roberta is trying to find out if Setsuna Cromwell is a threat to society. Thomas immediately began to protest, saying that he was not guilty of anything. She noticed that Layla was not surprised at all. It seemed that she had overheard their conversation yesterday. Layla apologized and said that it was accidental. Layla also asked him to answer a few questions. Roberta replied that the girl would not tell anyone. He agreed after all. Setsuna appeared at the shelter on a rainy night. It was impossible to forget. A wounded woman came to them. The only thing she asked was to save this child. Setsuna's mother's name is Ima, and now the story will be about her. One day, the girl was asked for help. She was born into a family of farmers and was a dreamy girl. Once again, she felt destined to meet her soulmate. One day, an influential noble family from a neighboring estate was passing through the village. Emma met a frozen nobleman. At that moment, something glowed in his hand. The old man sitting next to him remarked that he had never seen such a bright glow. Therefore, he and the nobleman realized that this was fate. So the man went out into the street and said that he had fallen in love with Emma. I wonder if the commoner will go with him. The enchanted girl agreed, thinking that this was fate. Emma went to live at the Schneider estate. Her chambers were like those of a princess. However, the nobleman had many concubines besides Emma. He rarely visited her. The girl thought that if she bore him a child, he would love her. Time passed, and a baby was born. The nobleman thanked her for bearing him a child. The girl herself was very happy. Now she thought that he would definitely love her. Suddenly, an old man approached the nobleman. He pointed to a magical artifact he was holding in his hand. The man gave away the child, and the woman did not understand what was happening. It turned out that this artifact determined hidden magical potential. The aristocracy always sought the best hereditary traits. The man was disappointed in Setsuna's abilities. He was never interested in Emma herself. After all, he needed her body with its great magical potential. So the woman was left alone, sitting in despair and saying that she didn't believe it. Once, anger overwhelmed her so much that she rebelled against her son. If only he were more capable, she would be happy. In a fit of rage, the girl even planned to kill her own child. But when he smiled at her sweetly and carefree, everything fell into place. The weapon in her hand immediately fell to the floor, and Emma, in turn, began to cry bitterly over the fate that had befallen her. A little while later, someone knocked on the door. It was an old man, and he apologized to the young woman. She recognized him as her lover's servant. She did not understand what was happening, so she asked what he wanted so late at night. In response, she heard that this man had come to take the baby away. Illegitimate children of aristocrats bring nothing but trouble. To take the child away meant to kill him, that is, to get rid of him. The old man said that one woman could not raise him, and all the trouble should be entrusted to them. She would surely give birth to another beautiful child. Everything became clear to Eme. She agreed to give up the baby and asked him to wait a little. But after a while, she still hadn't left the room. The servant decided to find out what was going on. It turned out that the girl had disappeared from the room with the baby. He saw Ema running away through a window of their estate, so he ordered the guards to bring them back alive and catch them. So the mother and child ended up at the doorstep of a shelter. The woman was seriously injured and most likely would have died. But even on the verge of death, she said that because of her son was born into a family that did not love him. She doomed him to unhappiness. If only he had been born into a peasant family, if only she had not wanted more, everything would have been fine. It would have been better for him to grow up in poverty, but surrounded by love than like this. It would have been better if she hadn't believed the lies. She would soon die, and words could not express how much she loved her son. So she literally begged the orphanage to protect Setsuna. The woman who took her in agreed that the orphanage would take care of him. They would never give this child to a nobleman. Her son is not doomed because of his origins. After all, what one receives depends only on the people themselves. That is why her son will find happiness. The woman swore to protect him. Im was pleased to hear this, but she only had time to thank her before she passed away. The young protagonist did not understand what had happened and continued to smile. Meanwhile, the shelter prayed for his mother's soul. 7 years passed, and now he was praying at his mother's grave. One of the teachers asked in surprise where the boy had hurt himself. He said that they were playing and Slain hit Roku. It seems it was Hakunin's eldest son. The hero wanted to hit him back, but he easily brushed him off. Setsuna was surprised by the strength of the boy who had just begun to study magic. And then the boy said that commoners would never be equal to aristocrats. And Setsuna would never be able to defeat him. So he asked his sister in horror, was that really true? Would he never be able to protect his friends? She just smiled and suggested that he pray. Then the hero thought that if he prayed, God would help him. His sister explained that their prayers would surely reach the Lord. The boy's mother was a rather strong woman. Therefore Setsune did not need to rush. He would also become strong. If he couldn't master magic, he would find another path. During her escape, Emma took a book from the library with her. She did this because she believed that this book would help her son. His sister gave the book to the boy when he was a little older, and he began to study it. It was incredible. The boy became very interested in controlling magic. Soon he even had training sessions, although there were some things he didn't understand. Then his sister suggested he try it in practice. She used a spell called a fireball. Of course, this spell was powerful, so the girl compressed it. She was able to pierce a small leaf with a fireball. The main character found this incredible. The spell releases a huge ball. I wonder how she managed to compress it. The mentor said that once you learn to control the flow of mana, you can use spells in different ways. This is exactly what is said in his book. He had just started his training, and this book contained many useful lessons. The guy noted that this was good and suggested continuing. But he didn't really understand what was written in this book. It turned out that this book was intended for experienced magicians, but that was okay. His sister suggested that they read it together. Since then, Setsuna has been constantly learning to control magic. He did this without interruption in any situation. Even when the other children were just relaxing or playing, he continued his training. 5 whole years of intense training passed. The main character was already 12 years old at that point, and had mastered the basic skills of magic. One day, a man approached him and said that he was impressed. Sooner or later, he would become a powerful magician. I wonder if he has already chosen a direction in magic. Setsuna stated that long-range mages are known for their precise control of mana. If he learned to fully control mana, he would have more room for maneuver. In addition, he would like to try his hand at different areas. But to do so, he needs to master the spell weaving of each school. But once he embarks on a certain path of magic, other areas become inaccessible. So the best he can come up with is to train his mind and stay close to each area. By the age of 17, he will have chosen the direction that suits him best. His interlocutor did not expect such a detailed answer and did not understand where the boy had put the sweet little Setsuna. Suddenly, another boy approached them, and he turned to Setsuna. He said that something bad had happened, because Slain had taken Roku away with him. That guy had been bullying the girl and then dragged her into the forest. Without hesitation, the main character rushed to the scene. Everything was just as the boy had said. Roku was scared and begged them to stop. But Slain indignantly told the commoner not to resist. She was lucky that he, as a nobleman, had taken notice of her. The guy approached her to touch her, but suddenly heard a scream. He didn't understand what was going on, so he told them to just stand guard. But suddenly he saw that his men were being attacked by goblins. There were quite a few of them, and they were dangerous. Slane said in horror that he didn't know they were here. The others asked him to do something. Then the aristocrat did not lose his composure and began to use his magic. These pathetic goblins should see what his magic is capable of. He was a talented wizard, not some kind of trash. His minions began to call him the best. He would definitely be a battle mage in the future. But those goblins that the guy hit with his magic began to rise again. Slane was outraged and attacked them again. Let these monsters know their place. The goblins were thrown back again. But they did not suffer serious injuries and got back up. Seeing this, the aristocrat was horrified. His strength was running out. So he ran up to Roka, grabbed her, and threw her toward the goblins to delay them. At that moment, the girl found herself in the middle of a pack of goblins. She was frightened. The wind could not resist them. But suddenly, someone appeared right in front of her. It was the main character who told Slane that he was wasting his magic by not transforming his spell. No one could believe it, because it was Setsuna who had arrived here. He asked Roku if she was all right. The girl happily replied that she was fine. She was grateful that he had come to her aid. At that moment, Slane thought that everything was going perfectly. He distracted the goblin with himself, so he could run away, and the commoners could deal with the goblins themselves. But things did not turn out as he had expected, because the goblins chased after them. The children did not understand what was happening and why they were being chased. The main character explained that the goblins were angry because of Slane's blows. Let Raka go to Thomas and the others. The goblins continued to chase the group of children. Soon they all split up, leaving Slane alone. The boy did not understand where his people had run off to, because he had not allowed them to do so. But he couldn't stop either, and after a while he found himself at the edge of a cliff. And yet there was nowhere else to go. The goblins continued to chase him, because he was their main target. The guy tried to do something, asking them not to come closer, but the creatures didn't listen to him and rushed to attack. At the same time, the main character arrived to help without his friends. This guy looks pathetic. With these words, he delivered a powerful blow to the goblin. The aristocrat was surprised. Was he really going to help him? If this man saved him, he would make him his servant. Setsuna was annoyed by these words. Let him not talk nonsense. He was not going to save him, because he knew what this guy was going to do to Roka. He would drag him out of here so that he would pay for his despicable deed. After saying that, the guy continued to fight the goblins. He was doing quite well against them because he had experience with magic. Slane was surprised. So it seemed that he had learned to control magic. At first, he was surprised that this guy was capable of anything. But he had so little mana that he didn't even have enough for the simplest spell. He may think he is strong, but he shouldn't get cocky. After all, in this world, everything depends on the amount of mana. The hero said that he was absolutely right about mana. He really did have very little. Even with these goblins, it was quite difficult for him to cope. For 5 whole years, he diligently honed his mana control. That's why he's now going to show what he's learned during that time. He will show that acquired skill is even more important than talent. His interlocutor was surprised that he possessed enchantment magic, as he had not yet undergone such training. But it wasn't enchantment magic at all. Setsuna simply controls his core and uses raw magic. The mana core is a vessel containing the source of magic. Every person is born with a certain type of vessel. It takes shape depending on training. They serve as reservoirs of magic, allowing the use of any type of magic. Since childhood, the main character has been able to change the shape of his core through magical control. Throwing his magical technique forward, the guy asked not to breathe. The fire immediately spread and struck the goblins. Poisonous smoke also spread, and it would be bad to inhale it. The hero explained that they would not be able to hit these goblins while they were still behind them. Slane was amazed because he couldn't deal with these goblins, but the hero got rid of them so easily. Then Setsuna used another spell. It was a blessing of light created by using life magic. With it, they would be able to withstand the blow to the water. It was more like her restoration magic, but it turned out to be just raw magic. His interlocutor did not think so. Anyway, this guy's magic was more like restoration or enchantment magic. I wonder how many types of magic he has access to now. While Slane was thinking, the main character grabbed him. He declared that they would jump off the cliff and run away. Was this aristocrat really scared? His companion had to do it. Did he really think he was a coward? Although he was really afraid of falling, and he screamed. Soon they landed safely right in the water. Slane regained consciousness only after some time. The hero noted that he had finally woken up. He had lost consciousness when they jumped off the cliff, probably because he was so scared. Slane was indignant at first, but then he saw something interesting. Is this a protective circle? Could it be formation magic? It's incredibly outrageous that even he knows this. Angered, the guy called the hero a commoner again. Then he asked if he was some kind of genius in magic. Setsuna replied that he just trains every day and knows nothing else. Since the other guy had finally come to his senses, it was time for them to leave. After all, he still had to answer for what he had done to Roka. After a while, the guys arrived at the shelter where they were counted. It was unclear what Setsuna was thinking. The boy apologized for what he had done, but fortunately, he had saved Roka. And here was the culprit. Roka looked at Slain with great malice. The main character said that they hadn't met anyone from the Haken family on the way, so the girl could do whatever she wanted with this guy. With one word from her, Setsuna would turn him back into a goblin. The culprit said that there was no need to do that. She wouldn't do it. While he was talking, the girl approached him and struck him directly in his manhood. This caused the guy immense pain, and those present couldn't believe it. Finally, Roka just shouted at him not to come near them under any circumstances. The guy, of course, agreed. The observer noted that they did not expect this, although he deserved it. Despite their poverty, the shelter lived happily. But this happiness was not destined to last forever. After all, Sister fell ill. The main character suggested calling a healing mage, but the man refused. He told the woman that he would take care of the orphanage and become a holy father in the temple. His sister thanked him, saying that he would indeed succeed. And Setsuna said that he had decided to enroll in the Academy of Magic. The woman called him a good boy. The boy noted that without her, he would not have succeeded. His sister called them clever. Her condition soon began to deteriorate, so she said that she would die soon, but for now she wanted to repent. It was because of her that they had become orphans. Those present did not understand what she was saying. It turned out that this woman had once served as a magician in the army. She constantly fought for peace. But on that fateful night, a huge army of demons attacked them. The woman couldn't protect her own village. The hero shouted that she was not to blame for anything. But the sister objected that their parents were among those who died that day. The demons put a curse on her that ate away at her body from the inside. As a result, she could no longer have children. She left the army and sought hope in this village, seeking forgiveness. By caring for them in the orphanage, she tried to atone for her guilt. In reality, she wanted to help herself. Of course, it sounds pathetic, but they are her true treasures. And she says this sincerely. The woman is grateful that they have been with her all this time. It was a great joy for her to see their sincere smiles. The main character said that they were happy thanks to her. It is because of her efforts that he is still alive. So the boy thanked his sister with tears in his eyes. She was a beacon of light in his life, and like her, he wants to protect the children. So he swore that he would become the strongest long-range mage. He graduated from the academy with honors and became a mage, receiving many awards as a result. They would all watch over the orphanage and not disgrace its name. Hearing this, the woman said that the boy had become stronger. She was very grateful, and now she could die in peace. These were her last words, and then sister passed away. Shortly after that season, he entered the Magic Academy. He had experienced this throughout his life. Roberta listened carefully as he explained how he had developed control over magic. His knowledge was beyond his years. But why did he choose close combat magic? The shortest path to success is long-range magic. Something made him change his mind. She certainly didn't want to overstep the mark, but it was worth checking. They say that those who possess ancient magic have a special mark on their hand. So the woman was here to find out everything. She threw some kind of stick, forcing the guy to defend himself with his left hand. As a result, his glove began to tear. But will his secret be revealed?